revenue and providing benefits to nature. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I would like to invite our moderator for this session today, which is Bapak Nur Adiwardoyo, Head of Center for Environment and Forestry Standards from the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, Republic of Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome Bapak Nur Adiwardoyo. Bapak.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good day. Welcome to Indonesia Pavilion on the first day, on the 8th of November, on Monday, the second week of COP26. So this morning, Glasgow time, we will start with the first session with the title, The Business Actors and Climate Actions, Generating Revenue and Providing Benefits to Nature. Creating a profitable environment and business partnerships will tackle climate change and protecting biodiversity, and the International Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services estimates that 37% of the mitigation actions needed to meet the goals of the Paris Agreement can be delivered through nature-based solutions that also generate co-benefits for biodiversity. In this regard, through this talk show, we will learn about low-carbon and climate-friendly economic investment opportunities from various businesses that have efforts to reduce emissions from their business activities. And so I would like to introduce the panelists for this session. Mr. Danif Danu Saputro, CEO of PT Pertamina Power Indonesia. The second speaker will be Ms. Dian Novarina, a Deputy Director for Sustainability and Stakeholder Engagement of the April Group. And speaker number 3, Mr. Edward Tombokan, Commercial Director of Sampurna Kayu. And so without further ado, I would like to invite the first speaker, Bapak Danif Danu Saputro, CEO of PT Pertamina Power Indonesia. Pak Danif, you have the floor. Thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening for the one who attending from online. My name is Danif Danu Saputro. I'm the CEO of Pertamina Power New and Renewable Energy. I'm here today to explain about the role of Pertamina New Renewable Energy in decarbonizations, and also particularly related to geothermal. Pertamina is actually leading and on the sustainable has leading commitment on sustainability through the different what do you call the policies. The action is actually had by the CEO of Pertamina itself, right? We want to become the reputable and leading global energy. And we also adhere to international standard on sustainability practice. And currently, that's where we are in terms of the rating. There's room for improvement. Pertamina focus on 8 initiatives, right, to initiate the decarbonizations. Number 1 is on geothermal. Geothermal is key renewable energy sources for Indonesia. I'm going to spend time explaining why geothermal is key and one of the key sources of renewable energy for Indonesia. And we do have close to 700 megawatt of installed capacity, and we are expanding rapidly to 1.1 giga in the next 5 years. and we also would like to expand into beyond energy of geothermal. And the second initiative that we have is on hydrogen, right? This is a key initiative, key strategic initiative for Pertamina. We do believe this is one of the key sources of green energy for sectors that's difficult to abate on the decarbonizations. So we plan to have several pilot projects, and one of which is to produce green hydrogen from geothermal. And then the third initiative is related to EV ecosystem, electric vehicle system, and energy storage and system. This is an exciting sector, exciting segment where involve retails, passengers cars, transportations or whatnot. Pertamina involvement is through participation in IBC, Indonesia Battery Corporation, a joint venture to produce end-to-end battery supply chain system. We plan to produce EV battery for up to 140 gigawatt by 2029, and to develop, this is most important, right? To develop an ecosystem for EV, for swapping battery or charging EV ecosystem. Gasifications, plan to have a methanol plant to be on stream by 2025, and then obviously Pertamina going into downstream, we will have more of refinery and petrochemical, and the new refinery petrochemical will be green refinery. Now the other initiative is bioenergy, right? This is to generate energy from biomass, biogas, and also blending gas oil and gasoline from algae and ethanol. The other initiative that we have is through circular carbon economy, by doing recycling of biomass and biogas, reduce of fossil fuel energy by implementing solar PV project, EV, doing LNG gas, and then reuse. This is reusing the CO2 for the purpose of EUR and methanol. And the last is not least is actually to implement and executing more of new and renewable energy project, such as solar PV, wind, and hydro, which reflected in the latest RUPTL and the latest and also Pertamina participated with other SOE on producing a DMA. This will be planned to be on stream by 2025. Now we talk about geothermal. This is why geothermal is important as source of key renewable energy for Indonesia. As you can see here, Indonesia has one of the largest, if not the largest, geothermal reserve and resource, right? And from the installed capacity, we are number 2 in the world, just behind United States. But the utilization of the reserve of resource is only about less than 10%. Hence, a lot of potential upside to expand the capacity and also the utilization of geothermal energy. This is, you can see from the map, there are quite dispersed locations of geothermal reserve, and the utilization is still quite low, right, compared to the potential reserve and reserve that we have. Obviously, most of demand is in Sumatra, Java, and Bali, but you can see the utilizations of reserve and reserve is still very low, right? This is where there's huge opportunity for explorations and utilizations of geothermal energy. And then this is also to help the Indonesia energy mix which is in line with the national energy strategy to increase new and renewable energy from the current level of less than 13% to target of 24% by 2030. And geothermal will be one of the key factor for it. This is I'm going to spend quite a bit of time on this because we should look geothermal as renewable energy sources beyond electrifications, beyond just selling as an energy into the grid, right? There are other beyond energy that benefit that we can get from explorations and commercializations of geothermals, such as the mineral extractions. This is one thing that sometimes we do not see in quite details. There's potentials on the lithium and silica, green hydrogen, geothermal is, other than hydro, is maybe the only renewable energy that doesn't have intermittency issues. Hence, we can produce green hydrogen, right, through electrolysis process from geothermal without any on the intermittent issues. Green ammonia, obviously this is the utilization of green ammonia, is the derivative from green hydrogen. This is, it can be used for commercializations for the use of energy to other sectors such as agriculture and also fertilizer. And the other two is related to how we can increase the commercialization of hydrogen, one of which is actually to utilize brine to power. This is to improve and to utilize the brine gas that usually as a as a side product of geothermal gas. And the last but not least, this is quite common nowadays actually on the district power industrial estate, of which where there's new development of industrial estate, and the source of the energies come from renewables, which is more and more in demand from the industrial player because of the requirement from their stakeholders. This is the last slide. I just want to give you a very high level where we are in terms of Pertamina geothermal energy, right? We are in the process of doing consolidations of geothermal asset owned by state-owned enterprise, other state-owned enterprise, and also in the, a government entity, because we believe economic scale does matter, right? So we believe this will benefit not only to us as a business player, but also for contribution of the Indonesian commitment from NDC and support the RUPTL, and obviously as provider into the grid without any intermittent issue. So so I stop here. So basically, I just want to close that Indonesia does matter, right, in this global decarbonizations, and geothermal is one of the key renewable energy sources that we need to keep pursue and producing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak Danif. Before I invite Ms. Dian Novarina, we welcome the speech or remarks from the Ministry of Trade. Yeah, we have Mr. Barry Pagan, an expert to the Minister of Trade, and we have some remarks and key messages from the Ministry of Trade. Pak Barry, please, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Pak. Thank you, everyone in the room, ladies and gentlemen. So I think on behalf of the Ministry of Trade, I'll deliver some statements. to open the session. So I guess to start, in this room, I think we're actually breathing the same air that is supplied by Indonesia's mangroves and forests, right? Our green and blue assets. And today, actually, I want to offer a real solution and a real action for all of us to overcome the climate crisis together. So Indonesia is increasing our ambition, and one of the goals is to be a carbon net sink in the land use and forestry sector by 2030. However, this requires collaboration. It takes partnerships at a global scale and everyone to participate, governments, corporations, and everyday citizens. So we need to build a new economy it should be based on a new currency, one that is accountable, inclusive, enables sustainable economic growth. Indonesia will be establishing a carbon pricing policy, and through our participation in the global carbon market, we want to spur global investments in this new green economy. Our natural assets are not only critical to the Earth's ecosystem, but also strategic to advance the global carbon market. Indonesia is home to more than 120 million hectares of forests. We have the largest area of mangroves, accounting for around 21% of the world's and the second largest peatland area. Right now, we are in the process of rehabilitating more than 600,000 hectares of mangroves, restoring more than 2 million hectares of peatland areas, as well as 200,000 hectares of other critical land uses. And we can do more if we work together. So the world's rapidly depleting carbon budget means that we need to move fast and at scale. Current sovereign commitments will not be adequate. So the dramatic increase in corporate net zero pledges and recent boom in the voluntary carbon market is an opportunity to scale our ambitions. To reach net zero carbon emissions by 2060, Indonesia will need more than $200 billion worth of investments per year in low emissions program over the next 9 years. This is no small feat. We must ramp up additional financing for climate solutions and incentivize investments to protect the air that we breathe. So I welcome you, everyone here in the room and the global private sector, to work with us and our communities to restore our forests, rebuild our mangroves, protect our ocean, and to accelerate the transition towards cleaner and more equitable industries. So we must collaborate and ensure that we do not create policy barriers amongst ourselves that can hamper progress. Our policy should focus on leveraging the carbon market to scale our actions, not inhibit countries' ability to meet their NDCs. So the last mile, I think I'm hoping that all of us in this room today in this session, we would work together because the climate crisis is no different than the pandemic, and we've seen how we've overcome it and try to recover stronger. And the crisis is definitely here. It's more urgent, and we need everybody to work together with us. Thank you so much in Glasgow. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Pak Bari, for delivering the key messages from the Ministry of Trade. And I would like to invite Ms. Dian Novarina, Deputy Director for Sustainability and Stakeholder Engagement of the April Group. Ibu Dian, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Pak Adi. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and a very good afternoon for you who are joining from Jakarta. Before I start my presentation, I would like to have a 3-minute video about the program, Ecosystem Restoration Program, that April Group has worked on since 2013. Thank you. Slide, please. The slide, please. Okay. Thank you. Today, April Group manage about 1 million hectares of forestry concession under a license given by the Indonesian government. Beside our forest plantation, or in Bahasa Indonesia, we know it as a hutan tanaman industry, we also manage 5 ecosystem restoration concession located on the same landscape on where we operate under a program called Restorasi Ekosistem Riau, or RER. During the course of this presentation, I would like to share with you about this program. April's operation is guided by a sustainability policy called SFMP 2.0, where we are committed to 1-for-1 commitment. With this commitment, we commit to conserve and restore 1 hectare of forest for every hectare of fiber plantation. Until 2020, we have managed to achieve 81% of our target. One of the key aspects of this commitment is the Restorasi Ekosistem Riau program, where we protect and restore more than 150,000 hectares of ecologically important peat ecosystem in Sumatra, Indonesia. So this is more detailed information about Restorasi Ekosistem Riau. We established this program in 2013. The area located in Kampar Peninsula and also in Padang Island. Both are situated in Riau Province in Sumatra. In doing these activities, we employ inclusive sustainable landscape management that involve local communities, government, forestry experts, and also NGOs. We partner with national NGOs called Bidara for our social and community engagement program, and we also collaborate with FFI, another international NGOs, Fauna Flora International, to assess our landscape, focusing on biodiversity and carbon. While for April provide protection, funding, or financial support, and also operational capabilities to RER. But most importantly, this program will not be possible without the support of the Ministry of Environment and Forestry. Besides granting license to RER operations, the MOF also provide us with guidance on how we can manage the program and also protecting the peat ecosystem landscape. So in Indonesia today, there are 16 ecosystem restoration concession, and RER program manage 5 of those concession license. RER is unique because we use production protection approach in the landscape. If you see the map, if you see the map on the right, RER concession is in green color is ringed by an area of April plantation in yellow color. So any disturbances need to pass through the plantation before it can reach RER areas. Ecosystem restoration needs a huge amount of funding to operate. Until 2020, RER operation has amounted almost $30 million. So we need to have a sustainable source of funding. The profit generated from the plantation also supported RER funding. The total RER area is 150,000 hectares. It is almost the size of Greater London, which is 157,000 hectares on the 2 landscape in Kampar and also in Padang Island. RER in Kampar Peninsula, it is located in a very unique and important ecosystem because it is classified as an important bird area by the BirdLife International, and also key biodiversity area by IUCN, and also as a tiger conservation landscape class 2 by WCS, or Wildlife Conservation Society, and WWF. Class 2 meaning that this habitat can support up to 50 tigers. And it is not to mention that it is also provide numerous ecosystem services such as freshwater, flood control, fish, honey, and of course carbon. In doing our restoration activities, we use the approach that we call to protect, to assess, to restore, and to manage. Tropical peat swamp is relatively quick to recover as long as we are able to protect the ecosystem. Our rangers actively patrol the area to secure it from any illegal activities, together with the government and also land managers at the landscape. This then advise our second approach to assess. Together with FFI, we conduct assessment on the social, environmental, and also ecosystem of the area, including the hydrology situation of the peat ecosystem. The third approach is to restore. Restoring in this stage is to decide on the strategy of the restoration program, both for the hydrological aspect and also for the biodiversity aspect. Last approach is to manage in collaboration with different stakeholders and partners to ensure that the natural capital can be sustainably managed. So this is the data, we compile the data for the wildlife living in our concession area. As per 2020, we have recorded 823 species of plant and also animals, with 66 are listed on the IUCN Red List. We also supported RER conservation effort by affiliating, supporting, and participating with the migratory raptor monitoring and also the ASEAN water bird census. Last year, we also conducted our first survey for Odonata and found 57 species of dragonflies and damseling. In Bahasa Indonesia, we call it capung. And we were very surprised that there is a 57 species of dragonflies in this area. And of those 57 species, 4 species are the first recorded in Sumatra, and 1 species is first recorded in Indonesia. This shows that there is still many knowledge gap that we still need to fill by managing this important ecosystem. Besides wildlife assessment, we also conduct forest and hydrological restoration. RER team apply a range of restoration approach depending of the characteristic of the forest that need restoration, such as direct planting for the forest or enrichment planting and also assisted natural regeneration. So far, we have restored almost 60,000 hectares of forest area through natural regeneration, maintenance, and assisted natural regeneration. We also have conducted a hydrological restoration, and we have closed so far 160 kilometers of illegal canal from past illegal activities in the area. And we are proud that RER areas free from fires and hotspots since 2013 up to now. Last year, in December 2020, we also took part in the release of the Sumatran tiger called Corina. This is a female Sumatran tiger who was trapped, and she was 9 months undergoing a rehabilitation in Rehabilitation Center for Tiger in Sumatra Barat, in West Sumatra, and it is released in Kampar Peninsula. The release was led by Pak Dirjen Wiratno at that time, and based on several studies to determine which area that she can be reintroduced, such as the study, such as the tiger prey analysis, tiger occupancy analysis, and also survey with the local community. This is my last slide. Only last year we have operated what we call Eco Research Camp, which serves as not only as a guest and research station, but also a field office of RER. This Eco Research Camp is equipped with water and waste management and hybrid power generation. This Eco Research Hub, we hope that it can be a research enabler for scientists and academics to gain more understanding about the least studied peat and ecosystem. This is located in Kampar Peninsula. It consists of 34 hectares of the area, where 22 hectares is plotted for forest restoration, while the remaining 12 hectares is for facility and agroforestry. We really hope that by having this facility, there will be not only national but international scale of research can be done in the area about peat and also the ecosystem. I will close my presentation by citing a quote by our chairman, Bapak Sukanto Tanoto, that he believed that good business is about what is good for community, good for country, good for climate, good for customer and company. Only then will it be sustainable. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ibu Tian. Now I would like to invite the third speaker, Bapak Edward Tombokan, Commercial Director of Sampurna Kayu. Pak Edward, silakan.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much, especially distinguished guests and speakers. I really appreciate that I could be here. This is the first time for Sampurna Kayu actually to present in this event, and also maybe for the plywood manufacturers in Indonesia, this will be the first time also to be able to join in this event. So since it's the first time, so I would like to introduce a bit on Sampurna Kayu. We are part of Sampurna strategic groups in Indonesia, part of Sampurna families. So the output that we have so far, almost close to 1 million plywood that we produce every year. We have 17 factories, 7 assembly and 10 finish plants. And we have different kind of plywood and the derivatives that we sell throughout the world, almost 35 countries so far. And on top of that, the important parts and the interesting parts is actually we are using the community forest logs instead of the concessions logs so far, in order to us to be able to supply in this amount. So next. Okay, so the last 3 years, we've been really concentrating on this, setting up a challenge to ourselves environmentally. So we are looking from the from the people, the sustainability forest aspect, and then the conservation area, and all with the enforcement of the strong corporate governance. We try to enforce it to all these aspects that we have. So what we do actually is very simple, but it's very effective so far, and it's benefiting all of us. So 90% of our logs is basically coming from the community forest and from the community forest farmers, and whatever that we get from them, we produce, we sell it, the high quality products to our customers. And the money that we get actually from the sales, we give it back directly to our farmers. So there are two ways that we try to do it. The first one is actually we are setting up our own, you can say like public nurseries in Java and Sumatra. So the first one that we set is actually in Sumatra, and the second one now is in Pandeglang, Jawa Barat. So we try to find the degraded lands and we make the nurseries in order to produce the seeds that we distribute back to our community forest farmers. So far, this is on top of whatever that we commit every year to give back the seeds, about 1.5 million seeds every year. On top of that, from our own nurseries, we do about 500,000 seeds. So total about 2 million seeds that we give away to our community forest farmers. In addition, and on top of that, we become a standby buyer also for them to make sure that whatever that they grow, we will buy. And secondly, on top of that, we also helping them actually and educating them in order to how to manage their forest, the small forest that they have, in the best standard in the world. And we also encourage them actually to certify their area. And with this, we get successfully actually assisted 2 group farmers, one in Sumatra and one in Indonesia, one in Java, in order to be certified by the Slim FSC on this one. So in top of that, while they are waiting for their logs to grow, we are also helping them for their agroforestry itself. So we help them if they have a coffee, then we help them on the packaging side, and we try to promote them to to direct to the e-commerce, and whatever the proceed that we have from them, we're giving back directly to the farmers. So far with this, actually we can continually grow, and we almost close to 1 million cubic marks actually until now. So this is just the detail of what we do. So we distribute the seeds. We have the public nurseries, and these public nurseries actually we try to make it even more for the years to come, because we can see that there is a benefit for both of us. And also on the other hand, on the Sumatra side, because there are a lot of rubbers, so we are actually indirectly helping them on increasing their latex capacity based on the good practice that they can do, based on the whatever the practice that is best practice right now in the world. So another problem that we eliminate also with this, actually we go direct to each farmers, and when I say farmers, it's really small farmers, and we got help from the technology basically. So we also set up like applications in order to know the locations, the details of the farmers itself, so they can contacting us if or they can also we know if what is the potential loss that they have also in each of their farmers actually. So so far we manage we manage 2 groups about or close to 1,000 hectares to be certified, and we are committed actually to expand this area as much as possible in the futures. So this is just the output and the incomes, the output and the SDG impacts that we can do from this, especially from the agroforestry and the education that we give to the person and to the farmers and the families. And this is just some example that we do here in Indonesia, in Java, and also in Sumatra. And other than that, we try to enter the new energy also by installing the solar cell to the one of the biggest factory that we have in Jombang, East Java. And so far, we just do this maybe this year's, and we are planning actually to make our factory, all of them, with the solar cells, up to 18,000 tons CO2 per. So basically, this is like almost all factories that we need to put the solar cell in order to get the mixed energy between whatever that we have now with the solar cells. So the latest expansion that we have is actually in the eastern part of Indonesia, which is in North Maluku. So in here, we are taking over 2 abandoned plantations, about 60,000 hectares. So we try to revitalize the abandoned plantations that we have. And also on top of that, they have the conservation area, about 15,000 hectares that we need to revitalize again, because this has been abandoned for 15 years, and we take overs. And on top of that, with the investment that we have there, so we can help the community there, which has been actually really hoping that this investment can really go through and can help their livelihood from day to days over there. So other than that, so all of the activities that we have is basically really helping us on helping us on our triple bottom lines of the people and planets, and at the end that we can share the profit to all the stakeholders that is related to our business. So at the end, so I just want to acknowledge that we hope this approach by using the community forest and try to be decarbonize our mills can be copied to the rest of the and hopefully this can be a good win-win solution for us as a business actor, and also to all the stakeholders that involved inside. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak Edward. And we would like to recognize the presence of His Excellency Bapak Muhaimin Iskandar, Vice Chairman of the House of Representatives of Parliament of the Republic of Indonesia. Selamat datang, Pak Muhaimin. Ya, selamat datang. And also to the Vice Minister of Environment and Forestry, Bapak Alu Dohong. Thank you. Selamat datang, Bapak. And we are honored that Bapak Muhaimin will deliver his speeches in this session this morning. Yeah, Pak Muhaimin, you have the floor, sir. Just deliver your speech. Silakan Bapak menyampaikan sambutan. Terima kasih, Bapak.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Pertama yang saya hormati Pak Wamen, Pak Alu, beserta seluruh jajaran yang ketemunya di luar negeri terus ini 2 tahun yang lalu. Sehat selalu Pak Wamen. Dari Kementerian Perdagangan yang saya hormati atau yang mewakili, para panelis yang saya hormati, Pak Brahmantia Setiamudi Purwadi, Corporate Secretary dari Pertamina, Pak Rahmat Makasau, Presidir PT Aman Mineral Nusa Tenggara, Pak Sihot Aritonang, Presidir PT Riau Andalan Pulp and Paper, Pak Edward Tumbokan, Commercial Director of Sampurna Kayu. Pak Edward. Tadi nyebut-nyebut Jombang tadi itu apa itu Jombang? Pabrik ini ya, tempat saya itu Jombang. Moderator dan seluruh hadirin, saya akan menyampaikan dalam bahasa Indonesia, mohon maaf, dan tentu saya sangat berbahagia untuk yang kedua kalinya saya bisa bergabung di COP yang ke-26 ini. Terima kasih atas perhatian dan penyambutan dari KLH maupun dari Kementerian Perdagangan atas kesempatan pada hari ini yang membanggakan dan membahagiakan. Tentu kita semua sangat bergairah pada COP yang ke-26 ini karena banyak hal yang menjadi tantangan dan sekaligus kesempatan buat Indonesia. Terlebih Pak Jokowi telah hadir langsung, mungkin pertama kali ini ya COP Pak Jokowi datang. Oh, Paris Agreement ya. Paris Agreement Pak Jokowi juga yang datang. 6 tahun yang lalu di Paris Agreement yang sangat monumental itu, dan kemudian hari ini COP yang ke-26 ini. Apalagi Pak Jokowi menjadi kepala dari presiden dari G20 yang tentu punya makna strategis bagi kesempatan Indonesia untuk berkiprah dan menentukan masa depan dunia. Bapak Ibu sekalian, sains dan bukti-bukti kualitatif tidak bisa dibantah dan telah kita rasakan. Bumi makin panas, cuaca ekstrim, dan naiknya permukaan air laut dan banjir dalam skala yang ekstrim. Semua akibat dari perubahan iklim. Perubahan iklim adalah ancaman katastrofik atau mematikan bagi keberlanjutan dan kemakmuran semua negara di seluruh penduduk dunia. Indonesia memiliki kedudukan yang khusus dan dapat memainkan peran penting, bahkan utama di dalam mendinginkan suhu bumi, dan kita menjadi paru-paru dunia karena hutan dan alam kita serta hutan mangrove yang kita miliki yang begitu kaya. Nah, kan telah menyerap karbon di dalam skala raksasa. Namun kita juga mengakui bahwa sebagai negara kepulauan kita memiliki kerentanan yang sangat ekstrim akibat perubahan iklim. Naiknya permukaan laut, curah hujan yang ekstrim, dan kegagalan panen akan menghantui negara kita. Maka untuk kepentingan diri kita sendiri dan kebutuhan kemanusiaan dunia, solusi-solusi perubahan iklim harus hadir sebagai masalah yang urgen dan mendesak. Kita perlu menggunakan pendekatan a world government and a world society untuk mencapai target peak emission nasional dan carbon net sink, forestry and other land use pada tahun 2030 dan net zero emission pada 2060 atau kalau bisa lebih cepat. Karena perubahan iklim hanya dapat diatasi dengan dua cara sekaligus: perubahan kebijakan dan perubahan perilaku. Perubahan dari sisi pemerintah dan negara dan juga dari pihak warga masyarakat. Perubahan dari sisi supply dan perubahan dari sisi demand. Dengan cara ini pada tahun 2030 kita akan menambah sumber energi kita yang bersumber dari matahari, angin, dan sumber-sumber energi renewable yang lainnya. Pada tahun 2030 kita akan berhasil menghentikan dan mengurangi deforestasi. Dan dengan cara itu pula pada tahun 2060 atau lebih cepat kita sudah dapat meraih target net zero kita. Keseimbangan antara ekonomi Indonesia berbasis sumber daya alam dengan pelestarian lingkungan melalui ekonomi hijau berbasis SDM low carbon di masa depan dapat dicapai dan diatasi dengan 3 cara. Yang pertama, adopsi teknologi baru hijau. Yang kedua, kebijakan fiskal pemerintah. Ini Bu Sri Mulyani juga sangat concern akhir-akhir ini. Dan yang ketiga adalah dukungan dan peran warga masyarakat pada umumnya. Peran teknologi dan investasi teknologi perlu dan harus terus-menerus kita lakukan. Teknologi hijau merupakan peluang besar bagi sektor bisnis, baik perusahaan swasta maupun BUMN di Indonesia. Teknologi yang saya maksud ini adalah efisiensi energi, pemanfaatan hidrogen, transportasi berbasis listrik, pemanfaatan energi surya dan energi angin. Teknologi yang saya maksud juga berarti kita harus mampu memproduksi alat-alat dan produk yang murah terjangkau agar perubahan energi terbarukan dapat di scaling up, baik dengan cara alih teknologi maupun bekerja sama dengan universitas dan lainnya. Sudah waktunya kita Indonesia memulai kebijakan dan investasi untuk menggunakan teknologi untuk mengurangi emisi dalam upaya transisi ekonomi menuju energi hijau. Ekonomi hijau, ekonomi rendah karbon dalam selama 3-4 dekade ke depan. Peranan pemerintah sangat krusial dan menentukan. Kepemimpinan pemerintah mutlak diperlukan. Salah satu jalan adalah melalui dukungan fiskal. Dukungan fiskal sangat mendesak untuk memberikan insentif dan dukungan nyata kepada energi hijau, baik matahari maupun angin, dan ekonomi hijau pada umumnya. Transisi Indonesia dapat dan perlu dilakukan dengan dukungan fiskal untuk mempercepat penambahan sumber-sumber energi terbarukan sehingga bauran energi akan mencapai target-target pemerintah. Oleh karena itu, setahun ke depan Pak Jokowi dan seluruh kabinet serta pemerintahan baik eksekutif maupun legislatif memiliki peluang untuk melakukan langkah-langkah cepat, extraordinary dan tidak biasa-biasa saja sehingga kita bisa dilihat dan menjadi pemimpin dunia yang benar-benar mengatasi keadaan dengan sungguh-sungguh. Dan ini peluang bagi kita untuk apalagi di masa pasca pandemi, peluang untuk kita merecovery keadaan dengan memimpin keadaan lebih baik lagi. Dukungan fiskal ini penting untuk pencapaian alih teknologi sehingga efisiensi energi dan penurunan sumber-sumber energi kotor atau fosil dapat dipercepat. Ribuan pemimpin dan desa-desa di Indonesia dapat menjadi sumber dan agen perubahan nyata. Dengan skema transfer fiskal berbasis ekologi, desa-desa Indonesia dapat digerakkan menjadi penggerak dan penjamin ekonomi hijau. Sudah waktunya kita mendukung peran kaum muda dan organisasi masyarakat sipil untuk aksi nyata yang masif. Sekali lagi yang masif, setahun ke depan ini perlu menjadi momentum bersama kita. Pemerintah, masyarakat sipil, pelaku bisnis, dan semua stakeholders untuk bersama-sama di dalam mengatasi keadaan yang mengancam diri kita sekaligus mengancam dunia kita. Kaum muda dan organisasi sipil untuk kita ajak bersama-sama menjadi aksi masif untuk perubahan perilaku di masyarakat melalui berbagai cara pendidikan, literasi, aksi kolektif warga untuk perlindungan hutan, satwa, fauna, pengurangan penggunaan plastik, dan pengolahan sampah. Peran sektor bisnis dan sektor swasta, hari ini kita akan mendengarkan semua sektor swasta yang sangat penting dan menentukan. Sektor swasta dalam negeri harus menjadi pelaku dan pemain utama di dalam upaya Indonesia melaksanakan agen net zero 2050. Sektor swasta dalam mempercepat caranya antara lain adalah adopsi teknologi baru dari energi fosil ke energi bersih hijau, efisiensi energi, dan aktif ambil bagian dalam memperluas produk-produk hijau untuk memajukan sirkulasi ekonomi. Perusahaan-perusahaan berbasis fosil di Indonesia perlu dan harus mulai melakukan investasi energi baru. Di atas semuanya kita memerlukan kepemimpinan yang kuat yang dapat memandu semua sektor untuk bersama-sama berubah dan melaksanakan transisi ekonomi ini. Pak Jokowi dan kalangan bisnis, saya yakin tahun ini, setahun ke depan bisa membuktikan keadaan menjadi sangat membanggakan dan yakin akan masa depan kita. DPR tentu saja dan kita semua mendukung pemerintah dan Pak Jokowi untuk memimpin dengan tegas dalam melaksanakan transisi-transisi yang akan datang. Demikian, kurang lebihnya mohon maaf, semoga bermanfaat. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih. Thank you, His Excellency And so the key messages that we received that Indonesia is looking ahead towards green economy and sustainability, and we are also looking across all the stakeholders. We must work together inclusively and with massive action, and with the leadership of the government of Indonesia under the President Jokowi, and also with the strong support with the Parliament of Indonesia, that will drive the change Indonesia towards a green economy, Indonesia maju. Ya, Bapak ya. Thank you so much for those very important messages to all of us. And the business is part of this change, yeah, towards Indonesia maju. And now I'd like to entertain if some of the audience have some points to discuss, some questions, if any. If not, then I would like to have a discussion with the panelists. Yes, Pak Danif, could you share with us your communication with the top management in the company, in the corporate, of this change, and also with the stakeholders? What the stakeholders say about your plan? What has been the reaction from the stakeholders listening to your plan from Pertamina Power? Do the stakeholders understand, or do the stakeholders support, or they raise some concerns? Could you share with us some of this experience? Thank you, Pak Danif. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak. Yes, Pertamina Power New Renewable Energy is a subholding that that focus on transformation of Pertamina from oil and gas into an energy company with a low carbon footprint. Obviously, this is coming from the top up. They set up this subholding, which we have geothermal as one of the key subsidiary. The answer is basically, it's not only they accept, they actually mandate us.
Okay.
They mandate us to implement the executions and development of renewable energy project to reduce carbon footprint of Pertamina as a whole, as a oil and gas company, because we have done the baselining. Pertamina has a target which is mirrored into the national energy strategy to reduce the carbon footprint, not less by to become net zero, not less by 2060. Demikian, Pak.
Yeah, thank you, Pak Danif. And I would like to ask to Pak Edward, how do you see that the experience in Indonesia can inspire the other countries? How do you see that in the action Indonesia could inspire the other countries? Do you see any opportunities that this good experience will transfer?
Yes, I think at least for the Southeast Asia, especially like country like Malaysia, Vietnam, which is currently is not really using the what you call the community forest, you know. So there is a way actually to be sustainable and to supply the market at the same time, you know, and to be friendly with the market and all stakeholders using this community forest, which is available in Indonesia right now actually, and maybe can replicate for Malaysia also. Especially right now in Malaysia plywood company, nowadays they are lacking of raw materials. Same happening like what Indonesia experienced back in 2000 to 2010 at that time. And so I think there is a good time actually for them to rethink their strategy on this.
Yeah, thank you, Pak Edward. And now I'd like to ask Ibu Dian. Yeah. How is the communication with the civil society organization in Riau? Is it improving now, or still some challenges in communicating the efforts done by the business towards biodiversity protection, and also to see some expectations, still cap of expectations with the local communities and also civil society organizations? How do you see that? I'd like to share your experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Adi. We have a periodic forum, what we call a stakeholder consultation forum, that we try to reach out to our stakeholders, either civil society, NGOs, and also communities, to share our program in, for example, for area program, restoration, conservation, and biodiversity related program. And also, we try to listen to get their feedback on how we can improve what we have done so far. So this is a two-way dialogues that we continue initiate with them, Pak. So by doing that, we really hope that at some point that we can collaborate to improve all effort related to conservation, restoration, and also protection of biodiversity in Riau and beyond, Pak. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Ibu Dian. And I'd like to ask the questions to all the three panelists, as seen from your product portfolio and your clients, because you have the what's called it, the traditional clients, yeah, and customers perhaps, and now you are changing your planning. And how do you communicate with them? How do you project your future portfolio of products to the customers and clients? How do you communicate that?
Yeah, thank you, Pak Adi. Yeah, we actively engage in communication to our stakeholders. Or for Pertamina, we actually changing the way not doing business. We actually need, for the new renewable energy, we actually totally new for Pertamina, right?
Yeah.
So we engage our stakeholders, our customers different, right, than our oil and gas business from upstream to downstreams. Some of our customers are actually our own counterparty within Pertamina, some with the electricity companies, right? Some with the other captive customer that needs green renewable energy. So yeah, we are actively engaging into discussions, and I guess we also have few partners in executing the project. That's where we are. I mean, we don't have any issue of getting our customer to be engaged with us, because they're more demand than supply in terms of the renewable energy sources in Indonesia.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Pak Edward?
For Sampurna, we are actively actually engaging the customers and ask the customer to come to our site to see by themselves what's the difference between us and the rest of the manufacturers actually.
I see.
Because until now, I believe there's still some quote-unquote negative view on the timber industry in Indonesia. You know, so we always welcome them, and we also not just waiting for them to come. We also like, you know, when going to the US and talking to the customers directly and showing them the videos and everything that they can relate, you know, on this one. And also that we are trying also to engage more on the because our product is more B2B, so now we try to engage to the one that closer to the customers, so the message is easier, you know, to to be communicated to the customers and hopefully getting to our traditional customers. This one.
Yeah, thank you. Ibu Dian?
Thank you, Pak Adi. We also actively invite our stakeholder, our customer to visit our operation in Riau to see directly what we have been done there, and also we actively involved in the forum like this, whether it is at the local, national, or international level, to continue engaging with our stakeholder, including our customer. So to let them know what we have done so far related to our operation and our products.
Mm.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Ibu Dian. Pak Barry, would you like to join this discussion? How do you see that Indonesia, the Ministry of Trade, will communicate the new profile of Indonesia products, competitiveness in this sustainability era? How do you see that the Ministry of Trade also communicate the future of green products of Indonesia? Pak Barry, do you have the points?
Yeah, thank you. So actually, it's maybe for us, it's not about the communication, but actually, I think I have a few points that I want to bring up. I think
Yes,
seeing
please.
that, I think our corporate juggernauts here, like Pertamina, Sampurna, and April, have shown that they've started to sort of initiate their own programs, right? Working with the communities, reforestation, and also improving their efficiency within their operations. I think there are 3 points. So I think we should, as government, I think we should focus on quality, standard, and most importantly, incentives, right? Because for quality, I think we need to make sure that we improve our quality in our initiatives, whether it's in renewable energy, whether it's improving our efficiency in our industries, and in the production process of our products, and also quality in terms of our sort of forest restoration programs, right? And I think this, as one of the sort of largest, we've been blessed as being having one of the largest blue and green assets. I think we need to show to the world like how our approach would be better, right? It could be better.
Okay.
And then 2, in terms of standards, I think we need to create a more standardized process, whether it's in our accountability, in accounting for these sort of corporate approaches or corporate contributions, right? And also how we work together with the community and the government. So I think in order for us to scale up, I think this needs to go beyond voluntary action, right?
Okay.
But for us to be able to sort of do this at scale. And then 3, I think we need to focus more on incentives. I think a lot of times, I think we see this as sort of a responsibility or kind of a penalty, but I think we still need to speed up our action, so we need to focus on policies that are more incentive-based to actually drive our corporations to do better and to do more. I think that's all.
Yes, thank you, Pak Barry. So quality, standards, and incentive, yeah, much needed now. Yeah, thank you, Pak Barry, of this perspective. Considering the time, now I would like to invite the final statement from our panelists today. Pak Hanif, final statement from your side.
For Pertamina, decarbonization is a must, right? We are committed to reduce the carbon footprint of Pertamina, whilst we actually still supporting the economic growth. We have to balance, but this is something that is point of no return. and we are aggressively together with partners and together with others, business entity, to help ourselves and also help the government to achieve the commitment to become a net zero not later than 2060. Thank you, Pak.
Thank you. Pak Edward, your final statement.
For us, for Sampurna, we believe that community forest is actually one of the solutions for Indonesia timber industry in the futures, and to revitalize whatever that we lost in 2000 to 2010. I think we can become the biggest again in this field, as long as we are engaging more on the farmers, in the community forest, and and also all the women that actually abundance that can help the factories on every remote areas actually. So engaging the peoples and also the community forest is one of the way that we can revitalize our timber industry back actually.
Thank you. On community forest, yeah, Ibu Tian, your final statement.
Yeah, until 2030, now we are entering the decade of action. So we need to be able to work together hand in hand among stakeholders to achieve all of the target, the NDC target, as well as the net zero target. So no one left behind. So the government, the private sectors, NGOs, civil society, academics, community, everybody needs to be able to and willing to work hand in hand to achieve of those targets. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu Dian. Now I would like to conclude this session, if you allow me. And so that addressing climate change and biodiversity in a business way, yes, the business already laid out the program and the planning, and the government shows the positive support, yeah, and also the Parliament of Indonesia providing support. And we just reminded by the Ministry of Trade that quality matters still, yeah, quality matters, and also standards, because if we discuss about decarbonization, okay, how much carbon, how much, yeah, reduction, and so we need standards of methodology and measurement indicators and etc. And incentive, much needed right now, because we are driving the change, and the driving the change that we need the incentive, and everybody is here listening, and also our leaders, Pak Mohaimin from the Parliament, yeah, and also Pak Alu Dohong from the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, and all the stakeholders listening to this discussion. And yes, we are moving forward together. Collaboration is the key, and optimism is a must. With that, I would like to thank to all of the speakers and to His Excellencies for joining us, and all of our audience. Thank you so much. Over to you, Mbak Lia. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Nur Adi. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite all the speakers and the keynote speakers too to come forward to the stage to take some pictures. That's important. And thank you very much for the participants for joining. We will begin our next session in 20 minutes, so we have a break. Please feel free to get a coffee and snack outside, and feel free to join us again on our next session. So I would like to invite Bapak Mohaimin Iskandar, Pak Alu. Yeah, this is our mandatory picture session. Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much, Bapak and Ibu. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining. The one from Glasgow and also from Indonesia. And next, we are going to have the session on trade and market in fact. What is fact? Forest, agriculture, commodities, and trade. Soon in 10:40 Glasgow time. So it means 5:40 p.m. Indonesia time or Jakarta time, if I'm not mistaken. So see you again in 20 minutes. Yes, so ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Indonesia Pavilion COP26 in Glasgow. We will begin our next session in 18 minutes, so 10:40 Indonesia time. Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Indonesia Pavilion COP26 2021. We are about to begin our session in 4 minutes, which will discuss about trade and market in fact. What is fact? Forest, agriculture, commodities, and trade. So while waiting, please enjoy our coffee and snack, and you can bring it inside. That's fine. All right. See you very soon.
Hi.
Hello, good
Hi,
morning.
from
Good
Brussels.
afternoon.
Good morning. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening.
Hi.
Guten Morgen. Roy
Goedemorgen.
Mhm.
Pak Dupito. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon,
So,
Pak Iman.
yeah, thank you, Pak Dupito. So, Miss Yungi,
Hi.
how are you? So, Mr.
Oh.
Simon Sharpa, and then Mr. Sotirov, Professor Sotirov, Prof. Ahmad Maryudi, Pak Dupito, I'll become your moderator. Warm regard from Brussels.
Nice to meet you, Mr.
Nice to
Sir.
meet you. Selamat sore, Bapak.
Selamat sore.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Indonesia Pavilion COP26 2021. This is our second session on the first day of the second week, or the sixth day of the Indonesia Pavilion at COP Indonesia, COP26. And now we are ready to start our next session, which is about trade and market in fact, or forest, agriculture, commodities and trade, which will focus on the lesson learned from sustainable forest and agriculture commodities policy approach among producer and consumer countries. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome, take your seat. You can take the available seat over there. I know it's a limited seat, but this is will be streamed online. And hello for participants that are joining us online there. We are about to begin our session very shortly when everyone is comfortably seated right now. So this session will be particularly interesting because we're talking about important topics which Indonesia has co-chaired the fact dialogue, and then here we're going to talk about the lesson learned on it and how to implement it. And also interesting because our moderator will be joining us online. So this is a true hybrid program. And some of our speakers also will be joining online. So hopefully the technology is with us for this session. And without further ado, I would like to try to say hi to our moderator, Bapak Sulaiman Sharif, the DCM in Indonesian Embassy in Brussels. So he is joining from Brussels. So this is truly global event. Bapak Sulaiman, oh wow, halo Bapak.
Halo Ibu, good morning, selamat pagi, terima kasih.
Selamat pagi and then good afternoon, selamat sore for those of you who are joining from Indonesia, and good day or good evening to anywhere that is joining from the rest of the world. Bapak Sulaiman Sharif, you will be moderating this session. So the floor is yours, Bapak. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me to give a warm welcome to Bapak Sulaiman Sharif. Monggo, Bapak.
Thank you so much, Ibu. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all of you from Brussels. Excellencies, panelists, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sulaiman Sharif, Deputy Chief of Mission of the Indonesian Embassy in Brussels. I was a member of the Indonesian delegation to the negotiation of Indonesia-EU flag TVPA from 2007-2013. Indeed, it is a great honor for me to moderate this important session today with the topic Trade Market in Forest, Agriculture, Commodities and Trade, Lesson Learned from Sustainable Forests and Agricultural Commodities, Policy Approach among Producers and Consumer Countries. Allow me to bring my memories back in 2007, when for the first time I knew and dealt with flag TVPA issues. As a member of the Indonesian delegation to several rounds of negotiation, I noted the long journey and process which involved all stakeholders on board in the process, as well as hard work and close cooperation with the EU and UK. An open, transparent process, trust building through dialogue were both crucial to the VPA's multi-stakeholder approach. We were very proud of it. We conveyed this message to the European Parliament during the ratification process And finally, on 27 February 2014, the European Parliament gave its consent to the VPA with Indonesia. I would also like to take this opportunity to congratulate Ministry of Environment and Forestry and all Indonesian stakeholders for the launching of the new branding of SVLK on 4th November 2020. It shows Indonesia's strong commitment to ensure not only the legality, but also the sustainability of Indonesian timber and wood products. Allow me to quote President Joko Widodo's statement at the World Leaders Summit on Forest and Land Use on 2 November 2020 as follows. Sustainable forest management policies should combine environmental with economic and social consideration. Partnership with communities are also prioritized. Certification and production standards should be followed by market incentive in order to encourage sustainable forest management, not to become trade barrier. Certification methodologies and standards must be based on multilateral recognized parameters, not unilaterally imposed and arbitrary. Certification must be fair and just, so it has impact on welfare, especially for smallholders. Certification must also consider all aspects of the SDGs. Let's manage forests that is pro-environment, pro-development, and people-centered. This is the main goal of the Forest, Agriculture, and Community Trade Dialogue, which is co-chaired by UK and Indonesia, so that forests can be a sustainable solution for global climate action. So we will hear the views from our distinguished panelists today, which is, I think, will be very relevant to President Jokowi's statement. Before we start our session, allow me to explain the proceedings.
Sangat menarik sekali.
Online participants from around the world, including Jakarta and also in Indonesia Pavilion in Glasgow. We will have the Q&A session after the panelists finish with their presentation. For those of you who have any questions or comments, kindly write them in the chat box provided. May I kindly remind you to keep the questions and comments short, as direct as possible, and whether the question is addressed to a certain speaker. We will also provide simultaneous interpretation to Indonesian language, so kindly switch off your microphone during the session. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 6 prominent speakers in this session. Dr. Agus Justianto, Director General of Sustainable Forest Management, will join from Indonesian Pavilion in Glasgow. Mr. Simon Sarpe, Deputy Director, UK Cabinet Office, also will join from Indonesian Pavilion in Glasgow. Ms. Yang Yung Yi, Hard Work Committees of CPWPDA China, who will join from China. Mr. Methodi Sotirov, Associate Professor, Freiburg University, who will also join from Germany. Professor Ahmad Maryudi, Forestry Policy Expert, who will join from Indonesia, Yogyakarta, I think. And our last speaker, my dear colleague, Mr. Dupito Simamora, Executive Director of CPOXI, who will also join from Jakarta. Without further ado, I would like to invite Pak Agus Justianto to the stage. His topic is an overview of Indonesian experience in implementation of SVLK Flag VPA and Indonesia's stronger commitment to sustainability in promoting trade and market of forests and agricultural community. So I think SVLK Flag principles would be an example or a sensible starting point for our discussion today. Pak Agus, the floor is yours, Pak, for 8 minutes. Thank you.
SPLK and FLECTI VPA between Indonesia and AU are managed through the FLECTI VPOA institution, namely Joint Implementation Committee or GIC, Joint Expert Meeting or GEM, Periodic Evaluation and Impact Assessment. These institutions and mechanisms identify of any issue, monitor the development and measure the progress agreed by the parties. On the fourth action, referring to SPLK and FLECTI experience, we are in fact at the strengthen and broaden international market recognition to SPLK certified timber and wood products, and how market can and should give incentive needed within AU and UK and the other global market as well as domestic market. Next. In this diagram, you will see our years of experiences in working with the multi-stakeholders in Indonesia and with the international partners. Began with the global commitment to combat illegal logging through the Bali Declaration in 2000, supported by agreement on action with partner governments, that is the UK and AU. Through multi-stakeholder process, creation of SPLK system in 2009, and begin with a long discussion of what is legality. Negotiation and later in the year of 2013, the agreement with the AU on FLECTI Voluntary Partnership Agreement or VPA, voluntary but legally binding for the parties. In the year 2016, FLECTI license for timber products export to AU. This is the first and only FLECTI licensing country. Since the year 2013, we have managed series of GEM and GIC, as well as some periodic evaluation, OPE, and impact assessment, or IA, of the FLEG implementation. Issues were identified, progress were discussed and measured. Continued improvement on good forest governance and tackling illegal logging. Direct and indirectly contributes to the reductions of Indonesia deforestation rate, the lowest rate in our current history. Last week, at the COP26 in Glasgow, we have launched the new brand of SPLK Indonesia to show Indonesia commitment to sustainability, not only assuring legality and compliance, but also towards sustainability. Next. Finally, I would like to summarize the lesson from SPLK and FLECTI to the roadmap of FACT dialogue. That mandatory nationwide system should be encouraged under international partnerships. There are some important points to be noted, including the importance of legally binding agreements such as VPAs, supply chain control and verification compliance such as through SPLK, developed based on the multi-stakeholder process to assure participation, and there should be market incentive such as green land on FLECTI licensed timber product. This is still an issue to be improved in SPLK and or FLECTI. Monitoring and evaluation mechanism should not only for the producer country, but also for the consumer country to identify issues, promote solution, monitor progress and challenges, and measures achievement of improved condition. The challenge with FLECTI: there is not enough monitoring and evaluation in the consumer country. Here, we need to work further in the future to discuss if there are problems and inconsistency of the commitment and agreed for possible solutions. It is all about to continue journey to develop trade and market, to secure and grow market share for sustainability produce, forest and agriculture commodities, as the idea behind the development of FACT dialogue. We will continue to work post and beyond the COP 26. I thank you for your attention.
Agus, for your inspiring and also encouraging presentation. You mentioned an interesting point, such as the history of SPLK and its progress, the challenges, and the keyword also the need to further work together. So we will explore this later, maybe during our Q&A session. I noted that we also understood that we always mention about with or without FLEGT VPA, this is the Indonesian commitment. I thank you so much, Pa DG, Pa Agus. Now I will invite our second speaker, Mr. Simon Sharp, Deputy Director, UK Cabinet Office. I will seek your opinion on two issues, Mr. Simon. Before I pose my question, I invite you to the stage.
Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. So I have two questions. I would like to seek your opinion on two issues. First, how to support broader recognition of national system, in example, SPLK and ISPO from market perspective. And my second question is your thoughts on the overview of FACT dialogue and how it can promoting sustainable commodity market and trade. So the floor is yours, sir, for 8 minutes. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Dr. Sulaiman, and good morning, everyone. I want to start by saying thank you to Indonesia for your leadership and also your partnership. Indonesia's leadership in reducing deforestation has been really impressive over the last decade. I think it's achieved more than almost any other forested country. So that's a huge success, and it gives inspiration to people all over the world. The other thing to thank you for is your partnership in helping us start the forest agriculture and commodity trade dialogue and continue it over the year or more that we have done already. I think we heard on Saturday, on Nature Day at COP, we heard really strong welcome from many countries to this process, from Brazil, from Colombia, from Ghana, from the European Union. There was a great deal of support for this dialogue that we are running together, and for us it's an honor to be doing it in partnership with you. This really, for us, it fits in with the approach that as presidency to COP26 we're trying to take in each of the emitting sectors of the global economy. That reducing emissions cannot be a process of reducing our economic opportunities. It has to be one of growing those opportunities. The transition has to be towards greater prosperity and not less. And that's why the aims of the FACT dialogue are to protect forests while promoting development and trade. And we know that the countries that come to the table for this dialogue, they have many different interests and shared interests: economic growth, poverty reduction, food security, climate change, and biodiversity. And if we're going to advance any of those interests, we have to advance all of them together. I think it was really, really helpful just now to hear your summary, Pak Agus, of the FLEGT experience. I think we would share many of the lessons from it that you described, that it was really important to have legally binding measures. That's also what we hear from our own businesses that we talk to about making their supply chains more sustainable. Linked to that, as you said, you must have verification of compliance. Without that verification, you can't expect to have effectiveness. A multi-stakeholder approach as well, as you said, is critical. The role of business in helping us understand what can really shift their supply chains, and the role of civil society in monitoring its effectiveness. And finally, market incentives, as you mentioned, are absolutely critical here. We have data that shows the value of the international trade in forest risk commodities is about 100 times the scale of the finance that goes directly for protecting forests in the countries where they're most at risk. And so the incentives of that trade have to be aligned with sustainability for us to have any chance of keeping those forests standing. So we think the FLEGT experience has had some very significant successes. It established a very strong partnership between the EU and Indonesia, and it inspired similar measures to be taken by China, the United States, and Japan, which we think had really good results in removing illegal timber from global markets. But there are maybe two shortcomings, two areas where we need to go further. One is there's not yet been enough global recognition in consumer markets for those certified products, not enough to give them the real advantage that they deserve to enjoy. And the second is, of course, that globally forest loss is still happening at high levels, and we've not yet collectively solved that problem. So there are two conclusions that follow from that about where we need to go next. One is that we need to expand the coverage so that we're not only looking at timber, we're also dealing with other forest risk commodities like soy and palm oil, cocoa and beef. And the other is that this should not just be a bilateral process going forward, that if you want that strong market recognition, then you need more of the consumer countries involved. You need a critical mass. You need not just the European Union at the table, but America, China, and India, and other large consumers. So that was the vision that we had when we began on this FACT dialogue. And as we saw in the roadmap, there are now some critical steps going forward. One is to build a common understanding of what is sustainable. We've heard that Indonesian SVLK is starting point. If we start by trying to reach agreement among 196 countries, we'll probably make extremely slow progress. And then the risk is some of the countries involved in that will revert to unilateral approaches because they don't have the patience to wait. So we think that the best way forward is probably a plurilateral dialogue that eventually becomes a multilateral agreement. Now within this, there are some issues we'll have to consider over the next year as we go forward. One is, who decides? What does the decision-making process look like that decides whether something is recognized as sustainable or not? And linked to that, is there any sort of appeal process that goes with that decision? And then a third question is, how do you make it a dynamic process that improves over time? I think Pak Agus referred to that in talking about SVLK. and we should consider that under FACT as well. And then a fourth point is, how do we make this fit together with the other elements of the FACT dialogue? Everybody, I think, recognizes strongly that each of these elements only works in combination with the others. So certification will only work if it's accompanied by strong transparency and traceability, and that needs to go all the way from production to final consumption. Will raise their productivity and meet standards that global markets are prepared to reward. So that is an absolutely central element of the dialogue going forward. So to conclude, I'd just stress how important it is to have sustained collaboration. We saw there that the process on SVLK and FLEGT, you can chart it back to 20 years ago when some of the crucial steps were taken. Now, we also need to be acting with the 20-year vision. In fact, on Tuesday at the World Leaders Summit, the global declaration aiming to halt and reverse forest loss by 2030. Sustained collaboration that gets us towards that. Not just a one-off meeting here or there, but a really sustained process to build trust and take action. So we're delighted that we have begun that process. We've begun it with Indonesia as a crucially important partner and friend. We look forward to working with you over the coming years. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sharp, for your interesting views and also update. I noted that you mentioned about the need to expand the coverage, about the approach you mentioned about bilateral, plurilateral, multilateral. So it's very interesting views. And also you mentioned about the sustained collaboration. So we will explore this later, maybe during our Q&A session. Thank you so much. Now, let me invite our third speaker, who will join from China, Ms. Yang Jung-Yi. So I also have two questions for you. First, about China as one of major market for forest and agricultural commodity trade. And my second question is about China's position in the context of sustainable forest and agriculture community. So the screen is yours for 8 minutes, Ms. Jung-Yi. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Hi.
Yeah.
I think you can hear me. Thank you. Sorry. Thanks. And I am very honored to be here to present our views about the market of forest products trade here. As you know, now China has become the world's largest processing and traders, and also we are one of the largest consumers of timber and wood products after more than 14 years of reform and opening up. According to our data in 2020, the output value of China's timber industry exceeded 2 trillion Chinese yuan, and our consumption reached 516 million cubic meters, and the annual trade volume of commercial wood exceeded 200 million cubic meters. The total import and the export trade volume was 56 billion US dollars. So you can see that the sustainable development of China's timber industry makes a very important contribution to the global trade of timber and wood products. We have a population of 1.4 billion people, and they provide endless business opportunities for the global forest and timber industry. And second, there is a change of the we have established a business relationship in forest industry with more than 100 countries. If we date back to 2007, the main sources of China's timber were Russia, Malaysia, Papua New Guinea, United States, and Canada. And the main export destinations were the US, Japan, and the European Union. After more than a decade of development, we have established trade and investment relations with more than 100 countries, and we gradually building up a network of contacts and cooperation across 4 continents, and with major timber producing and consuming countries around the world. And the third is that we never stopped planting trees in the past few decades. So now we have the largest plantation of forestry in the world. In 2013, forest area reached to 220 million hectares, and the forest stock volume was almost 18 billion cubic meters. So the coverage rate is increased to 12% in the early 1980s to the current 26%, and the green ratio of open built-up areas has increased from 10% to 41%. Thank you. And then comes to our position in the context of sustainability of forest products trade. Sorry, I can only talk about forest products because of my background. As you know, as a green material that can store carbon and also renewable, recyclable, timber is receiving more and more attention from the international community. Timber utilization has a role in responding climate change, and timber buildings are recognized as forests in the cities. The use of timber energies is considered to play a great role in achieving a low carbon society. So, China, our government upholds the vision of innovative, coordinated, green, open, and shared development. In 2020, we announced the new NDC targets and measures, and we are aimed to peak carbon dioxide emissions before 2013 and achieve carbon neutrality before 2016. So to lower its carbon intensity by over 65% by 2013 from the 2005 level. And we also need to increase the forest stock volume by 2 million cubic meters by 2013. The 2005 level. So you know that the market is the fundamental driver of economic development, and the sustainable development of trade in timber and wood products is of great significance in promoting forest cultivation and the timber processing and application, as well as growth of smallholders economy and the rural employment and poverty elimination. The process of international cooperation in China's timber and wood products industry began in 1981. So we are increasingly aware that enhancing the development of sustainable timber and wood products trade requires more cooperation upstreams and downstreams of globally supply chain and strengthens the cooperation in global sustainable supply chain management, so as to achieve information sharing, mutual recognition of standards, and we also need to establish stable trade and investment relationships for mutual benefit and vivid results. You know that climate change is one of the greatest global challenges facing humanity today, and we have a responsibility to practice green development and sustainable development. And our association, we sincerely hopes to work hand in hand with countries around the world to open up communication and make a great contribution to jointly promote the cultivation of global forest resources, the development of sustainable forestry industry, and to reduce poverty and to promote global sustainable supply chain development. We believe that by establishing a smooth information exchange and the data sharing mechanism, we can better guide the business behaviors of enterprises and provide information and intellectual support to carry out mutual cooperation by establishing a compliance list with trust and recognition. We encourage member enterprises to establish partnership with suppliers of best practice and form the extreme clearing efforts. And you know, the purpose of the business is to make profit. And the desire of community people is to improve their living conditions. So we hope to explore a win-win model of business benefit and sustainable concepts and attract more and more.
Excuse me, 1 minute, Miss Yongi.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we hope to attract more and more enterprises, not only Chinese companies, but also international companies to practice sustainable development. We hope to establish a communication platform for sustainable hardwood and provide a channel for information exchange and business communication. So we dropped a checklist to encourage African suppliers to promote the how to say to provide guidelines for member companies to establish partnership with the African peoples. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much for the update and also sharing with us the China's vision and innovative, coordinated, green and open, as well as shared development. You also mentioned about the launching of the NDC's target and also about the partnership. So thank you so much for the presentation. Now, just as kind of a reminder for those of you who would like to pose a question or comment, we already provided a chat box. Please make it in short. Now I will invite our fourth speaker, Professor Metodi Sotirov. Like the previous speakers, I would also like to see your views on two things, Professor. First, about the future of EU policy on community sustainable trade. This is very interesting, I think. So we will listen very carefully on this. And then the second one about the EU's obligation to fulfill the FLEGT VPA and how to make it stronger. So this is two issues that will be very interesting. We will follow you very closely. And then the screen is yours, Professor, for 8 minutes.
Afternoon to all of you who are participating in the COP26 conference in online or in present format. So it's really my pleasure to be able to speak to all of you. So I jump directly on addressing the two requests by our chairman. And I'm really glad to be able to share with you my own experience on both topics. So the first is the new emerging EU policy on zero deforestation supply chains, and the second goes back to actually to the basics, to the FLECT action plan of the EU. I believe some of the previous speakers have really kind of sketched out bits the experience, at least from UK's and Indonesian perspective. So let me probably begin with the second question. So what can be probably learned so far with the implementation or from the implementation of the EU FLECT action plan? And so probably that basically the EU was among the first regions in the world working together with Indonesia and with some other producing countries to come up and adopt a very innovative policy against illegal logging and international trade in illegal timber. And this policy is based on the so-called EU Forest Law Enforcement Governance and Trade Action Plan, in short, FLECT, which basically introduced two sets of measures. One is the FLECT Voluntary Partnership Agreement measure, to which luckily Indonesia joins successfully after years of very important and successful negotiations with the European Union. The previous speakers already spoke about that. And the second important policy instrument that the European Union has introduced and implemented for 10 years now is the EU timber regulation. This is on the demand side, and basically important lessons can be learned from the experience with implementing both instruments. So probably in essence, one can say that basically, yes, FLECT VPAs take long time to be negotiated and to be implemented. And they are really important questions that need to be addressed, that really take the time of the involved actors. On the good side, one can say that basically it's really a very participatory, very democratic process where both demand side and supply side countries and regions take part, where not only state but also non-state actors take part. And basically there is possibility really to work towards mutual agreements and that are customized to the national needs but still meet international or European standards of legal and almost, one could say, also sustainable timber. The second instrument, the EU timber regulation, has been kind of introduced in order to complement, in order to bridge some gaps with the FLECT VPA implementation and actually change the approach, actually from the demands, from the supply side to the demand side. Responsibilities were shifted, and for 10 years now, European companies have the main responsibility to well, collect information, assess and mitigate and well, the risk of implementing illegally sourced timber, and to do everything in their powers in order to avoid, the placing of illegally sourced timber and timber products on the EU market. And well, the implementation of the EU timber regulation has been a challenging endeavor with good and bad examples. It took a lot of time for EU member states in order to understand well, the particular needs and the particular well, solutions, how to put in force this EU timber regulation, because there has been and there are still some unclarities on some key provisions. And basically, there was really a need for for member states, for state authorities, but also non-state authorities to learn, to exchange experience and understand how they should really better implement the EU timber regulation. And we know that the implementation has been quite uneven, that some member states have been leading the implementation, putting a lot higher standards and enforcing the EU timber regulation the way that it should be. And in parallel, some other member states have been lagging behind and not really doing a good job there. And we learned that basically this kind of created some disincentives or some incentives for policy market leakage effects to some really incoherent implementation. Learning from all this experience and really on the top of that, recognizing that, basically deforestation, forest degradation in tropical countries has been driven not only by illegal logging and trade in illegally sourced timber, but mainly so by the unsustainable or illegal production of forest risk agricultural commodities like palm oil, soy, beef, and some other important commodities. The EU learned a lot again and has considered implementing and introducing a new regulation on zero deforestation supply chains. So this is now in the making. And I learned that in something like in 2 weeks, the European Union is going to present its new regulation on zero deforestation supply chains that basically will follow, to my understanding, the EU timber regulation approach, and basically will expand the scope from timber products to those forest risk agricultural commodities. Now, this actually poses important questions in terms of already existing agreements between the EU and Indonesia, for example, in the context of the EU-Indonesian FLECT VPA approach, because basically the EU committed to actually not only to support Indonesia through bilateral cooperation exchange, through financial incentives in order for Indonesia to set up its national control system, the timber legality system, but it also committed to further support and increase the demand, the market demand for FLECT licensed timber, basically. That Indonesia luckily is capable to ship on the EU market. So another important commitment of the EU arising from the EU-Indonesian FLECT VPA agreement is that not only the market demands, the EU market demand for legal and FLECT licensed timber from Indonesia in this case needs to be supported, but also the perception of such kind of FLECT licensed timber needs to be improved, and the EU has committed to take proactive action here to support further public and private procurement policies that should further support the greater uptake of FLECT licensed timber. Now, in the context of this new emerging EU regulation on zero deforestation policies, taking the fact that there is also the EU timber regulation, recognizes some debates, some controversies around the role of third-party certification, like forest certification, etc., in implementing the EU timber regulation. And timber products is secured and further developed. So I stop here and would like to thank you again for this opportunity to be together with you, and of course remain at your disposal for further discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Sotiro, for your insight, your views and update. And also thank you for being honest with us. You mentioned about the EUTR and the challenging in its implementation in the member states. I think we have an experience, we face that problem. And then also you mentioned about the new regulation that will be introduced maybe in 2 weeks. I think this is also important development on deforestation-free supply chains. And also one point you mentioned about the Article 13 of the market incentive. I think though this is later, maybe we could discuss during the Q&A session. Thank you for that. And ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, so far we have heard views from 4 our distinguished panelists. And now I would like to invite our 5th speaker, Professor Ahmad Maryudi, who will join us from Yogyakarta. Professor, and then allow me also to seek your views on 2 issues. First, as a market countries, where do non-EU countries stand in the context of sustainability? And my second question about the exploring of the possibility of collaboration between producer and consumer countries. The screen is yours, Professor, for 8 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman, for giving me the opportunity to speak here. Before answering your question, let me underline some lesson that I learned from the FLEXT action plan on in the Indonesian case of SVLK. So, despite the narrow focus on legality, timber legality verification is often seen as a fundamental platform for achieving forest sustainability. So, and this is the main reason for the implementation of FLEXT initiative in a way that sustainability is not straightforward. So, thus addressing some key issues like illegality may help to achieve the sustainability. So the link between timber legality and sustainability has also been said earlier by Pak Agus. He gives the experience of Indonesia, the Indonesian timber legality verification system, that SVLK has 2 sets of standards. The first is the legality itself, and the second is the sustainability standards. So in the case of Indonesia, forest concessions applying for new timber legality certificate, they are also obliged to proceed with sustainability certification. Considering this, I think ensuring legality can still be regarded as significant for our effort to achieve sustainability. By saying this, I would like to underline that effort for timber legality should not be undervalued for the reason of their narrow focus on legality, instead of the broader context of sustainability covering a wide range of environmental, social, and economic issues. On the contrary, timber legality should be further enhanced, including providing concrete rewards. This is, I think, a crucial issue for enhancing the role of legality verification as a foundation for forest sustainability. At this moment, I see such reward remain unclear or are not strongly showing. There are several factors explaining this, I think. Earlier, Professor Satirab mentioned about the legality leakage, that some EU countries maybe had some poor experience regarding the implementation of AUTR. I do agree that this reduced the incentive for countries like Indonesia that have implemented legality to implement the legality verification. Secondly, from the perspective of producer countries, it is also important to understand dynamics in the markets. For instance, the shift of concern from legality to sustainability. This is also mentioned by Professor Satira with the new emerging policy regarding zero deforestation. Several non-EU countries have also issued more stringent regulation for promoting sustainability or prohibiting the entrance of illegal timber. US, Australia, Japan, Korea, and recently China. I think it is a good opportunity for countries like Indonesia to take an advantage from this policy. Nonetheless, it is important to underline the difference of regulation across countries, I think, and also the difference of the level of enforcement due to the country-wide status, the different structure of the timber industry, I mean export and import at the level of environmental movement in those countries. For instance, the government of Japan more encouraged the trade of sustainable timber product instead of prohibition of trade of illegal timber. So this is different. The notion is different. Like what is happening like in the US or in Korea, which they emphasize on the prohibition of the illegal timber. So this has some implication for the exploration of possible collaboration between producer and consumer countries. For countries that have implemented timber legality policy, like the US, G2G collaboration could be more promising to be explored with countries with strong enforcement of legality policy. But business-to-business collaboration could be a key to be made with operator like in Japan and in China. So we have to think differently what happened in different countries. Other potential may include more customized collaboration, such as producer-producer co-certification or producer-consumer certification collaboration, like under the ITTO. Another potential collaboration might be a single collaboration for different forest products, including commodities from agroforestry like coffee and rubbers. So this is what I think could be explored further in the next years. So this is all from my side, Chairman. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Mariudi, for sharing with us your interesting views. I noted that you highlight on the link between timber legality and sustainability standards. Efforts for timber legality should not be undervalued. And then you mentioned about the reward for timber legality, in which so far is not clear. And then important to understand the market dynamic. You mentioned also about the different regulation, the level of enforcement, and also the importance of collaboration. Also, in short, I think I would like also to stress about the importance of MRA. I think Prof. Mariudi already mentioned on the MRA. I think so. We will elaborate more maybe during our Q&A session. Thank you for that, Professor Mariudi. Finally, we have our last speaker, my dear colleague, Pak Dupito Simamora. So, Pak Dupito, please tell me your views about first, Indonesian sustainable palm oil, its implementation and lesson learned to achieve oil palm sustainability target. And what does ISPO mean for Indonesia? Since we already talked about the certification before, and also I already mentioned it in my opening remarks about the certification. So, Pak Dupito, I repeat once again my question: what does ISPO mean for Indonesia? And can you explain us about the progress ISPO has achieved and the next step? So this is my first question, Pak Dupito, and then I will come also with some question after your explanation. The screen is yours, Pak Dupito, for 4 minutes. We can't hear you, Pak Dupito.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. Before responding to the question posed by Mr. Sulaiman Sarif, I should start by highlighting the remarkable progress made by Indonesia in halting deforestation and achieving the lowest record of wildfires in 2020. Significant achievements that cannot be disregarded by the international community. Participants, as the world's biggest producer, consumer, and exporter of palm oil, it is incumbent on Indonesia, of course, to shoulder greater responsibility for palm oil sustainability. This all has been developed over the past 10 years, an unbroken promise and commitment of Indonesia in safeguarding the sustainability of the palm oil industry. Sustainability, however, should encompass the three pillars of planet, prosperity, and people. None of the three P's is primus inter pares, and thus must be addressed equally or in a balanced manner. Let's also be clear, sustainability is not an absolute concept that should happen right now at this very moment. It is a process and always open for improvement. In short, I can say, Mr. Iman, ISPO means that Indonesia leads by example on sustainable palm oil. On your second question, perhaps, as we know that ISPO is a government-driven certification with its 7 principles. So we can say that ISPO is the guardian of sustainability of the sector in Indonesia. It is mandatory for all plantation types, for smallholders, to state-owned, and also to private ones. And we know that certifying 16.3 million plus hectares of plantations all over the country is not an easy job. But today, almost 6 million hectares and more than 13 million metric tons of CPO have been ISPO certified. As always, and as it should be, special consideration should be given to smallholders. ISPO will be binding for farmers starting from 2025, as there are a lot to address, such as land legality and the complex certification process. And at the same time, the government also assists smallholders in replanting program. So by adopting this approach, we do expect higher productivity without land expansion, and as a result, better income and livelihoods for farmers. Part of the work in progress, 3 derivative regulations, including downstream industry, are in the pipeline. And ISPO is expected to certify downstream products too, perhaps in the near future. Thank you, Pak Iman. That is perhaps my answer to your 2 questions.
Yeah, thank you, Pak Dupito. Before I continue with my second question, so I noted that you mentioned about the sustainability of Indonesian palm oil industries, about the importance of holistic approach in short, and also about the special consideration for smallholders. My second question, Pak Dupito, about the CPOCC and sustainable palm oil, the commitment, the strategy, and the way forward. So does sustainability matter for CPOCC? If yes, please share the views from within the organization. And if palm oil is to lead on sustainability, what is the roadmap ahead? And is there any possible collaboration between CPOCC with other international organizations, Pak Dupito? So the screen is yours for 4 minutes, Pak Dupito.
Thank you for that very good questions, Sarif. But let me highlight 2 important points. I believe that it is time for consuming countries and producers of other vegetable oils, especially the EU, to partner with palm oil producing countries in seeking mutual recognition agreement for common sustainability standard, promote joint research and awareness of vegetable oil contribution to SDGs, and at the same time also strengthen the capacity for smallholders. And then perhaps, our expectation from our trading partners, including the EU, they are expected to be more open to dialogue with palm oil producing countries and to abandon their unilateral approach. Now, responding to your two questions, absolutely yes. It is not a coincidence that both member countries of CPOPC are not only the two biggest producing countries, but also pioneers in developing mandatory national schemes. It is necessary to reach a global consensus on what sustainable vegetable oil is. Again, holistic and equal treatment of the three Ps, the three pillars of sustainability is a must. Without repeating our arguments, it is thus clear why we strongly object to the discriminatory regulations such as the EU's ILUC criteria. In executing its mandate, CPOPC is to inspire and lead all palm oil producing countries to adopt standards of sustainability. And for that purpose, CPOPC has developed a global framework of principles on sustainable palm oil. The global framework is not meant to be a new certification scheme, but it serves a common reference in ensuring oil is produced and traded and consumed in a sustainable way. The global framework is not only meant for palm oil, but a global reference for developing one common standard for all vegetable oils. This framework is also applicable to other edible oils. All oils must be equally scrutinized on sustainability by applying the same standard based on the SDGs. The way forward, of course, is not competition, but partnership and synergy of vegetable oils in meeting the increasing demand for edible oil worldwide. That is why, in my opinion, the global framework for all oils is needed. And as we all know, the UN is the guardian of MDGs, SDGs, and future development goals post-SDGs. So this global framework can serve as a crucial step in establishing one global standard for all vegetable oils. Distinguished participants, with global demand for vegetable oil growing, facilitating the transition towards net zero palm oil production will be key to ensuring the attainment of UN SDGs as well as contributing to global action on climate crisis. Compared with other oils, sustainable palm oil is in a much better position to attain net zero production. Perhaps that is my contribution to our discussion today, Mr. Chair. Thank you all, and special thanks to our moderator. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Dupito, for your interesting views. You mentioned about the MRA, about the joint research, the importance of dialogue, three pillars of sustainability, the SDGs, the global framework of sustainable palm oils, already issued by the CPOPC, and also the importance of the same standard for all vegetable oils. I think we noted your statement. Thank you for that. Excellencies, panelists, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, now we have come to the Q&A session. So I will check in the chat box, is there any comment or question? If none, I think it's already clear, mentioned by all speakers about their views, their opinion. If you allow me, we should end our discussion. I think our very interesting session need to be concluded now, but based on my notes, our magic words that are key takeaways from these sessions are, of course, the political will, the mutual respect, the importance of collaboration and cooperation, and forest management must combine environmental, economic, and social aspects. And I think once again, I would like to thank you, our distinguished panelists, and all of you for your contribution to our discussion. Allow me to end our discussion, or maybe Pak DG, Pak Agus, you would like to say something, Pak Agus, or final word from every speaker? Pak DG, you would like to mention something, Pak?
Thank you, moderator. Yeah, I would like to make a statement that this forum is very important to be continued, especially dealing with the controlling the climate change. As you know that all of the product commodities have already discussed, especially with the system. So we do hope that our effort to continue, especially the sustainability, can also contribute to the controlling the climate change. I thank you, Pak Sulaiman Sarif.
Thank you, Pak DG, Pak Agus, for your closing remarks. Once again, thank you for our distinguished panelists and all of you for your contribution to our interesting discussion today. Stay safe, stay healthy, and warm regard from Brussels. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow. Thank you so much, Pak Sulaiman Syarif, for the wonderful sharing of this session. Indeed, this hybrid event is great. We can have all the speakers come forward. But before we finish, I would like to invite the speakers that are here today to take picture, hybrid picture too. So online and offline. So Kak Dino, if you could please, still here. Okay, wonderful. So maybe Pak Agus will be a little bit in the side. This is called hybrid picture. Yeah, as if everyone is here. All right, wonderful. All right, thank you so much, and please give warm applause one more time for our panelists and speakers. Now we're going to have a break for 15 minutes. We will be back at 12 for our next session about the Article 6 policy options for Indonesia, opportunities and challenges. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for tuning in, both offline here and then also online. Please now feel free to get a cup of coffee and then snacks, and hopefully see you soon again in 12. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Sutirov, Pak Yungyi,
Thank you so much.
Pak Dukito, Pak Digi, Pak Maryudi.
Let's keep in
Bye.
touch. Thank you. All the best.
All the best. Mr. Sharko, thank you. Mr. Simon, thank you so much. Bye.
So we have Dida as the other ministry member joining online.
Yeah.
Okay? Right, and then let me
to compare this with the international context of how Article 6 might take off and support climate action in both developing and developed countries. So with that introduction, can I introduce our first and keynote speaker, which I'm told is not Mr. Monti Giriana as was in the program, but Pakdida from the same ministry, who will present his keynote remotely. So can we have our keynote speaker on the screen, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Frank Ribbersman. Good afternoon, everyone in Glasgow. First of all, I would like to convey.
I can, of course, keep talking as a moderator, but I can't make the magic happen on the screen. So I can fill the gaps, if you like. I'm sure we have a lot of knowledgeable people related either with questions on Article 6 or with experience to share. So at the end, we will have a bit of Q&A, presuming we have time for that, and we'll give you a chance to enter in the discussion. But in the meantime, if whoever is possible or responsible for the technology can... Yes, I think we're going. So over to our keynote speaker. We were almost there.
My sound?
There you go. Over to you, sir. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Frank Ribbersman. Can you hear me?
So we have vision but not sound, which is pretty typical here in COP. You can see a lot of things happening, but you're not always sure what you're exactly hearing.
Can you hear me? Check.
Can we
check
start
sound.
some volume?
Test, test. Can you hear me? Check, sound.
Well, go ahead. Let's start the video and let's have our keynote speech. I can't
Okay,
push.
can you hear me?
Can you hear something? I can't hear a thing. Way louder if you can. Zip with the volume.
Check sound. Can you hear me? Yes.
Okay, you can hear there? Maybe you need to sit here.
Okay. Somebody tell me that my voice can be heard.
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Frank Ribbersman. Everyone in Glasgow, my colleague Pak Gus, Pak Wahyu, and from Morocco. First of all, I would like to convey apologize from Pak Monti Giriana, the Minister of State-Owned Enterprise, Research and Innovation, because he represents Pak Menko in Dubai to attend some agenda. Allow me to read his speech. Good afternoon. On behalf of the government of Indonesia, please accept our warm welcome and sincere thanks for joining us in the Indonesia Pavilion at 26. Thanks to the Institute for the support for Indonesia in elaborating their efforts in obtaining policy-based Article 6 opportunities and particularly hosting this event. Gentlemen, for the last 2 years, we have pandemic of COVID-19 and has put pressure to our life. It has pressure to a number of our economic sectors, health sectors, and social and our livelihood. All of this ultimately resulted in economic disturbance. We have a brief economic recession in the second quarter of last year. Contractions only began to reside in the next quarter and begin to improve in the first quarter of this year. That we are very fortunate that as we see the improvement continues in the quarter and our economic growth reached 2.07% year on year. Of course, is very pleasing, but maintaining this momentum is very much important. Then enacted the National Economy Recovery Program. Transformation is very essential. It will bring many effects in the long term, affecting our climate target and the growth of various development sectors. Our economic transformation into greener, low carbon economy goes beyond 2030. Aiming to be net zero emission in 2060 or sooner. We are preparing all necessary legislation and relevant policies and programs to get there. The pandemic has been teaching us the importance of innovation and, of course, much more collaboration. Ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia has been honored to be a member of the G20 and is committed to deliver prosperity to its citizens and the global community. Being part of the G20 means that as one of the large economies, and also one of the large emitter of greenhouse gases. At the same time, Indonesia is also very vulnerable to the impact of global climate change, such as increased sea levels and extreme weather conditions. Economic development while addressing the climate challenges and contributing to global climate goals is challenges for policymakers. Following this, Indonesia has ratified the Paris Agreement and is committed to reducing emission by 29% and 41% with the national support. Through our NDC, we are committed to implement strategies in multiple sectors, including agriculture, forestry, energy, waste, and industry. NDC target Indonesia has incorporated strategies to address climate change into the current national medium-term development plan, effect until 2000. Under National Priority 6, Indonesia pledged to improve environmental quality, enhance disaster and climate change resilience, and implement low-carbon development. We are confident that these strategies will accelerate Indonesia's efforts in fulfilling our NDC targets, while at the same time foster economic growth. Achieving the NDC targets, Indonesia is estimated to require approximately 700 trillion Indonesian rupiah, or equivalent to $3 billion. Indonesia will require 300 or $34 million every year. Of this estimate dedicated to strategies in the energy sectors amounts to almost 93% of the total financing needs. This is a significant amount of financing, particularly at the time where Indonesia is still recovering from the impacts of pandemic. Regulation on carbon pricing framework and carbon tax are being set in place. I'm sure my colleagues will discuss more in detail. For us, in particular to my ministry, carbon pricing is seen as a tool to foster innovation, technology, capacity building, and finance. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a consensus globally that NDCs only cover 1/3 what is necessary to achieve the 2 degrees Celsius target. Therefore, it is of utmost importance for us to increase our ambition effort to provide the means to achieve that. Fortunately, Article 6 of the Paris Agreement will provide us the means to such purpose. Still waiting the result of this Article 6 in this but while still waiting, we are exercising Indonesia with the support of Triple GI Global Green Growth Institute is currently exploring under the program designing policy goals or DAPA. By opportunities to further increase our climate emissions, simultaneously provide additional financing to galvanize our emission reduction effort. Done by investigating policies in different sectors with potential mitigation of outcomes to be traded internationally. Such transaction under this program will be one of the first successful transaction in the world, allowing Indonesia to be one of the pioneers in designing transformative and scalable climate action. The objective of the DAPA program is to design policy approach to generate ITMOS and prepare Indonesia to lead bilateral negotiation. Hopefully, my colleague from Triple GI can detail about the DAPA. We have two options for exercising Article 6. System, and the second one is solar PV development. Yes, in the power generation subsector, targets coal-fired power plant to increase energy efficiency of such plants, reduce gas emission, and accelerate renewable energy development. Ladies and gentlemen, with the DAPA program, I am optimistic that Indonesia will be able to contribute to the development of the much-awaited Article 6 rulebook. I think it's important enabler for us to reach Paris Agreement targets. I look forward to continue working with building our capacity and readiness to implement Article 6 to deliver benefit for all of us. I look forward to the discussion. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Did you finish? Yes? Thank you very much, Padida, for that interesting overview of Indonesia's preparation for Article 6 and carbon trading. And I think you ended with an interesting slide to show that, yes, carbon trading, Article 6, potentially can be an instrument to reduce coal-fired power generation and accelerate renewable energy. If that is the effect it has, I think a lot of people would be in favor of it. So I think here we have a number of speakers who can, in our panel, who can give us a bit more detail. And after that we can have some question and answer as well. So who will be first? Pakus, will you be the next one to give us your first intervention, please?
Thank you, the moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to present about the carbon pricing in Indonesia regarding the Article 6. Could you please, organizer, I would like to talk about the attracting investment for Indonesia's future. Indonesia currently long-term development plan envision a sustainable economic growth. The current 5 years national medium-term development plan sets low carbon targets. To fulfill such target and future ones, significant investment is necessary. International carbon trade could provide the opportunity of additional financing for this purpose. To enable this, the government of Indonesia has been developing a regulatory framework. Next. Sorry. We have already targeted the NDC. Maybe my colleagues from Ministry for Environment, Pak Wahyu, will explain more about this. That we have already as well submitted the updated NDC. But still, for the unconditional NDC, about 29%, and for the conditional one, 41%. Regarding the carbon pricing regulations, we have already launching the President Decree on carbon pricing, President Decree numbers 98 2021. So it is just maybe several weeks ago. And then carbon pricing can be a powerful level to greatly increase ambition on tackling climate change. The carbon pricing regulation will regulate matters related to, among others, guidelines and plans for carbon trading, carbon offset, and carbon markets. Overview about the carbon pricing regulations. Presidential regulation that establish the national framework in implementing NDC and utilizing carbon pricing instruments. This regulation will trigger the development of emission trading system, carbon offset mechanisms, carbon cap and tax instruments, and research-based payment mechanism in Indonesia. This regulation also provides corrective measure and clarity for carbon project developers and stakeholders of existing and upcoming international carbon markets. And then for the project implementation of the carbon economic value, Indonesia has experience in several projects related to the implementation of the carbon economic value, namely the Clean Development Mechanism, CDM, Joint Credit Mechanism, GCM, and Verified Carbon Standards, PCS projects, which resulted in a reduction in carbon dioxide emission of up to about the 46 million tons of CO2 equivalents. And then the Green Climate Funds and the Forest Carbon Partnership Facility approved research-based payment RBP REDD+. Valuation of the carbon pricing. The implementation of the carbon pricing will be carried out in all sectors covered by the NDC: energy, waste, industrial, agriculture, forestry, and other sectors. And recently, maybe in the sector of ocean regarding the blue carbon. Mitigation and adaptation sectors. We are mitigating, and the action plan will be implemented through the following stage: GHG emission inventory, and then preparation and determination of GHG emission baseline, and then setting the targets and climate change mitigation action plan. And as for the adaptation sector, the implementation of the achievement of the NDC targets through climate change adaptation is carried out for increasing climate change adaptation capacity, reduce the level of vulnerability, opportunities for climate change, and reduce potential loss and damage due to climate change. The implementation is applied in various fields, including the blue carbon. As for the blue carbons in Indonesia, we are having the blue carbon ecosystem of mangrove, 3.3 million hectares, and seagrass, about 3 million hectares. And also Indonesia blue carbon ecosystems holds around maybe 70% of the world's carbon credits. As well, for the Indonesia has program to rehabilitate 600,000 hectares of critical mangroves areas in Indonesia. And then the potential of below ground of mangroves could be capitalized and need MRV to be developed. This is the challenge for Indonesia, especially the last ones, the last sentence. And then for the international carbon trade under Article 6. Article 6, cooperative approach as a direct channel of carbon finance for the governments. The necessary infrastructure is being developed, such as Indonesia has already developed the Indonesian Environmental Fund, BPDLH, and then policy-based international carbon trade lay out the opportunity to move from small and medium-scale projects to transformative solutions. Greater impact in emission reduction and social and economic development. And then for the domestic experience in carbon trade, Indonesia has accumulated experience in its domestic markets. Recently, the emission trading system, ETS, program for the power generation subsector has completed in its piloting phase. And then this provides Indonesia with lesson learned from international carbon trade under Article 6.4 and defining national conditions as potential buyers and sellers. Any carbon transaction will be aligned with national priorities and directed to promote Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. This is the steering committee under the new regulation on presidential decree that under our coordination, we having line ministries in here. The past chairman coordinating Ministry for Economic and the members Ministry for Home Affairs, Finance, Environment as well until 13 ministries. And then for the last, the presidential regulation also established institutional frameworks where the coordinating Ministry for Maritime and Investment Affairs will oversee the NDC implementation together with the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, with a steering committee of national climate action to provide policy direction for ministries, ensure that the national strategy towards international climate change cooperation can increase investment, technology transfer, and capacity building in low emission development activities. Thank you. That's all what I would like to present.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was very helpful. So between the speeches of Padida and Pakus, I think we're beginning to get a good overview of the homework, the presidential decree that is being put in place, the preparation for Indonesia. You have seen there is some CDM experience. Of course, you saw some very low prices like 35 cents and $2 or $3 per ton. So we're definitely hoping that the new market will come up with very different prices and therefore a lot more benefit and a lot more interest for Indonesia as well. Well, you saw that there is a steering committee with I think at least 13 agencies. We don't have all 13 agencies speak today, but we have one third speaker explaining the perspective of one more ministry. Please, can you come and have your speech, and then we'll turn to Morocco. Please, go ahead. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Very good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and speakers. Firstly, I would like to thank to Padida that already explained everything about the concept and policy, and also Pak Kus here already explaining and mentioned about the presidential decree in the concept. And I would like only a few points to add to confirm and to encourage in our side in Indonesia in order how we implement the presidential decree in the future. This is very important actually, and I would like to thanks to having me here to highlight some point that may important for us to exploring the thing related to Article 6, and we do in a harmonizing and coordinating among ministries and stakeholders in Indonesia. And today, with this modality, actually, we will use to achieve some target and progress at COP26. Yeah, we know that regarding Article 6, we're still struggling to fight together and to confirm everything smoothly and try to finish in the COP26. Despite many development challenges and being aware of high climate change vulnerability, of course, Indonesia has constantly increased its mitigation ambition. We bring some example, for example, which indicated a strong commitment from Indonesian government. Indonesia already explained by Pak Dida has submitted updated NDC and LTS and LCCR document on July 2021. And just 2 days before we come to COP26, President signed presidential regulation on carbon pricing. This is working to put a strong legal framework in a place, allowing an increasing flow of investment to fight climate change in Indonesia. We want also to be acknowledged for this effort and supported by the international community, additional finance, and can make a difference for us to reach our long-term commitment faster and grow in a sustainable way. The government of Indonesia, of course, has put in a place of MRV system and infrastructure to keep updated information to calculate our national emission, develop a national registry system, and now very soon we will expand the system in regard to gather all and detailed information, data, and registry system to make sure everything in the carbon pricing will go smoothly in the implementation. We have gained experience over the years of developing the national GHG inventory and designing mitigation policies that resulted. We want to explore in more detail SRN system and very soon, and we need more collaboration and support from the ministries and stakeholders. In an updated NDC and serious long-term policy instrument developed in collaboration with many sectoral ministries, we need to ensure that any opportunity of selling ITMOS, this is very important for us in Indonesia, under Article 6, for instance, it will not harm our progress, but will increase the possibility of contributing in a larger way to global goals. The engagement and continuous collaboration with other ministries are key factor and indicator, and Indonesia is giving priority, of course, to climate intervention, acknowledging the benefit in all other economy and development area. The institutional arrangement we have developed so far have as demonstrated that is important to consult internally and orient our effort to same target before compromising with the international community. Hopefully, this effort will give more transparency to the public for other parties and encourage them together with Indonesia to achieve our commitment. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Mayu. And through that, we have now had 3 speeches of the 3 key ministries involved in this preparation of the presidential decree. First, the coordinating Ministry of Economic Affairs through Padida's speech, then the coordinating Ministry of Maritime and Investment Affairs, and the Ministry of Environment and Forestry. And indeed, I had a chance to speak with the Minister, Ibu Situ, last week, and she is indeed committed to Article 6 and carbon trading if the presidential decree that you have just seen here can be respected. And I think that is a very clear perspective from the GGI's member countries and developing countries. They would like to take advantage of Article 6, but of course they have some conditions, they have some guidance, some regulations, and I think that will be a very good starting point for this discussion. Now, our last perspective from a little bit different country, from Morocco, we have Mr. Abdelrani Boucham from the Ministry of Energy Transition and Sustainable Development, I believe, who will give us a perspective from a different country that we work with in preparation for Article 6. Mr. Boucham. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure to be here with you, and I want to thank very much Indonesian government to invite Morocco to participate in this important event. So I will share with you the experience, Morocco experience about Article 6. So Morocco has started with CDM earlier, and we get this opportunity to a little bit tackle this Article 6 and to talk about carbon pricing. Then we moved to have a project, sectoral project like NAMAS, and finally now we're talking about NDCs. Morocco has the experience with the PMR, Partnership for Market Readiness, and it was a good experience from the World Bank. It was helping more than 20 countries to have this readiness on carbon pricing. We have learned lots from this experience, and the project showed that Morocco can start with tax for almost 3 to 5 years, then switch to ETS. In our NDC, we have a similar ambition like the Indonesian NDC. So we seek to have 45%, more than 45% as ambition for cutting our greenhouse gases for the 2030. With 61 measures, we have 34. Maybe I will move the map. We have 34 measures from unconditional measure and 27 conditional measure. On all this measure, we need something like 38 billion US dollars. Morocco has experience with the transparency system, and we do have a national system to do inventory, and I have this role to be the coordinator for the national system for inventory. Also, we have a transparent system for MRV system, and we are working on a platform, online platform that can help us to follow and monitor the implementation of our NDC. So we have similar points with the efforts done by Indonesia to cut down the emission of greenhouse gases. The potential that we have, so we can have great potential for energy, because we are seeking to have something like 52% for renewable energy, especially in the energy mixed electricity by 2030. And also we have wind power and hydro. And we're looking to do power to X, because it's a good solution to stock renewable energy with this technology of the future. We are looking also for marine steps. So it's difficult. We are looking now for environmental activity to follow this thing, this field, but it's kind of also to stock, to have a reserve of energy coming from renewable energy. Also, we have laws, and we are working on law, climate change law, that can give us a lot of guideline on registry and how to do the trade in ITMOS, all the entities like accreditation, verification, and so on. Also, we have National Commission, Climate Change National Commission and Biodiversity, and we have a working group on finance and mitigation adaptation, and also group on capacity building. That can help in the future to have some guidelines and to share the national view about some thematic in the future, especially the decision coming from COPs. I think that we do have the potential to have or to attract investment in the mitigation aspects following the Article 6. And I would thank GGI for the support, and I think that it's very interesting to have those guidelines and the support to enhance the capacity building around the Article 6, even for doing modeling or to prevent what could be the market in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Roshan. And indeed, it was good that you explained the importance of MRVs. MRVs are, of course, critical. You also saw that, and I think your presentation, Pak Kus, that Indonesia has huge potential through its mangroves, but establishing the right kind of MRVs so that we have credible markets is going to be a critical part. Now, I'd like to give a chance to Ms. Fenella Awan, who is heading our carbon pricing unit and supporting these two countries and quite a few others in the preparation. So maybe you can bring into context a little bit what we see in these two countries and in others as well. And then we'll go to questions. I was given a ton of questions to ask the panelists, but frankly, we don't have a lot of time. So if there are questions among you in the audience, I think we should give those priority.
Thank you very much, Frank. I'm going to stay here because I think it's part of, I just want to bring together what has been discussed by the ministry so far. So for the audience, a little bit, what are we trying to do as GGGI with Indonesia and Morocco? And it's a different type of trading and international carbon trading. What we're looking at is the real scale up. This kind of, if we're going to be meeting, we're going to be keeping 1.5 alive, then we're going to need to do bigger trades than one project at a time. You saw, Pak Kus, you brought up a brilliant slide showing some of the volumes that have been going through, and Pak Dida did as well. And I think the policy approach is the idea of a national policy coming in and then crediting the emissions that that national policy reduces. It's obviously trickier because you have to work out how many tons are directly attributed to bringing in that policy. But if you're looking at something like an ETS, it's a little more quantifiable. So the ETS is actually not written in the Indonesian NDC as part of its unconditional NDC. So we have clear additionality, and we're able to look, if the ETS can start phasing out coal, those reductions from the policy can then be traded internationally to bring in more money to help accelerate that reduction of coal even faster. And in Morocco, we've been looking at the power sector, and for industrial players to be able to sell power from one to another, so wheeling as it's known through the grid, there isn't a policy to allow it. So if we allow this, will this see more private sector come in generating more renewable energy then going through the grid? And if that reduces, that's above and beyond what's written in the unconditional NDC, so we could trade that. And it is, remember, this isn't climate finance as such. It's not ODA. It's a commodity trade. You are selling an emission reduction, a right to emit a ton of CO2, and in exchange you're receiving money. But the great thing is that if it's a properly devised policy, there are sustainable benefits, what we call the co-benefits, which actually should be the main benefits. Those stay in the country. Those don't get traded away. It's only the tons of emission reductions above and beyond the unconditional NDC. So I think we're seeing the tricky bit is who makes the decisions over this. And I think this session hopefully has shown everyone the amazing coordination that's already going on between a very complex number of players in Indonesia. And I know Pak Dida jokingly calls him and the two of you the G3 of international carbon trading in Indonesia. So Pak Kus, Pak Wahyu, I think great to be able to have this regulation in place now and to help start working to implement the trade. And yes, of course, we will hear more as we're running a session on Thursday at the Morocco Pavilion to have further details. I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Fenella. I think that gave you quite a bit to think about, and maybe see if people in the room here want to ask questions. Obviously, we are preparing for what hopefully will be final rules on Article 6. And indeed, in addition to those rules, there will also be a lot to be discussed on not only who you sell those carbon credits to, but how to divide the revenues, how to attribute the revenues. And if you do that in a mangrove restoration, who gets the funding, the local people, different ministries, private sector actors. So we're not quite done with this subject, but definitely I think we've shown here that Indonesia and Morocco are front runners, they're prepared, and they want to engage if the opportunities allow. So with that, are there any questions here in the room from anybody interested or curious? Go ahead.
Yes, I'm Professor Thomas Roy from the University of Melbourne, and I've heard this evening something by Baka on the series of 3 books on climate change in Indonesia. So I've got a bit of a perspective on this. And I would like to ask about the steam coal industry in Indonesia. Indonesia, I believe, is the biggest exporter of steam coal and also uses steam coal to a great extent domestically. And like other countries like Poland, it would be quite painful to wind down a sector that's just grown massively in the last 2 decades. What are the discussions there? Because the carbon credits cannot be sold if they're needed at home in a way that's kind of connected. So what are the discussions there? Is there any sense of that it needs to end and when it might end and how it might go about that to not cause too much disruption?
Okay, there's a bit of coordination among our Indonesian participants. Turn on the micro. We have a bit of practical coordination among the coordinating ministries. Have you come up with an answer? Pakus, will you? This one doesn't seem to work, but this one does.
Thank you for the questions. If I mistaken what you want to know about the passing out the coal. Actually, we have already had the plan for the passing out. It is related as well with the net zero emission for Indonesia. We are going toward 2060 for the net zero emission or sooner. Due to that, so we define as well how the passing out of the coal transition to become the renewable energy. So there is a scenario that we need as well a lot of money in regard to the how to this contract what we have already had under the PLN, the Enterprise States of Electricity, with the partners. So to continue this contract, so we need a lot of money. So there are scenarios. Scenarios one, maybe if we want to finish the passing out naturally, so it will end in 2056. 2056. But if we want to end in 2050, so we have to use the CCUS. So we need a lot of money to do that. So the international funding support is very important to do this. Thank you.
So yes, Indonesia has a lot of coal, but Indonesia also has a lot of geothermal energy. Indonesia could potentially shift to exporting green hydrogen. So the revenue sources might be there over some time. And of course, then we still need a just transition as well. But I think those are the elements you just heard here. Clearly, how we can power past coal in Asia will be the key question for years to come. Here in COP, countries like Korea have committed to phase out all coal by the 2030s, right? So 2040. I know that that's considered a very difficult process in Korea, and it will be in many other countries in the region. So are there more, do you have a perspective on the same question, Mr. Boucham? Powering Pascal in Morocco is a bit different, maybe. Would you like?
So in Morocco we don't have charcoal, so we import it, but we do have a huge opportunity for solar and wind. As you said that green hydrogen is the future, so to stock or to have a reserve from renewable energy. And I think that will attract even public and private to do investment in this field. Thank you.
So it will change the landscape. Some current energy exporters might export different forms of energy, and others who are energy importers might become energy exporters, which has a lot to do with the kind of Article 6 regulations and many other things, including connections in shipping and transport, connecting grids. Thanks for that question. Is there another question? Somebody, please.
Hi everyone, thank you for your insightful presentations. I had a question for everyone. Does Indonesia have a position on the implementation of non-GHG metrics? As well as, are there any opinions on project versus jurisdictional carbon credits? Thank you.
Did you get the question? Could you please repeat the question?
Okay, I had a question on the implementation of non-greenhouse gas metrics. What's Indonesia's stance on that? As well as opinions on project versus jurisdictional level kind of carbon credits. Thank you.
So when we talk non-greenhouse gas measures, we talk AFULU, for instance, forests and things like that. Non-greenhouse gas measures like your mangroves and other areas or carbon sinks. But also then your second part of the question was to do with the project versus policy approach that we've been discussing.
For the mangrove project, so we have already had the projection for 600,000 hectares of mangrove until 2024. So we believe under this project we can attribute for the work that we have already contributed to this work. Can you imagine with the 600,000 multiplied by let's say per hectare about Mbak Devi berapa satu hektarnya kira-kira ya carbon reduction 300 yeah about 300 million gigaton. Yeah, so could you imagine about that? And then if we evaluate this, how much we could get from mangrove projects. But unfortunately, for the below ground, that is about 70% of the mangrove reduction or mangrove storage. We could not value this yet. So it is for Indonesia, it is very challenging and promising. Thank you.
So we know that mangroves are some of the most effective carbon sinks of any systems. Indonesia has lots of them. Peatlands are very effective carbon sinks as well. Of course, forests. I mean, Indonesia is in a great position on all of these, but the problem is getting the right metrics, convincing people that these sinks are going to be sustainable, that it's not a temporary issue. So when Fenella talks about Article 6, she is more hesitant on these AFULU issues. Maybe you can explain a bit why.
Yes, and thank you for the question. It's a really interesting one. If you're asking what do you think about these with respect to trading them, I would say for Indonesia there's two questions. First of all, Indonesia has an incredibly ambitious NDC with regard to forestry and land-based credits. So if you're thinking about trading, it's going to be a lot more difficult to meet the unconditional NDC to then find something additional. So at the moment, for land-based, we're looking at just trying to make sure that we get money in other areas to then help Indonesia make sure it can meet its ambitious NDC on the land-based. The second point is more to do with the international marketplace, and that's to do with how has land-based and blue carbon, etc., being treated traditionally. And because of the temporary nature of land-based credits, I say temporary, of course it's fairly permanent, but a tree grows but a tree dies. So the metrics are different than if you're doing renewable energy. So it's generally been in the voluntary market space rather than the compliance market space. Now that is kind of crossing boundaries now with things like Corsia. So I think we're trying to do the first trades at the moment. So I think it might, our point from GGGI's point of view is, as far as policy approaches is concerned, we're not looking at the land-based sector at the moment because we're wanting to get these first trades through. As soon as they're through, we hope we can expand this very quickly onto land-based. So at the moment, you may be looking land-based side just at projects rather than jurisdictional for compliance markets. But obviously, the voluntary market is there. Now, the conversation of corresponding adjustments in voluntary markets, I think we leave for, that can take a whole afternoon.
Most of these subjects could take a whole afternoon, I think. So we're already coming to the end of this session, so I just wanted to give our different speakers a chance for a closing remark. If you have a final thing you'd like to add to this discussion, and then we'll wrap up. Babayu, would you like?
Just a few notification from me, from Indonesia. Yes, Indonesia will continues to commitment, increasing the ambition with any detailed implementation plan in the ground. Yes, thank you.
Just additional information, just for passing out the 5.5 gigawatts. So we need about 60 billion US dollar. So if international can support us, so we can immediately passing out the coal to become the renewable energy. Thank you.
It needs a lot more money to make this work, right? That we know. Thank you. Mr. Boucham, go ahead.
Thank you. I think that Morocco have a good experience and he's good prepared for the carbon pricing markets. But we will account on JGI and other institutions to help us to be ready for the implementation of Article 6. Thank you.
Well,
I think just from my side, I'd like to just say, I think, compliments to Indonesia and Morocco for being the brave ones to go into the new horizons to look at trading, and we look forward to continue working with both countries and beyond, and knowledge sharing between you.
so it's also important to know that the other important partners not in the room here, there are also buying countries. So in this case, we are working with Norway and Sweden, for instance, who are interested clearly to buy. We also know that Korea, our host country, has upped the ambition in the NDC so much that they think they will have to buy. So there is indeed a deep interest from both buying and selling countries. And today we've had a chance to see some really advanced work from some front runners. Presidential decree already signed. So I hope you found that interesting. And if your appetite is whetted,
Fenella and her team. I think there is 8 events on carbon trading that we are... the Aita Pavilion, the Morocco Pavilion. There's going to be a lot of other opportunities to continue this discussion. But for now, I think we have to end this session to be on time. So can we give it back to you?
Thank you very much. Please give a warm applause for the moderator and speaker. Before we end this session, may I invite all the speakers and moderator to stand in the middle of the stage to take some pictures. And if Pak Dida, okay, Pak Dida, you will be you will be in the center. Wonderful. All right. Wonderful. Thank you very much. That was the session on designing Article 6 policy options for Indonesia. And they've been discussing about opportunities and challenges. Very important. And next, we will gonna have a 10 minutes break, 8 minutes break actually. The next one will be about promoting transparency and traceability in forest agriculture communities and trade to achieve fair and sustainable trade. Joining us here at 20 past 1. So we have around 8 minutes for a break. Please kindly enjoy our coffee and snacks outside and then see you soon, hopefully. Thank you very much. right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Indonesia Pavilion COP26 2021. This is our 6th day, or the first day of the second week. There's some organization in and out, a little bit chaotic at the moment, because we do have back-to-back events. And hello for participants that are joining from Indonesia or anywhere else in the world. We're still preparing for our next session, which will be starting very soon. So I would like to invite all the participants who are still outside, Bapak, Ibu, ladies and gentlemen, to please come and join our discussion here on promoting transparency and traceability in FACT. What is FACT? Forest, Agriculture, Commodities and Trade, to achieve fair and sustainable trade. So this event will be joined by speakers here in Glasgow and also online. So welcome to all speakers while we are waiting for the participants to transitioning in and out. I would also like to say hi to the speakers who are online. And then also would like to invite all the speakers who are here to just take the seat directly on the stage so that we can reserve the seat here for the participants once they finish taking their coffee and then bring it inside. All right. Okay, so I would like to check whether all of our speakers that are online already on camera. Cardino? If yes, then we can start our session very shortly then. So we have Ms. Thomas Sembres from Trace Lead, EFI. Hopefully you can hear me. And then we also have Mr. Sigit Pramono. Hello, Bapak. Senior Policy Analyst, Directorate General of Sustainable Forest Management. And we have Ms. Rosalyn Fosuah Ajay, Director Climate Change Directorate from Ghana, Ghana Forestry Commission. We have Mr. Duncan Bragg from Chatham House, Independent Environmental Policy Analyst and Advisor. And we have Ms. Paramita Mentari Kusuma, Mbak Mentari, Executive Director of SCOPI. And of course, we have our moderator here, Ibu Dia. Ibu Dia will be moderating this session. And Ibu Dia is from Senior Advisor at SPOSI Kehati, strengthening on sustainable palm oil and in Indonesia. And ladies and gentlemen, here in Glasgow and also joining us online, please join me to give a warm welcome to Ibu Dia Suradireja. Ibu.
Thank you, Mbak Lia. Very good afternoon for the participant here in Glasgow, and then good evening for those who watch this session virtually in Jakarta. I would like to welcome you to in our session promoting transparency and traceability in forest, agriculture, commodities and trade to achieve fair and sustainable trade. Before we start, as Ibu Lia mentioned, I am Dia Suradirja, Senior Advisor for the Yayasan Kehati Foundation, Indonesian Biodiversity Foundation, and I will be your moderator in this session. Improving transparency and traceability in the forest and agriculture commodity sector is essential to ensure authenticity through our supply chains. We need to strengthen our partnership between smallholders to businesses and the government and other stakeholders involved. Therefore, this session is important to expand our understanding from many point of view, mainly from the resource person. And then I think we already know that during the discussion we learned about the transparency and traceability in is needed across cutting issue from the smallholders, new technology, and then we also have noticed some concern regarding the data sharing and then how the data will be managed and how deep and the accurate is data needed. And the principle of the traceability is really the key for when we go into the forest, agriculture, and commodities trade. Okay, I think we now have the 5 resource persons, and then the speaker also here, 2 speaker in Glasgow. It is Mr. Sigit Pramono, and then Mr. Rosalind Faswa Eji from Director Climate Change Directorate, Ghana Forestry Commission. And then thank you, Mr. Rosalind. It is very happy to have you here. Also, Pak Sigit. So I think also we have the speaker for Mr. Thomas Sembres. It is Trace Lead Europe Facilitation Institution. And then thank you for joining us from Barcelona. Say hello, Mr. Thomas Sembres. And then also we have Mr. Duncan Burke from the Chatham House. He is just of the senior researcher. And then thank you for joining us, Mr. Duncan. And then the last but not least, this is Mr. Paramita Mentari Kusuma, Executive Director, SCOPI. So I think I would start first for Mr. Thomas. Thomas, are you there? Is already online?
Yes, Ibudia, I'm here. Hi, everyone.
Oh, okay, great. Thomas, I think I have 2 questions for you to starting the discussion. This is about in what way and how transparency and traceability helping us in promoting sustainable trade. And then the second question for you is very important because we know that Trace is working on this issue. What will be the key step of bridging difference between producer countries and consumer countries related to the system to ensure that transparency and traceability will work? Thomas, the time is yours.
Terima kasih, Budia. And hello, everyone. Thank you for the invitation. Very pleased to be with you, calling from Barcelona today. I am Thomas Sembres. I work for the European Forest Institute in our tropical forest office based in Barcelona. We also have colleagues in Indonesia and in Kuala Lumpur. To your question, Ibutia, I wanted to start saying that one problem that we have is that sustainability is not enough visible. What's visible in general is the contrary. I think you would agree, we see more news about forest fires, deforestation, and it's a bit like when you open the newspapers or watch the TV, the bad news generally make the headlines. So one big challenge that we have is how to make sustainability more visible, how to make more differentiation in global markets between what's sustainable and what's not sustainable. And we need to do this at scale, not just for the niche markets of certified or premium products, but for the mainstream commodity markets. And for that, I think you've said it a bit, Ibudia, already. We need traceability systems to be able to link the consumers to the producers. But even this is really not enough. Why is it not enough? Traceability information is one thing, but another thing is who has access to this information. Most traceability systems that exist nowadays are actually non-transparent traceability systems. This means that most market actors don't have access to this information and cannot use it to promote sustainable trade. back in 2015, it was at the COP in Paris, actually, I participated in a small group to the initiation of a global initiative called TRACE, Transparency for Sustainable Economies, which brings transparency to global supply chains like palm oil, soy, beef, cocoa, and a few other commodities. This is an independent initiative from research organizations that reveals the detailed connections from local places of production to the consumer markets. And today, from where I sit at the European Forest Institute, we see great opportunities for governments on both sides of the trade to take advantage of this kind of supply chain transparency. But we know as well that bringing transparency to a national traceability system is a delicate task and a very sensitive one. And I can understand, from also being in Jakarta many times and working on the palm oil sector, we can understand the people who resist the idea of transparency because they fear this information may be used to point fingers at specific actors. And our job at EFI is really to work on this delicate task of helping governments on both sides of the trade use supply chain transparency to encourage progress towards sustainability. And it is really a great pleasure to be with you in this Indonesia pavilion today, because one of our best collaborations is actually with the government of Indonesia, not only on timber in the context of FLEGT, as many of you know, but also in the palm oil context with the ministry in charge of planning, with Bappenas, in the context of the Terpercaya initiative. I'm happy to give a bit more detail, Ibu Dia. I don't know if we have time for that.
Yeah. Yes, please.
Yes? But something which is, you asked me about the key steps to bridge the differences between producer countries and consumer countries. And we know how hard it is sometimes to understand each other, especially on palm oil, for instance, between producer countries and the European Union on the other side. And it's something very strange to me that throughout the years, we have more and more data, but the dialogue is sometimes not made easier, all the contrary. And there are two reasons for that. The first is that people are overwhelmed with the explosion in data and traceability platforms. So people are a bit lost with so much complexity. And the second reason is a lack of trust. There is a lot of suspicion, a lot of distrust around how the data is used. And we've seen that also with the coronavirus crisis. A lot of information everywhere, a lot of data, statistics, but people don't really trust. So what we need, and this is really the philosophy that we are bringing in our work, is simplicity. We don't need sophisticated traceability system. We need simple systems, and we need to focus on the trust building based on transparency, based on inclusiveness, structure, and equity in the process between the producer and the consumers. And that is nothing new. Already more than 2,000 years ago, Chinese philosopher Lao Tzu was speaking about these principles to build trust within systems. And we need to go back to this. And that's really the philosophy that we are working on with our Indonesian partners. So again, thanks a lot for the collaboration. And we look forward to continuing. Ibu Dia.
Okay. Thank you, Thomas. Yeah, I think we already many time discussion about the principle for how the transparency and traceability will work. Okay, I go to Mr. Sigit Pramono, because Mr. Sigit Pramono is have the experience to develop the Indonesian LIU, License Information Unit. So, Mr. Sigit, how LIU with Sistem Informasi Legalitas Kayu as a system to contribute to improving the transparency and traceability of timber product? Also, in this context, I think LIU or silk management, in your perspective, is how to strengthen the system I think the Liu already a few years, and then can you explain to us, please?
Thank you, Ibu Dia. Good afternoon, distinguished delegates and also participants who attending this talk show. Firstly, I would like to thank you for having me here with all of you. And then secondly, it's been honored for me to share the experience with all the panelists. Yes, today I'm invited to present Indonesia's experience in the development and also implementation of information system for timber legality within the framework of the Indonesian SVLK and also Flekti VPA. Yes, firstly I'd like to say that Indonesia has been among 15 countries engaged with EU and also UK with regard to the Flekti VPA, and then started from November 16, 2016, Indonesia started to issue the Flekti licensing through the information unit, the SILK. And then this is the first in the world, and hopefully that Ghana and also colleague Vietnam will have the good momentum for having the Flekti VPA alive very soon, so that we will share, or we will be able to share the experience in managing the information system for Flekti license. Please allow me to take off the mask. Thank you very much. And then also we've developed and implemented the Flekti VPA with UK since 2018, and it's already alive also. Yes, with regard to SILK, we have to talk about the Indonesian SVLK also. That basically under the VPA both with UK and also with EU, the SVLK or Indonesian Timber Legality Assurance System has been recognized as the tool for verification of timber and timber products entering the UK and EU territories. And then most recently, SVLK also steps up further to dealing with sustainability aspect, and then we transform the name of the Indonesian TILAS to also elaborate the aspect of sustainability, even though this is still stands as the same as SVLK Indonesia. And then further, for the implementation of SVLK, we'd like to inform you that the SVLK has been equipped with the information system for issuing the Flekti license and also similar document to other part of the world. And secondly, this SILK system is also being utilized as the platform for the importers for doing the due diligence process before getting the import permit from the Ministry of Trade. And then for the operational of the SILK system, the ministry has developed the licensing information unit. That basically the licensing unit has been developed in conjunction with the need for implement the stipulation of article in the Annex 5.4 on the institutional setup for legality verification and also export licensing. And then Liu, beside dealing with the licensing process, Liu also accomplished for managing the information related to the SVLK certification. I mentioned earlier also dealing with the process for reviewing or monitoring the due diligence process for imported timber. And further, Liu also facilitate communication of stakeholders, in particular the licensing authorities and also the exporters, to competent authorities, in particular in EU and UK, for releasing the products in the case that we have trouble with the licensing. Yes, I mentioned earlier that the SVLK has been equipped with also with the online platform, the Silk, and also the online platform of timber administration for the traceability. There has been some characteristic being elaborated in the system, that firstly, for facilitating a quick process in the issuance of export documents, that the Silk system has been connected among respective ministry, which is the Ministry of Trade and the DG for Custom at the Ministry of Finance in Indonesia. So at any time the license being issued, then it will be instantly coming into the national single window system for the issuance of notification for product export. And then secondly, we have provided access right to more than 5,600 users, that this the users has been regularly using our Silk system, including the exporters, the importers, the conformity assessment bodies, and also some authorities at AU side. The process for issuance of the V-legal on the FLECTI license is that an SVLK certified exporters would submit request to issuance of license to a conformity assessment bodies as licensing authorities. If data entry is valid, the licensing authorities will issue the license through Silk. Instantly, license will be sent to the INATRADE and national single window for the issuance of export documents. A single flag license is applied limited for one shipment. Then by October 2021, Silk has issued more than 1.5 million the V-legal document, including the FLECTI licenses for AU and UK destination, to support export of timber products from Indonesia with the value of more than 78 billion US dollar. Further, with regard to commonalities of the system, unfortunately that we don't have yet any similar system for FLECTI licensing from other countries. Therefore, that I'm assuming that the characteristic of Silk could become kind of reference in developing the FLECTI information system. That firstly, that the platform should be able to be assessed during the weeks, the whole time, from any place in Indonesia, in particular for Silk, whenever or at any time, I mean, as long as the Wi-Fi connection is available. Also, the platform should support services for multiple product categories. Sales supports for issuance of flexi license for more than 360 HS codes products. And also the platform should provide immediate service processes by connecting this through respective authorities or ministries. Further, that the platform should be able to be assessed by competent authorities in the destination country for quick verification process for release of exports. The platform should also provide real-time data on the issuance of flexi of illegal document. And it would be ideal if the platform also would serve at the same time as database for the SVLK certification in our case. And then the platform should also provide the work that enable for paperless works. For the time being, we are having kind of piloting with EU for using full electronic flexi licensing between EU and Indonesia. Distinguished delegates, with regard to the comparability of the system, I mentioned earlier that we are having a kind of electronic piloting for full electronic licensing with EU. That basically we link our sales system with EU flag IT, FlagIT. That the feasibility study was carried out in May 2018. The study concluded that electronic link up between Silk and EU flag IT is feasible. After finishing the designing and simulation of and testing of the compatibility from March to August 2019, we came into the piloting phase, suggested that release of imported products in EU ports could be based on the use of barcoding and flexi numbering as verification code, beside using the hard copy of the flexi license. And secondly, that the use of such coding may lead to changes in the future, that the existing paper-based flexi licensing may become an electronic one while maintaining the existing procedure in also operation. The second piloting phase has been further exercising cases for amendment and also extension of flexi licenses in a case that the license need to be amended, also need to be extended for some circumstances. And then from the piloting process with FlagIT of EU, Indonesia is also expecting that we could have instant feedback from the flag IT upon the release of consignment. And then secondly, upon the completion of the piloting, Indonesia and EU will make a decision whether this electronic licensing will go or not go. And then the decision could be made probably at the GIC meeting next year. And then this is our last slide, that I would like to say that among policies to cope with the COVID-19 pandemic this year or last year, the government of Indonesia issued a policy, among other, on multi-business forest utilization, in which under the scheme that permit holders may utilize forest area for such multi-business activities as for agroforestry, silvopasture, ecotourism, other environmental services, as well as for production of non-timber forest products or agricultural products. In anticipation of this growing concerns on sustainable trade of forest and agricultural products, the government of Indonesia also issued a policy for strengthening the SVLK to also cover non-timber forest products beside the step up to the sustainability aspect. In this regard, therefore, the SVLK and SILK would potentially support implementation for sustainable trade of those multi-products. For that purposes, there would be some works and exercises needed to be accomplished with regard to standard development of verification procedure or mechanism which will be applied and suitable for products other than timber. And then how the mechanism should be differentiated for those non-timber or agriculture products to be differentiated when the mechanism being applied for timber products. Secondly, that we need also to exercise how the mechanism would be implemented, whether it will be through a step-based or stepwise approach, started from the minimum standards, progressing to the next level, and then whether the mechanism would be applied in a mandatory or a voluntary manner. With that, I would like to conclude my presentation, and thank you very much for your kind attention. And I'll hand over this to Ms. Dia. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak Sigit. This is a little bit big challenge from timber to non-timber forest product, and then I think this is the big, challenge also for us to how the system can establish. Okay, now I want to have Miss Roslyn. This is from the Ghana experience. How transparency and traceability play important role in your country in terms of the creating fair and sustainable trade. The time is yours. Okay.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having Ghana here. A very pleasant afternoon to everybody who has joined us in the room and to the participants also online. So for Ghana, just as Mr. Pramona mentioned, transparency and traceability is very key, and we understand that there are some minimum standards that we can build on. He mentioned that Ghana is also part of the FLECT process, where we are yet to issue our first FLECT license, but we are very much progressed in the process, and we hope to use that process of the wood tracking system to apply it for the other commodities. Fortunately, they are all in the same landscape, but of course we might possibly need a very comprehensive forest inventory to understand the quantities of the different commodities that we have, where they are happening, and also do some level of landscape zoning and planning. Particularly to Ghana's involvement in the forest, agriculture and commodity trade dialogue, and how we believe the process can support TNT, not just for Ghana, but for every other country that's involved. First of all, I would want us to look at some key elements of TNT. So Ghana has had the opportunity or the privilege of co-facilitating the TNT working group as part of the FACT dialogue. And these were some of the key considerations that were looked at. The key elements of TNT: one, we need to understand what the baselines are. So far as there are commodities that are being traded, there's a buyer and there's a seller. There already exists some level of traceability. it is the level of transparency of that traceability system that is the key here, and also the legitimacy of that traceability system. And that is the very basic. You need to understand what your baselines are, what the commodities are, how are they being traded, because there is some level of buying and selling. And then secondly, to understand the systems that exist to track these systems, both nationally and internationally. And thirdly, to also understand the regulations for reporting and for verification, and then also accessibility of these systems for each and every stakeholder across the supply chain. And then fourthly, to understand how you filter information in that traceability system. For example, when you talk about commodities, for cocoa, it's a competitive business. So if you have a traceability system, who are you telling what? What information are you giving to buyers? What information are you giving to farmers? What information are you giving to national government? It's very, very important that you do this filtering exercise. And so these are the key elements. And these key elements really have framed the TNT actions in the FACT roadmap as we have it now. The very first roadmap action wants to identify the data gaps. We need data for traceability systems. Very, very comprehensive data. For example, if you want to track what is coming from Ghana in our cocoa landscape, you need to understand whether we even have a land use plan that tells us where these commodities are happening or where they should happen within the landscape, where we should have them. You also need data on if the country has any policy interventions to actually have these systems in place or not. So the very first TNT action in the FACT roadmap is talking about identifying the gaps. And then we move on to the second action, which seeks to develop a set of guidelines building on existing initiatives. This is very, very important. What should be the minimum guidelines? If there are countries in there that are part of the Red Plus process, I know that Indonesia is. It's a requirement for Red Plus countries to have a national forest monitoring system. Can we use this forest monitoring system as the benchmark or as the basic guideline to inform what we monitor or how we monitor and then how we report on it? It's very, very important. And then the third action is to support countries through a set of different capacity building modules, which is also very key because each country would be at a particular point in time. Where Ghana is might be different from where Indonesia is. A classic example is with the VPA process. Indonesia has already issued its FLEC license. We are yet to do that. So if you are building a traceability and transparency system, you need to understand where the countries are and then design a set of capacity building initiatives to support countries to meet the standards and not to rule out any particular country. If this is not done well, we might disadvantage some supply chain actors, and particularly the smallholder farmers can get affected. We keep referring to them as poor, and so for every initiative that we are coming up with, they should not be further disadvantaged. Rather, their capacity should be enhanced so that they can meet the requirements that we so seek for them to meet, and then also to generate value for the produce that they are cultivating or engaged in as a business. And to answer more like the second question, how we can comprehensively come together, whether producers or consumers. When we talk about traceability and transparency, it is for both sides of the divide. It's not just for the countries who are producing or for the countries who are consumers or for the companies. We have to collectively come together. So the first point will be that we collectively come together to design national systems, and it's very important. Of late, we have realized that in Ghana, some of the countries, or some of the companies say that I have a system that is tracking my supply chain and my produce is coming from a non-deforested landscape. How do we verify this if it is not a national system? Who is setting the benchmarks? Who is doing the grading? Who is actually verifying that the system is transparent? So collectively, companies from the consumer side and then also from the producer side have to come together to develop the traceability and transparency systems that we need and to establish the use protocols. How do we use these systems at sub-national level? How do we have create accessibility? If it's an online system, we have to understand that there are areas that are very remote that might not have access to internet, the necessary infrastructure to even access the platform and ensure that the right information is being communicated. And I think that the second action will be that together we have to build capacity for the different stakeholders, particularly for farmers. The companies, cocoa companies, have a lot of access to farmers. They can help us generate the right farmer database so there can be adequate planning, resource planning on what to get to farmers and how to build their capacity. So to answer the question, Ghana really sees value in the FACT process with the different guidelines that have come up. We see that this is going to benefit not just Ghana, but for the 28 countries that are engaged in the dialogue and even beyond. And then collectively we can come together to design TNT systems that are robust, that we have confidence in, that are accountable, that are transparent, and we can also together build the capacity of particularly smallholder farmers and other civil society agents. Thank you so much.
Excellent. Thank you. Ms. Roslyn, I think it is great that from to experience from two producing countries, I think now we want to have Mr. Duncan Burke can see what the market can do to ensure the transparency and traceability of forest and agriculture product are sustainable and then provide the benefit for producer and consumer. I think it is the time I'm asking to Mr. Duncan to to see what the market can see, and then how to ensure the instrument of the transparency and traceability is like certification, not to become to the trade barrier. Okay, Mr. Duran, the time is yours.
Thanks very much indeed. Thank you for introducing me and having me to speak at this event. I'm sorry I can't be with you in Glasgow in person. I'm not that far away in London, but I'm very pleased to be able to talk to you. I'm going to give a slightly different talk from the topic you just mentioned. I'm going to concentrate on emerging government regulation in Europe, which is going to affect the market for the commodities we've just been discussing. Because I'm sure this audience will be aware, European countries collectively are the largest global consumers of some of the forest risk commodities whose production is associated with deforestation, particularly cocoa and coffee. And generally, European countries together are the second or third global largest importer and consumer of other commodities like palm oil, soy, rubber, as well as timber. So we've seen a long-running debate now about means of which the consumer countries, like European countries, can avoid contributing to problems of illegality, unsustainability, deforestation in producer countries, and to break the link between agricultural production and deforestation. And we've talked quite a lot, previous speakers have talked quite a lot about the voluntary partnership agreements within the context of the FLEGT initiative, the Forest Law Enforcement Governance and Trade Initiative. And that's a really crucial element. But one of the other elements, perhaps the other major element of the FLEGT initiative, was the European Union timber regulation, now mirrored in the UK by the UK timber regulation, which was introduced to try and keep illegal timber out of the European market, particularly illegal timber that might come from countries not signing a BPA with the EU. And that's been enforced now since 2013. It introduced a requirement on companies putting timber products on the European market to introduce a system of due diligence. And by due diligence, they meant a series of steps. The companies were obliged to scrutinize their supply chains, to analyze the risk of the presence of illegal logging, illegal activities in their supply chains, and then to mitigate the risk, to take steps to exclude illegal timber from their supply chains. The last step of the due diligence process is normally to communicate their activities as well. In fact, there wasn't any such obligation built into the timber regulation, but you see that in other due diligence systems. The criteria on which the timber regulation based were the legality of production. It was designed to exclude illegal timber, so it didn't get into wider debates around sustainability of production. And the regulation also included a prohibition on placing on the European market timber products that had been produced illegally outside Europe and inside Europe. It applied to domestic products as well. Now, since the timber regulation came in, we've seen rather variable levels of enforcement. I think some member states have been better than others, but there have definitely been positive impacts. And what we now see is legislation to introduce the same kind of system with some important variations now in progress in both the UK and the EU for a wider range of forest risk commodities, building on the timber regulation precedent, but adapting it in various ways. So in the UK, we have the Environment Bill, a piece of legislation that's currently in the very last stages of its progress through Parliament. The commodities it will be covering are expected to be defined later by the government in secondary regulation, but these are expected to cover palm oil and soy, the main kind of international drivers of deforestation, main traded commodities associated with deforestation. Could be cocoa, could be perhaps some other commodities as well. The criteria on which the due diligence obligation will rest are the legality of production with respect to forest conversion. So were these crops produced from areas that used to be forests and were converted illegally? If they were, they should be excluded through the operation of the due diligence system. So companies covered by the regulation will have to exercise due diligence in excluding those commodities from their supply chains. And there will also be a prohibition on placing those commodities on the UK market. And all being well, the government needs to sort out various details of the implementation, but we hope to see that enter into force in 2022, next year, perhaps a little bit later than that. In the EU, we are expecting to see a proposal for a regulation on deforestation, expecting to be published next week by the European Commission. And then, of course, that will go through the normal EU process of legislation, have to be debated and agreed by the European Parliament and by the Council of Ministers, the representatives of member state governments. So we're not totally sure what the proposals will include, but we have quite a good idea because Commission staff have been talking about this. There's been a long consultation process. So we expect the commodities to be covered to be a slightly wider range of possibly a slightly wider range of commodities than the UK legislation. They've been talking about beef, cocoa, coffee, palm oil, soy, and wood. And we expect the regulation actually to replace the EU timber regulation and to kind of incorporate its provisions. The criteria on which the obligations will be based are the legality of production, as in the timber regulation, but also no deforestation after a threshold date. And it seems likely that the initial threshold date will be the end of 2020. So the obligation on companies would be to conduct due diligence to ensure that the commodities they are handling and putting on the European market have been produced legally and have not been produced with deforestation after the threshold date. But I expect the threshold date to be one of the topics that will be debated quite heavily in the European Parliament. So the companies will have the obligation to conduct due diligence, to collect information on the source of their products. And in this case, there's been the regulation looks like it will contain quite a lot of detail on the requirements for information, including the geographic coordinates of the land on which the commodities were grown. So companies will have to collect the information, they'll have to analyze the information for the risk of these commodities being produced either illegally or with deforestation. They'll have to, if they think there is such a possibility, they'll have to take steps to mitigate that risk, and then they'll have to report annually on what they've done. In addition to that, and this is a new element, not in the timber regulation, it seems likely that there will be a proposal for companies to file a due diligence statement with the authorities before placing commodities on the market. So they would be guaranteeing through the statement that the commodities they're placing on the market have not been produced illegally, have not been produced with deforestation. And that's quite an important element. It's effectively shifting the burden of proof from governments to companies. And then the final sort of major new element, which we haven't seen in the timber regulation, is a benchmarking process for the source countries, a process of trying to analyze the level of risk of the source. So for high-risk countries, there is likely to be a higher level of requirement on government authorities to check companies sourcing from those countries. For low-risk countries, there will be lighter requirements on the companies sourcing from there. All countries start off as a standard level of risk, and then if the European Commission is proposing to change that level of risk, they will they will give the producer countries an opportunity to comment on that. and engage in dialogue. So quite a lot's happening now in the UK and the EU. We're seeing these due diligence systems kind of piloted in a way in the timber regulation, now being expanded to cover a much wider range of forest risk commodities and with much greater impact therefore on deforestation. In principle, if the legislation works effectively, of course. All of them must rest on effective traceability systems right back from the country of origin, not just from the country of origin, but from the location of origin. As I said, the EU legislation is going to require information on the geographic coordinates of the land. So you need to be able to trace the movement of those products all the way through from the origin to being put on the EU market. And obviously, I think it's reasonably clear that the due diligence legislation by itself, it's really important, but it won't be enough by itself. There will have to be some kind of framework, I think, some kind of partnership framework between the EU and the UK and the producer countries to assist those countries in putting in place the right type of traceability systems and improvements in governance and law enforcement to make sure that the due diligence system can work. So I think it would be good to talk about the kind of elements that we see in the voluntary partnership agreements under the FLEGT initiative and see if any of those elements can be used for forest risk commodities. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Pak Duncan. It's very insightful, and then I think this is why we need dialogue, why we need fact dialogue among the producer and consumer countries, because we not only thinking about the database, but we are looking for in the future. So now I will asking Ibu Paramita Mentari Kusuma online from Jakarta. I think she can give us the Scoopy. Scoopy is the Alliance for the Coffee experience. How to the implementation, the geographical indication for coffee can enhance with the transparency and traceability. And then how I think this coffee at the end contribute to sustainability. Okay, Ibu Paramita, is the time for you.
Okay, thank you so much, Ibu Dia. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, who distinguished guests and speakers in Glasgow and wherever you are. I'm honored to be here. Thank you to the ministry to invite me. So representing Scoopy, we are a platform of sustainable coffee enthusiasts coming from private sectors, farmers cooperatives, groups, and as well as NGOs. And that's why in here, Bu, some examples that have been implemented by our members, including the coffee farmers from East Nusa Tenggara province and Bali province. So there are two of our members who have implemented or get the IG Indikasi Geografis or Geographical indication certification. They are the Kopi Arabica Flores Manggarai and Kopi Arabica Kintamani Bali. In fact, the Bali coffee farmers in Kintamani had obtained the geographical indication certificate, the first one in Indonesia since 2008, while the one in Manggarai is Nusa Tenggara from 2018, so not long ago. And they have a lot of members inside of the group, which has in Bali comprised of Subak Abians, the local system there, comprised with local culture and integrated with how the environmental should be conserved in relation to their service to God, and nature, which is really great. And as well in Manggarai, they also have a lot of members. So not only coffee, actually, they also produce like on the cherries coffees, the green beans, the roasted beans, the coffee powder, with different kind of flavors. So this kind of certifications has been very influential and benefit them in a way that they can have a distinguished recognition of the distinguished taste. As we all know, one of the richness of Indonesia, the strength is the diversity, not only the flora, but also the fauna, as well as the people, the culture, and everything. And that's why if you plant a specific type of coffee in one area, for example, in Gayo, which is in Aceh province, if you plant it in Bali province, they will not taste the same, or vice versa. That's why it's really important to have this kind of certification. Now, with this, it really helps the specialty coffee market actually, Bu, because they're promoting and selling the coffee single origin itself. So that's why traceability is very important. But however, if per se we cannot really enforce the regulation, like people will do different stuff on the ground, like they can just buy a little bit of the coffee with IG certification, maybe 20-30%. I'm sorry to tell you the hard truth, but they can mix it with other coffee, which might be coming from other regions from Indonesia, or maybe other country, which is that's very saddening, right? So in that regard, the value, the economic value itself does not really coming to the coffee farmers themselves. So we need the protection of the quality, the characteristic, and the enforcement of the IG certification itself, because we know that having that kind of certification, especially for the European and the US market, it can also increase the demand and to ensure the authenticity of the product. For example, if you have champagne, coming from that region, right? But why not putting in the coffee of Indonesian coffee context? You cannot put it that way. The question is, maybe I also present this question to the ladies and gentlemen over there, especially the ministry representing of the government of Indonesia, who and which party should partake in the enforcement of this kind of certification, because having a GI certification or fair trade certification or organic certification for the coffee farmers, sorry, I think I'm freezing. Okay, all right. Is actually has a lot of cost, yeah, for the smallholder farmers. Meanwhile, I need to explain that the composition of the coffee farmers in Indonesia, they comprise of 97% of smallholder farmers. So they have a minimum amount of capitals, as well as other resources, including land. A maximum for each farmers will only have 0.9 hectares to 1 hectare. So how would they afford that? In the meantime, parallel wise, they have to cover their livelihood, their living income, and so on. So it's a concern for us. So other challenges to implement such certification that we need to take notice include the climate change for coffee cultivation, buyers awareness, prices, the enforcement, which I have said, the SOP to conduct it, as well as the access to finance and access to market. I've heard directly from those farmers that after they get it, it's really unclear how to connect it with the interested market. Some can sell them to the local market, like small cafes, local roasteries, but the other will try to explore international markets such as like Korea, Japan, Australia, some countries in Europe, Middle East, United States of America. But again, due to COVID, it is not realized yet in some areas. So those are some changes that I would like to portray in this opportunity and bring to the floor. And if we have any question, maybe we can discuss later, Ibu. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mbak Paramita. Is giving us the experience of how dealing with the farmer. Also, if we thinking about the transparency and traceability. I think we have the many perspective from the speakers. and then from the producer countries with the development, the system, how the trying to struggling with the data, and then also development the system, how the commodities can having the platform in the one platform, and then also from Trace working in the platform of the commodities to see how the traceability will work. And then also from the perspective of market by Pak Duncan, I think really we can see how the market also having the the principle also for the producer country to. So I think it is good dialogue. This is why in the COP26 we have the fact dialogue among the 45 countries, and then I think it's not stop from the COP, but we have to see the future, and then the stepwise in the roadmap is really needed. So we still have time, 15 minutes, if from the colleagues here want to asking something with the 5 speakers. Any question, please? Okay, please telling us the name and where you come from, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Thomas Jambra. I come from Ghana, the Forestry Commission. My question goes to our Indonesian friend. You mentioned the value of the trade between the timber trade between Indonesia and the EU/UK is around 74 million. If I got you correctly, I just want to find out relative to other continents, what is the value? I just want to know the relative advantage of the issuing the FLET license, if there are other areas where there's a need to also issue the license beyond just the EU and the UK. Just want to find out the trade value of timber relative to other continents as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. I think direct to Pak Sigit, please.
Thank you very much, Thomas. Just a bit clarification that the value, the 77.8 billion US dollar, it has been the total value of exports from Indonesia since 2013 to last year, October 2021, including EU, UK, and other world market. But basically for the EU itself, and the value would be around 10% of the total. And then yearly we have a total of around 1.2 million US dollar. And then, yes, this is true that from the flag TVPE countries, the total exports would only contributed for only 10% of the total. And then mainly the timber is going through China, Korea, and Japan, and eventually also goes to USA, EU, and so on. The point is that not the value itself, but by we are implementing the legality assurance that yes, Indonesia has been enabled to catch back the confidence of the market, since, as we can recall, that 30 years ago we were in the lowest level as the country being what we call it, with the stigma that Indonesia was one of the biggest source of illegal timber. And by implementing this system, now the position is kind of returning that we are in the front line, that Indonesia has been the one committed to timber legality and timber sustainability. And then, of course, with the situation, we have the opportunity to capture or to to get the access for our products. This is kind of pride for Indonesia. And then secondly, not only with regard to the economic benefit, but with regard to our commitment using this platform for verification of legality and sustainability, of course we will support toward the achievement of the sustainable forest management. How with the system we try to help to halt the deforestation, the degradation of the forest, and eventually that we will contribute to our goals to achieving the sustainable development goals and also the COP26 goals. This is among things that we need to consider, not only from the economic aspects. Thank you very much for the question.
Thank you,
Back
Pak
to you,
Sigit.
Pak Budia.
Yeah. Any question from the floor? Okay, please.
Good afternoon, I'm Josette Chalmine. I just wanted to know how, for Indonesia, how it's regulated and traceability, because I know the, cannot pronounce your name. I know you spoke in depth about your country's traceability and regulation, but then how is it regulated in Indonesia? And do you have a way where you can replant? Do you replant after the timbers are taken down in a certain part of the forest? Because it's important that you should have some form of replanting where timber is taken down.
Yes, please, Pak. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for the question. Yes, basically in our forest management system, there has been a scheme or a regulation that we have to manage for the production, the felling, the replanting, and so on and so forth in a sustainable manner. That basically, yes, we have the felling of the timber in the plantation, but this is for only in the first year when the felling being carried out, and then the year after, then we will accomplish kind of program for replanting, and then the next year, and then it will be followed by the maintenance of the, what we call it, the seedling, the poles, and then after around maybe for plantation it will be around 6 or 7 years, it could be again being extracted with another cycle. But of course for a natural forest it would be different, that by law we have a regulation to manage that the extraction level should not exceed the sustainable level for the, what we call it, the yield of the forest itself. And then yes, we have a system monitor the process going from the forest upstream to downstream in the industries, and from the forest to the primary industry, we have kind of online timber administration system that we can monitor the movement of single piece of the timber from the forest using kind of barcoding system. This is very strict being implemented. And then through our communication among ministries, then the system could be extended, hopefully that it could be applied in secondary or tertiary industries. So we have kind of what we call it balance sheet for the whole production consumption of the timber at national level. Thank you very much, Ibu.
Yeah, thank you. I think one thing to add from Indonesia. Indonesia have the independent monitor. Independent monitor is coming from civil society, and then it is its work and then in the system.
Yes, thank you very much for reminding Ibu. Yes, within the Indonesian timber legality assurance system for the credibility, we applied for the verification being carried out by independent third party. And then secondly, for the monitoring process, we assign a consortium of independent monitor to watchdog, what we call it, watchdog, the implementation of the system. And then day by day, they will do such surveillance and then report it to the respective authorities if necessary, upon the wrongdoing or upon things that away from implementation of the regulation. This is a strong point that need to be elaborated. Thank you very much, Ibu Dia.
Thank you. Any question? Okay. Oh, please, Tanya.
Hi, also I've had the pleasure of working with India and Indonesia and Ghana over the last year to launch the FACT dialogue. I'm from the UK government. And I guess I would be really interested to hear what do you think is the biggest thing that we should be doing through forest, agriculture and commodity trade dialogue on traceability and transparency over the next year to really bring the roadmap to light that Rosalind, I know you outlined earlier, so I guess it'd be good to hear from you, but I'd be interested to hear from all of the speakers. What is the one thing that we should be doing to take this and bring this to life over the next year?
Thank you. Rosalind? Okay, please.
Thank you very much. And over the next year, I mean, the roadmap is very clear on the TNT actions. For Ghana, what we expect to see is some sort of regrouping on how we tackle the roadmap actions. What should come first in the first year? If you ask me, I'll think that a complete assessment of the data gaps is what we should do in the first year, because that would then help us design a robust system to address the needs that already exist, and the needs we can only know from the data gaps assessment. And then also to have a very elaborate discussion with countries involved in the FACT dialogue, particularly with the announcement made by the UK to commit £500 million to the whole process. What is this £500 million going to actually be used for, and how can countries access this for their capacity needs and also capacity building in general? So in the first year, I believe that there should be a lot of work on framing how to access the £500 million, what it's going to be used for, how this whole fits into the whole discussion on FACT, the strategies for equitable distribution, if that's the right word to use exactly, and then do a very comprehensive assessment of the data gaps for transparency and traceability. As I mentioned, so far as there's a commodity and there's trade, there's this some level of traceability system in place, but then we need to understand if it is fit for purpose for the sort of discussion we are having, and then also establish the protocols on how to respond to due diligence regulations that will be coming up, because we would have to fit this into the whole time frame of the FACT dialogue. It shouldn't be that we are 6 months down the line and then we have regulations coming in that are going to hamper trade from producer countries. So putting all that into context and then framing how we move this forward is what I'll be looking at in the very first year. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, I think we have a limit time to discuss, but I'm sure that we think that this FACT dialogue is really need to follow up from the each country. So I think for the closing remark, I want to give time to Mr. Thomas, Pak Duncan, and Paramita. Closing remark, but I want to have your point of view about the FACT dialogue, about the FACT from your view. Okay, Pak Thomas, please.
Thank you, Ibu Dia, and thank you everyone for the conversation. I would add the point on smallholders that was raised before. We can expect indeed that by placing the burden of proof on companies, this new regulation from EU, UK, but also from the US, really there is a real risk that smallholders get excluded to some extent those risk assessment and supply chains. And in terms of one gap that we already know, Mrs. Roslin, you were speaking about the need to do data gaps analysis. I think we already know that we have a big gap in terms of data on smallholders, and it would be very, very key to understand how the smallholders can be better integrated into the national information systems that we're talking about, making sure that they are not excluded from these. And just as a final point, just want to re-emphasize the need to not just have information and traceability, because this is really just a means to an end, but really build supply chains of understanding and trust.
Okay, thank you. Okay, over to you, Pak Duncan, please.
Thanks very much. Actually, I want to respond to the last question just before Thomas spoke about what's the one thing that you should do to make progress on this agenda. I think the one thing people should do is not assume there is one thing that countries should do, because I think we know there is no single solution to these problems. And what you need is a mixture, a package, a smart mix, as people have called it, of different measures. And if you don't have that, then any individual measure taken by itself will be less effective than it could be. So you need action on the ground in producer countries to improve the conditions of production, to set up robust traceability systems, to improve governance and law enforcement, to make sure, as Thomas was saying, that smallholders aren't excluded from all this. And that needs capacity building assistance from consumer countries and probably some kind of partnership, perhaps a partnership agreement to put in place to package all that together. You need action in consumer countries to exclude undesirable products from consumer markets, commodities produced illegally or unsustainably or with deforestation. But also, I think you need mechanisms to try and deliver greater rewards to commodities that are produced in the right way, legally, sustainably, with deforestation. And that's part of the puzzle we haven't really quite worked out how to do, how to deliver higher prices to the commodities that are produced in the way you want them to. But I think public procurement policy and other things have a role to play there. You need action to monitor and control flows of finance and investment to the agricultural sector to make sure that's not driving deforestation and unsustainability. And finally, you need a global dialogue. We've seen the EU and the UK, and to a slightly different extent, the US mainly take action on these areas. But we know that they are not the major consumers of many of these commodities. China is bigger for timber, as we were just talking about, and palm oil. India is bigger for palm oil. There are many other consumer countries involved in this. And if these measures are to be effective, they really need to be thoroughly engaged in this dialogue and to be seen to be developing similar kind of measures. And so we can establish an effective global framework.
Thank you, Pak Duncan. Okay, go to you, Ibu Mbak Mentari.
Yeah. Thank you, Ibu Dia. I would like to add before my final statement. It is important what Mr. Duncan had said. It's about looking at it from more helicopter view, not ego sectoral, because we want to avoid like silo thinking in a way. As a platform, we have seen how collaboration should take place in trying to identifying all the problems and the possible solutions that we can achieve together. So I would like to emphasize on that clearly, because we have to look at each problem coming as an ecosystem. Similarly, not only from the local region, starting in Indonesian context, it will be like the regencies, the cities, government, trying to work out and with all the different agencies and dinas, ya Bu ya, and also at the provincial level and coming to the top, which is the central government. So it is very important to look at it like in market mechanism, from access to finance, access to knowledge, education, in terms of capacity building, which has been acknowledged as well by Thomas, and as well as access to finance. We have to come together to look at it from that perspective. And as my final statement, I would like to bring to the audience attention that it is very hard, although we want to achieve sustainability and sustainable coffee and how it can contribute to the sustainability of the environment itself, but we have to put forward the economic livelihood first of the farmers, because without that, if you deal with smallholders farmers, it's very hard to achieve. If we be able to tackle that first, and then we can then talk about the social and the environmental aspect dimensions. I think that's all from Ibu. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Mentari. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we have really limited time, and then I think thank you for all speakers. Thank you, Pak Thomas, Pak Duncan, Bu Mentari, and then thank you, Pak Sigit and Ibu Reslin. Okay. I think we will close this session, and then we will have the session for the forest, agriculture, and commodities trade. We will go into what the smallholder support from government and then from the practices. Okay. Nanti habis ini. Okay. Thank you very much, and then I'll give back to Mr. Lia. Miss Lia, sorry.
Thank you very much, Ibu Dia Suradireja, and then also all the speakers. Before we left the session, I would like to invite all the speakers and the moderator, Ibu Dia, to join us for the group photo. So this is hybrid photo sessions, combining online and offline participants.
Yes.
Maybe later on after the speakers. Okay. All right, wonderful. Okay. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. So for the next session, it would be about the support to smallholders towards sustainable forest and agriculture commodity trade, which will start at 3 p.m. So we have some time for a break, yeah. And for those of participants who are joining in here online, please welcome to join our refreshment up front. And hopefully to see you again at 3 p.m. Thank you very much.
Check. Check. Check, sir. Check.
Udah. Oh. Tapi setelah saya jangan ada yang ikut ya. Saudara-saudara yang saya hormati, hari ini kita mulai sebuah diskusi yang bersejarah untuk bangsa dan umat manusia. Sudah? Maka mari kita mulai dengan satu ucapan permohonan, doa dan ampunan kepada Tuhan Yang Maha Kuasa, supaya kita diberkati dan acara ini bisa berlanjut demi sumbangan kita anak bangsa kepada Republik yang kita cintai.
Aku nggak bicara, tapi aku ini aja, gitu ya, ini tangan. Ini pasti punya Pak Putih kan?
Bu, ini nggak ngomong video. Inilah ibu kita dari Jawa Timur yang membawa isu lingkungan hidup. Oh gitu ya.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Indonesia Pavilion COP26 2021. So today, this is our 5th session. Yeah, it's very packed today, as always, for the whole 10 days. And we have talked about various aspects of FAC. Before we talk about the traceability and the transparency of that, and before that, we were talking about the sustainability and trade aspect and the market aspect of it. And then now we're going to talk about the support to the smallholder towards sustainable forest and agriculture commodity trade. This event is initiated by the Ministry of Environment and Forestry of Republic of Indonesia in collaboration with the Ministry of Agriculture, Republic of Indonesia. And also we have the coordinating Ministry of Economic Affairs too. Ibu, welcome, and then also distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, who has just arrived, maybe Bapak Ibu, yeah. Welcome to Glasgow. And I'm not sure whether this is still being live streamed and watched online by the Indonesian participants who are in Indonesia, but anyhow, I would like to say hi for any of you who are joining us online, and there will be some speakers too who will be joining us online. As always, we have been doing this event through a hybrid method. Hopefully, this session will have no technical difficulties. Amen. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I would like to invite our moderator today, but before that, I also like to invite all of the speakers too who are here offline, so that you can sit here in the front, and later we can accommodate more participants, because as you can see now, it's full. It's limited space here, so if later there will be participants coming in, they can take your seat if you don't mind. Oh, hello. Yeah, there you go. And then maybe I would like to invite all the speakers that are here to come to the stage. First, Ibu Dr. Musdalifah Mahmud from the Deputy Minister of Food and Agribusiness from the Coordinating Ministry of Economic Affairs, Republic of Indonesia. Hello, Ibu. And then we also have, hold on, Bapak Neil Scotland. Where? Yeah, here? All right, hi, Bapak. So maybe you need to rename that. Bapak Neil Scotland joining us online, and then Bapak Sultan Bakhtiar Najat Mudin. Ya, there you go. Bapak, ya boleh di mana saja Pak. And then we have Dr. Tri Nugroho, which is here as well. Welcome Pak. And then we have Bapak Dan Wen Xing. Here we go. Welcome, yes. And then we have Dr. Purwadi. Hello, Dr. Purwadi and Bapak Ivan Bakhtiar online. So now we only have our moderator live, which is Ibu Dia Suradireja, the Senior Advisor to Sposi Kehatir Biodiversity Foundation. Ibu.
Thank you, Mbak Lia. It's very good afternoon for the all participants here in Glasgow, and then also good evening for those who can see from Jakarta virtually. I would like to welcome to our session. This is support to smallholder towards sustainability, forest and agriculture commodity trade. I think before I will start, I am Dia Suradirja. I am Senior Advisor from Indonesian Biodiversity Foundation, and then I will be moderator for this session. It is very tight schedule because we only have 80 minutes for 7 so I think each one should have the small time. I think, yeah, as we know, the smallholder plays in the great roles in supply chains. That is why it's very important to put smallholder in the center of our conversation. Fact dialogue is forest, agriculture, and commodities trade dialogue have given us unique space to identify issue and concern regarding the smallholders. And this is cross the cutting issues. I think when we talking about the smallholders farmer is cross-cutting issue, and then during the discussion, many participants stress the importance of the creating better system so that the smallholder can, you know, it's like everything we can speak about the natural resources, we can going to the in the field level, and then we see the smallholder farmer in the field. So yeah, it is 7 speaker here. I think we can got the different perspective also. Maybe we have the different spirit for the support the smallholders. And then the first, I want to asking to Ibu Musdalifah. Ibu Musdalifah, 2 questions for you. I think how the government of Indonesia show it the support to the smallholders, especially for financial resources, and then a wider market, and then also how the dialogue, fact dialogue is support the smallholder to ensure they are be part of the sustainability in the supply chain of forest and agriculture commodity. You can sit there, or you can giving your speech here.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. It's pleased to be here to talk about smallholders. Smallholders is a central, aim what we have done in our country, because you can acknowledge that several regulations, several policy has been developed in our country, including for specifically for the financial access for our smallholders. Okay, sorry. Okay, maybe it's better to use this. Especially for the smallholders, several policy has been developed by the government in Indonesia. First, especially for the financial access for the smallholders, coordinating Ministry of Economic Affairs has been released several, because we improve time by time to make close the access from the smallholder to access to finance. In this, our KUR, we call KUR, or in English we can say people business credit. Yeah. Okay, people business credit. So in our KUR, our people business credit, the government trying to make it close from the capacity of the smallholder to access to the financial. First, we gave the subsidy to the interest. In terms of the interest, maybe in the public, we know that in the public we have interest around 13 or to 20. But in the for smallholder, we gave 6% for the interest. So beyond of that is subsidies by the government. And then the subsidies also accommodate, we call grace period for the crop who has to grow until 5 years, for example, for rubber, for cocoa, for palm oil especially. So we gave 5 years from the before they produce, from the first year until the crop can get the first period, yeah, the first harvest of the commodity, yeah. And then also the government tried to facilitate, to give close between the financial access with the commodity. It depends on the commodity itself. For example, for the cash crop, which grow only 4 months, So we gave the credit only 4 months, and the smallholder pay when they have the panen apa sih? The harvest. Okay, I mentioned the harvest. It's good to asking you because everybody will wake up because I'm asking the very simple word. So, so, so if we harvest in this 4 months after they harvest, they can pay the credit. So I think we try to make it more simple time by time, and we hope we can give more access for our smallholder without collateral, because we have several kind of the credit, like for microfinance and small medium, and also for the biggest corporation. Yeah, we also support the smallholder to not only working by themselves, because in the field for our smallholders, with some condition of our smallholders we have to identify, it's related with the fact. The first fact, Bu Dia, we identify mapping the condition of our smallholder, which is in our smallholder, we have some smallholder have only, how to say, land only less than 0.5 hectares. It's very small. That's why now also government develop a new, but not yet released by the president, corporation farmer. We try to collect all of the smallholder which has a small land, and then they can do collaboration and become one corporation, which we facilitate all our smallholder to be embedded in one inclusive business. We asking all our stakeholder related, which maybe for the logistic processing, and also for the banking, also credit inclusive with the commodity, and also we help or we assisting our smallholder that they can transform from the traditional farm or management of their land, and we can assisting them that they can develop mixed farming. So in talking about mixed farming, we hope that the crop that they plant for the smallholder, it will access directly to the how to say to the off-taker. We asking off-taker buyer to also develop an inclusive, and they will help the farmer to choose the commodity with a high quality seed, so they can get the high income for the smallholder. But those our pilot that we have been developed now is just pilot small scale. We hope in the future we can develop in the big scale, so we can promote our smallholder become small enterprises. They can become farmer enterprises by their own. They can access to the processor, they can access to the market directly, they know about the price, they know the link between the raw material and the process, what it's need by the industry, and the product that they can sell to the to the buyers. That's all, Budia. In terms for the fact, I think that is very related, linked with the condition of our smallholder in the country. Because first, also, the most important, more than 60% of our people, not only for smallholder, has education only basic education, elementary education. If they have education, sometimes they just can read and know about money. But in terms of education, that is our big challenges, how to increase their capacity, how they can transfer their knowledge from the traditional farm, the traditional way they farm, to become more modern farm, utilize proper pesticide, proper seeds, and also the proper quality that they can produce from their farm. This transition from the traditional to modern, we develop some a scheme. We can have the including digital farming, smart farming. We develop also in some example experience implement in the field, and also we develop a closed loop working together with all stakeholders related from the upstream until the downstream until the consumer. And the most important, the banking or financial access must be embedded in all related development of our smallholders in the field. That is a mapping. The condition of our smallholders, it need to be implemented because in our roadmap, 3 main activity that we have to develop, we should develop, because the fact forest, agriculture, and commodity trade is not binding, is not has to, but we can justify with the condition of our country. So first, mapping is very linked with what we need to do in our field, and the second one, we have to share experience between one country, best practice from the one country to other country, one field to other field, because as we know, it's we have our honor here, Parliament honor. We have a lot of kind of people, Pak, we have around 400 ethnics, more than 400 languages, many religion, so we can share to each other, we can live in harmony. That's the kind why we need to support our smallholder, because we need to live in harmony in all of our country, because our country consists of more than 17,000 islands with different characteristics of people and different different typology and the condition, geography of their land. That's why identify and also bed sharing, and the third one is so we have 3 main activities in the smallholders. In fact, that we would like to develop in the future. And I thank you to the organizing. We have here Ibu Tania and many others, Ibu Trini, who support us as a co-chair, and we seriously develop this kind of roadmap. We seriously have a discussion with all our related institutions in the country. So we need this roadmap, because we need our smallholder, for example, only for smallholder, become the same with the other people. They can have access good education, good health, good social life, and many things. This is the very important for us. More than 60% of our people depend on the agriculture sector and forestry sector, and that's why fact is one of the thing. This is a good collaboration with all of country in the world working together. How can we save the planet? And we have to support to develop our smallholder can invent it, can in line with the sustainable development. They can increase their income, and our ecosystem, our forests, we can protect them sustainably. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ibu Deputy. I think the message delivered to us is just like the big challenge also for us for the supporting the smallholder. I think The second speaker, I will asking Pak Sultan Bahtiar Najamuddin. He in charge of Deputy Chair of the Regional Representative Council of Indonesia, and then I think from him we can also having the view of the how the parliament member thinking of the smallholders, thinking about the capacity, and then thinking also about what the smallholder in the sustainable forest and agricultural product. And then I think Pak Sultan, the time is yours.
Yeah, thank you. Let me deliver my speech from my own story. But because time is very limited, I will make it short, my speech. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May peace be upon us all. Your Excellency Ibu Siti Nurbaya, Minister of Environment and Forestry of the Republic of Indonesia, Your Excellency Bapak Desra Pircaya, Ambassador of Indonesia to UK, Ireland and International Maritime Organization, honorable speakers, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to congratulate 2021 United Nations Climate Change Conference, the government of UK with partnership with Italy for the excellent hosting of the COP26 Glasgow. It is my great honor to have this opportunity to address this very important event and to share ideas in this forum. Secondly, I would also like to congratulate Minister of Environment and Forestry of Republic of Indonesia for organizing this event. Ibu Siti Nurbaya, I really appreciate your commitment, hard work, and leadership. Thank you so much for hosting this important talk show. So, before I begin my speech, let me introduce myself just a little bit. My name is Sultan Bahtiar Najamuddin. Call me Sultan. I'm Deputy Speaker of the House of Regional Representative, Senate, as known DPD RI. I'm very proud because I'm the youngest speaker and leader in the Parliament of Indonesia. I'm originally from Bengkulu, Sumatra Island. Let me shortly. In this era of climate change, sustainable forest management is very urgent to support millions of local people. We really appreciate the President Joko Widodo, who has intensively promoted social forest policy that are oriented toward in the involvement of indigenous people and smallholder in the management and protection of forest area as an economic source for the community with a social forest permit area 12.4 million hectares. We always support the development of the agroforestry system, which is an inclusive, productive mitigation strategy that we recommended for smallholder communities in the programs in the process of fulfilling food needs and producing high economic value agriculture commodities such as honey, vanilla, durian, porang, coffee, paper, tuber intensively and sustainably without having to convert the forest area. This is real change by the government of Indonesia. We are optimistic that we can turn the deforestation with an approach to developing agricultural commodity with high economic value. The challenge of climate change also need people to try to adopt in consumption pattern with a food diversification approach. Diverse food consumption allows us not to depend on one type of food, such as rice. On the certain scale, it will suppress forest conservation and deforestation effort. this year, the existence of many tribes in Indonesia, in forests of Indonesia, is a fruit that conventional protection against ecological damage can provide hope the fulfill of life development and economic equality, as well as good index of community happiness in such area. In this year, Rome and Glasgow witnessed the historic meeting of the leader of the country with the largest economy, as well as the world's largest carbon emitters. They gathered to share their role and economic development strategy that they had built after ignoring effort to achieve the net zero emission target of 1.5 degrees Celsius in 2030, according to the result of the previous COP. We come here and represent millions of coastal communities whose homes will soon be drowned by the flood. It is our concern that the indigenous people whose forest area are getting finished. Of course, it is also our concern that they live in the fear with an important question and moral challenge to all the world leaders. We also need to control the increase of the earth temperature through reducing carbon emitter, which always do not reach target. It is important for us to emphasize that climate change is a trans-territorial disaster, which can only be solved together. Thus, it is very unlikely that the world will expect significant progress in any future COPs. If there are still one or two countries that feel that their national interests have been harmed by the current climate agreement, especially those countries that produce the highest carbon emitters. Once again, we need to emphasize that the handling of the climate crisis needs the greatness of the soul of the leader without exception. Let's come together and act now. We need to turn national ambition into global collective action. Once more, we need to turn national ambition into the global collective action. In seizing this moment to reset the balance and accelerate the transition to more sustainable, equitable, positive future for forest and forestry commodities trade. All parties must be in the same position and responsibility in overcoming the threat of climate change on the earth that we live in together. Therefore, in this friendly atmosphere of COP26, our Senate, DPRI, House of Regional Representatives, would like to invite all parliament institutions of friendly countries participating in COP26 to present alternative ideas and solutions to this universal crisis through high-level interparliamentary meeting forum. The involvement of the legislative institution in the collaboration with NGO and environmentalist organization in this agenda will provide acceleration for the achievement of balanced climate target in the long term. The parliamentary body needs to orchestrate the same demand more loudly to the executive in the pursuing the agreed climate target. At this point, House of Regional Representatives, Indonesia Senate will begin trying to promulgate the Omnibus Law on climate change. Indonesia Senate, in this point, will begin trying to promulgate the Omnibus Law on climate change. The bill that we draw up in inclusive, comprehensive, integrative, and holistic, and is expected to be policy over that can be adopted by all countries. COP26 must be interpreted as the last chance for the world to reflect on the journey of harmony between the earth and humans. It is the right momentum for It is right momentum to raise collective awareness, to reach an understanding toward ecological prosperity and social justice. Of course, it is good. It is great hope after passing this important forum, the attention of world leaders and global industry players will be safe to the existence of tropical forests, tropical rainforest, and smallholder in many developing countries. Otherwise, the world will lose hundreds of types of spice and other commodity trade in the global market. What is the luxury of a gentleman dinner without the nutmeg and pepper growing by smallholder in our archipelago? As a Muslim, let me quote one of the verses of Al-Quran which remind us all that calamities have appeared on land and sea because of what the hands of the people have earned, so that He, Allah, makes them taste some of what they did. In the order that they may return to the right way. Excellencies, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen. Finally, as the final point, I wish you all a productive, fruitful, outcome that should lead to solution for our earth and our future generation. I hope that more world leaders will act and think outside of the box, protecting the environment and our cooperation at tackling a climate change issue critical for our future generation will succeed. Thank you. Assalamualaikum. Peace. Kasih, Bu.
Thank you, Pak Sultan. Excellent. I think this is great message to all of us, also in Indonesia. Okay, now we can go to the online speakers. Pak Neil Scotland. Neil Scotland now in London, and then Pak Neil, I think two question for you. The first is, what is the UK view on how to support smallholders? And then, connecting producer and them, it is very important. And then, what the key action to support smallholder in forest and agriculture commodities trade? Pak Tim, the time is yours.
Thank you, Ibu Dia. And can you hear me okay? Is the sound okay? First of all, sorry I can't be there in person. And selamat sore, selamat malam kepada teman-teman yang masih mendengar di Indonesia juga. So first of all, I just wanted to say that from the UK perspective, we clearly think that supporting smallholder farmers is an essential element of efforts to halt deforestation and support sustainable production and trade in agricultural commodities. And we very strongly believe that solutions which we implement have to provide benefits for people as well as for nature and climate. And that's what we mean when we talk about a just rural transition that's helping people who live and depend on natural resources for their livelihoods. And let's also be very clear that acting to halt the degradation of nature does help people too, particularly the farmers and the communities on the front line of climate change. So for example, in West Africa, around 90% of the area used for cocoa farming will become less suitable by 2050. And deforestation, which has happened in the last 20 years, has caused soil degradation and water insecurity and crop failures. So the 2 million smallholder farmers in West Africa who depend on cocoa face the loss of their livelihoods through this degradation of nature and climate change. And it's really vital that we act to protect those livelihoods and address the causes of degradation. And I think we can see similar challenges in palm oil, where 3 million smallholders in Southeast Asia produce 40% of the global supply. And there too, climate change is having an adverse impact. the frequency and intensity of the El Nino effect, and the impact that has on droughts and fires affects livelihoods and health in rural communities. And we face similar challenges in rubber, coffee, and other commodity industries too. So the case for action is very clear. And how do we solve this massive challenge? There are just 3 points I want to make in response to your question, Ibudia, about key actions to support smallholder farmers and connect them to the wider market. The first point is about scale. And we need to find ways of reaching these millions of farmers efficiently, and provide support to improve livelihoods while working to minimise environmental impacts and deforestation. That level of mobilisation, reaching millions of people, requires national scale action to support systemic change. Through the FACT dialogue, countries have started to share some of their experiences of working with smallholders at scale. For example, earlier in her opening remarks, Ibu Mus spoke about Indonesia's smallholder support schemes, including the financing scheme which provides an interest rate subsidy for microcredit loans to smallholders. And in Ghana, in the FACT dialogue, we also heard about a state programme that aims to increase production, double production of cocoa from 450 kilos to 1,000 kilos per hectare, and help farmers to form cooperatives to increase the efficiency of extension services and financial inclusion. So there are good ideas for these kinds of schemes out there and experience with them. And the ambition of increasing support for smallholders needs to build on these existing national schemes. They have the legitimacy and the scale that's required to have impact. And I think there's great potential to align these national schemes more closely with aims for climate and nature, so that we work through these channels both to strengthen livelihoods for smallholders and tackle deforestation. The second point I wanted to make is about systemic change. And I think we need to rethink the rules of the game. The existing system has got us into this mess, and it needs to change if we're to get out of it. Coffee farmers receive approximately 1 pence from a £2.50 cup of coffee. Cocoa farmers receive 3 pence from a £2 bar of chocolate. And nearly 90% of cocoa farmers in West Africa earn less than a living income for their work. And yet the global chocolate market is worth about 130 billion annually. And we know that cocoa farmers and small farmers everywhere lack the means to invest for the longer term due to low incomes, precarious livelihoods, and a lack of capital. So improving the terms of trade has to be part of the solution to this crisis. There are some very interesting ideas emerging about how to address this challenge. For example, again in West Africa, Côte d'Ivoire and Ghana have introduced price premium to address what they call the living income differential and increase incomes for farmers. And there are communities of practice working around the living income, trying to find ways of improving the conditions that farmers work under and the price they get for their labour. And I think it's crucial to say here that the private sector has a key role to play. Businesses associated with agricultural sourcing have a very, very strong influence on the market and livelihoods and pricing. And the third point, before I finish, is just about how consumer countries and donor countries can help. So first of all, consumer countries need to ensure their markets are aligned with efforts to support sustainable production and forest protection. This is part of the systemic shift we need to see in markets to address deforestation. But it's very important to note that this has to happen in a way that's inclusive of smallholders. There is a risk that smallholders are excluded as standards are raised in markets, and we have to prevent that from happening. And donor support certainly has an important role to play in driving the shift to sustainable practices and ensuring that that shift is inclusive for smallholders. But donor funding will never get to the scale required to reach the many millions of farmers operating in agricultural commodity supply chains. Donor support can help to pilot and trial schemes, it can help to build capacity, it can support policy reform to unlock the full potential of national schemes and private sector action. And the UK currently supports some of this kind of work through a programme called Partnerships for Forests. And there we support public-private partnerships working through commercial networks which exist between agricultural companies and farmers, working to reach farmers at scale in large numbers. And that work across the cocoa sector, the coffee, the cattle, the soya, the palm oil, the rubber industries is generating very important lessons which we intend to scale up. And that just takes me on to the very final point I want to make about how the FACT dialogue can help here. And the FACT dialogue and the cooperation that is establishing between governments will help us to reach the scale required and accelerate this kind of action. We need collaboration between governments to create an enabling environment for action at the pace and scale required. We need policy and regulatory frameworks which support national action, national scale action, and guide private sector investment towards sustainable practices. And that's the opportunity which the FACT dialogue and the collaboration that's generating presents to us. The FACT dialogue roadmap sets out some very high ambitions for increasing support to smallholders, and we fully intend to work to realise that. We want to be able to support national scale actions and leverage private sector action and investment, and work with other countries in the FACT dialogue to increase ambition and increase the support available to smallholders. At Nature Day on Saturday, the UK actually committed £500 million over 10 years through a programme called Investments in Forests and Sustainable Land Use to support the transition to sustainable practices in the land use sector and support smallholders. And we hope that other governments in the FACT dialogue will work with us to match that ambition and to commit to the policy reforms, the enabling environment, and the resources required to achieve the ambitions that we set out together in the FACT roadmap. And that's certainly what we're going to turn our attention to after COP26. Thank you very much indeed for the opportunity to speak here today, and I look forward to hearing what the other presenters have to say. Back to you, Ibu Dia. Thanks very much. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Pak Neil. I think for me, I will go to Pak Dan Wensing. Dan Wensing is the CEO of IDH, and then as we know, IDH is constantly working with the private sector and promoting sustainable in forest and agriculture trade. And then I think related to with smallholder, we want to ask you what the key step to ensure smallholder business is going to and attach with more investment then. The time is yours, please.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Honorable Vice Minister, Vice Speaker of the Senate, fellow panelists, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. My name is Dan Wensing. I'm the CEO of IDH, the Sustainable Trade Initiative. We are an organization that works, as Ibu Dia said, with companies and governments to deliver on the Sustainable Development Goals. And one of the key priorities for us is, of course, also to mitigate climate change. Now, on the issue of today, I would first of all like to applaud the government of Indonesia to host this session and to organize it and bring all of us together to bring the topic further. And it has been our great pleasure to sit in the multi-stakeholder task force of the FACT dialogue that was just mentioned by all speakers. On top of that, we've also been able to convene one of the working groups of that multi-stakeholder track on smallholders. So we have been working in very close collaboration with the government of Indonesia, with many of the stakeholders in Indonesia, and for that matter in many other countries like Malaysia and Ghana, to look at, okay, so what can we do to really bring the agricultural agenda and the forest agenda together? And for that, we've basically developed an agenda that you can call living income and living forest, because we really need to bring those two worlds together in order to work on economic sustainable development. So the Vice Minister clearly explained how all the different communities across Indonesia, they differ, they need different solutions, and they are in need of development. And at the same time, there is a very clear call to action to stay within 1.5 degrees, to really work on, how can we do the sustainable economic development without the destruction of the natural environment. And I think the FACT dialogue is working on that bridge. And I think, to get to your question, Ibu Dia, what is it that we can really drive this forward? I think there is definitely need for policy, because we can, or actually governments can, in collaboration work on land titles, they can work on the enabling environment, on subsidies to enable this transition. The second scalar is, of course, through supply chains. So as IDH, we always work with companies along the value chain, so all the way from the production to the market and back. And we really need pre-competitive collaboration along that value chain to work with governments, with producers, to make this transition a reality. Because the procurement power that companies bring every year again is much bigger than their investment in capex or other expenses. So we really need to bring that to this agenda. The third element to get this to scale is on investment. Now, I already mentioned agricultural subsidies, but there are also impact investors out there. So we have Michael here in the audience from the N-Green Fund, one of the impact investment funds that we partner with, that is also partner to the government of Indonesia, that has already invested actually in smallholder agriculture in Indonesia. And I think we need to bring more of those partners together to make this a transition. And of course, carbon finance, there's a lot of talk about it, and it will help, but we also really need to tap in other sorts of finance to make this transition happen. It's not that carbon finance alone will pay for all of this. And then finally, the fourth scalar that we've identified is really through partnership. We really need to work in multi-stakeholder partnerships, like in the FACT dialogue, like in many other initiatives. Because only in partnership we can share. This is not about competition. This is about a shared learning journey, about really innovation. And there we need to work together, and then we can really make it happen. So with those four scalars, we feel that this transition can really happen. And we applaud the leadership of the government of Indonesia. We stand ready to partner, as well as with the private sector in Indonesia and the other partners I just mentioned, to make this a reality. And with that, I would like to thank you and have a wonderful COP.
Thank you, Pak Dan. Yeah, I think I will go to Dr. Trinugroho. He has in charge of the program director of multi-stakeholder forestry program in Indonesia, and then I think Pak Tri can tell us about the market access players. I think you have a lot of the experience of this. Please, the clicker.
Okay, thank you everybody. Thank you Mbak Dia for moderating this session. Thank you for joining this topic, and selamat malam for those in Jakarta. Appreciation to Ibu Deputy. I have to mention here that last Saturday we have a roadmap of FACT dialogue published. This is very important event that we need to celebrate, and as well as today we are going to discuss about one topic of the FACT dialogue, which is the smallholder support. I would like to move directly to the, just a moment. This is actually one of the slide, one of the page in the roadmap of FACT dialogue, which is talking about smallholder. I'm not going to talk about all of those things because I think Ibu Deputy and Pak Wamen, I have to say congratulations to Pak Wamen for co-chairing this FACT dialogue. I just want to mention one thing here, which is the smallholder, when dealing with the market need usually higher standard of environmental or other standard. Then difficult for them to deal with that. As well as there is no financial support, there is no technical capacity support, there is no many support. As mentioned by Ibu Deputy, that many of those farmers, smallholder, are at the lower education, and then lack of capacity and many other difficulties. So the question is, how can we deal with that? So our project My name is Tinugro. I'm leading a program called Multi-Sector Forest Program, a collaboration program between UK and Indonesia. And this is the program we are talking about. We have two objectives. The first one is about SVLK. We just launched together with we supporting with the ministry the new logo of SVLK Indonesia. The second objective is actually trying to support what we call it is community-based forest enterprise. The difference of our approach is we are trying to support through the from the market. So this is actually our support, trying to develop a new kind of like approach. Usually many people working from the supply side. Now we are trying to working from the demand side, the market. How can we deal with that? We're trying to deal with that through an institution we call it market access player. Market access player is actually intermediary institution that can link between the supplier, the farmer, the smallholder to the market, and trying also to bring the market closer to the supplier, the smallholder. And the role of the market access player is actually in dealing with so many things. They are trying to deal with the capacity building, the collaboration among the multi-stakeholder, as mentioned by colleagues here, the financial support, accessing to the bank, and then equipment provision, aggregation, transportation, value-adding processing, so also dealing with the processing, as well as trying to deal with sales and marketing. So all of the value chains needed for supporting product from the farmers, smallholder to the market. They're also trying to help the market to understand what is actually the need from the farmers. So this is actually what we are talking about, market access players. In Indonesia, we have not that many, but now many younger generation have started the startup and then those kind of institutions that now dealing with this. So the market access player is trying to develop with the focus. They have a very much focus in one commodity, their specialty, for example, or several commodity in one group, and they know they have the access. They know what is actually the need from the market, and then they have the expertise. This is important. They have the expertise that what is actually the market needed, what kind of commodity, what kind of standard requirement needed, as well as they have to work efficiently because they are profit. They are kind of like social enterprise, but they have to think as a profit because they need to be sustainable. Different to the common NGO, you get the grant, they are not thinking about the profit. This one, they have to think about profit to assure that they can sustainable. Scalable, they can work at a higher, a bigger level that assure that kind of things. So this is actually our project, trying to support what we call business incubation. The business incubation through the market access player is trying to identify market access player working in, our project is in the forestry. So those who are working in the forestry sector, and some area are working in the agriculture as well. And they are trying to identify the location of the market, the commodity, and they're trying to develop business plan together with the smallholder. So without the business plan, it's not easy for them to catch up at the scale level. Partnership agreement, they have to develop partnership agreement, preparation for operation and pilot, and then scaling up to bigger level. We have 6 pilot project with 6 market access player as our partner. SOBI is actually community timber social entrepreneur working on the timber certified by FSC and SVLK. Timurasa is a canary nut. I think people who come from eastern part of Indonesia familiar with the canary, and now canary is trying to be processed into higher and higher value. Essential oil, in this current pandemic situation, Nares, our colleagues here, trying to produce a lot of essential oil which is demanded by the global market. Community timber, EB also working in the community forestry, trying to support them. Bamboo, I think our colleagues here from Indo Bamboo also working on that, trying to support bamboo, how to catch up China. China is the biggest, producer of bamboo. Indonesia need to catch up that one. Indo Bamboo is working on that. And Seniman Pangan, if you are familiar in Indonesia, Javara, they are working on the various wild forest food. and trying to bring the wild forest food into higher value to the market, which is a premium market. So I think Neil mentioned about the enabling condition. I think at the moment, not many market access players working in the forestry sector as well as in agriculture. Many are growing, but there is what we call it, enabling condition needed. So this is our identification of enabling. We have to identify as many as possible talented people who can work together as a market access player. We can develop a business incubation for them, start up for them. I think this is the important from the government to support the startup for the market access player like that. Incentive from the bank, financial access is important there. And then I think innovation and investment in research and development. Not many research institutions in Indonesia are supporting the appropriate level of the technicality. This is important for those people who are working on that area. Access to finance is still important. It's not easy to find. There are many at the small level, and there are a lot at the large, high, big level. But there is a missing middle, we call it. Not many financial availability at the medium level. I think the government policy is important here. The financial institution is important here to support that middle level, because many of the market access players are working at the middle level. And then availability of the venture building service, I think this is also kind of like enabling condition, and other enabling condition needed. So access to finance is important, access to information is important, access to village readiness is also important, because without village readiness, working with the village government is not possible to develop this further. So I would like to stop there, and thank you very much for this opportunity, and I hope it's useful for you for this exercise. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Tri. Thank you. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we still have two speakers. That is, two speakers is very important. We have to know what the casework. I think the casework from Indonesia, we have the platform of Sawit Kita, and then I will asking Pak Purwadi to. Pak Purwadi, are you still there? Pak Purwadi.
Yes.
Okay, Pak Purwadi, the time is yours for the platform of Sawit Kita. Yeah.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. In this forum, I would like to share you about the Sawit Kita. It's a digital education platform to improve capacity building of oil palm smallholder, and at the same time can be used for data mining smallholder. Ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia is the largest oil palm growing country, the largest producer, the largest exporter in the world. In Indonesia, oil palm provide profit for farmers. 40% palm oil is produced by smallholder and spread in most Indonesian regions. The challenge is productivity of smallholder is still low. Only 50% of from production potential is as an incorporate. Smallholder with limited knowledge, lack of skill, minimum and low capital make best management practices cannot be done yet. Farmers don't receive counseling and to improve their knowledge skill, because the number of extension workers from government is very limited. Oil palm smallholder existence is most in Indonesian region, from end to end region, and spread in remote area. We need new ways to solve this challenge to improve capacity building of farmers. And at the end, we know currently there is an abundance of technology, especially information technology with digital technology. There is in Indonesian government program, Presiden Jokowi construct Sky Toll program, Tol Langit, The internet network can be reached and be accessed almost rural areas. Almost rural areas can be accessed and connected with each other. The positive effect of C-19 pandemic that has forced the reputation of people to online learning. And the palm oil business project that was growing interest of young people. Agriculture University in Jogja, the oldest agriculture private university in Indonesia, collaborate with Sposi Kehati developing a digital education platform for oil farm smallholder. The name is Sawit Kita. Smallholder assisted with information technology Kehati in Sipra. Sawit Kita developing with target capacity building for farmers through learning using digital education platform. Growing cutter, self-help extension worker on a palm oil smallholder. Sees the government by increasing the capacity and capability of extension workers. And this platform is expected to reform the learning model for smallholder. Finally, the platform can be used for data mining, for the development of a farmer data system, which in time will be very useful for the government intervention. Sawit Kita Learning is a learning management system that contains lesson and sustainable oil palm cultivation in accordance with GAP and BMP. Learning material are structured in a form of videos, live book, module, and discussion forum. Starting with our digital education platform, there are 3 services: learning media services, expert system services, consulting services with discussion via chatting. Sawit Kita consists of 6 features: management land preparation, management seeding, management fertilization, management pest and seed, management harvesting, and plantation administration. In addition, it is also equipped with information updating services about oil palm. The name is Hello Planter. For measurement user knowledge level can be done through assignment and assessment. And this can be the form of multiple choice to enforce short answer question and essay. From Sawit Kita Learning, we can be monitored the progress of grade and course followed by user. Sawit Kita education platform for smallholder can be downloaded in App Store for iOS or Play Store in Android system. And now oil palm knowledge and skill material education in farmer hand can be read and studied anytime, real time online. We are currently testing the platform for several farmer groups have received an enthusiastic response, but it still takes time to get used to new learning culture. The consultation program via chatting is also effective in bridging the challenge of real monitoring in the field. The real mentoring in the field. We see it will take 1 or 2 years for platform to meet expectations and become an alternative for farmer learning to improve capacity building for smallholder. Thank you, Bu Tia. This case work of developing Sawit Kita in private Sposi Kehati. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Pur. Thank you. And then I think the last but not least is Pak Irfan. Pak Irfan, are you still there? Pak Irfan, Can you
Yes, he'll wake up. Yeah.
can you present what the jangka benar to solving the problem of the smallholder palm oil? The time is yours, Pak Irfan.
Thank you, Ibu Dia. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here in this important event. Seems that Glasgow and Jakarta become closer, but the time difference cannot lie to us. That good afternoon for you all there in Glasgow from late evening in Jakarta. My name is Irfan Bahtiar. I'm from the Indonesian Biodiversity Foundation, or Yayasan Kehati. I'm leading the program called Strengthening Palm Oil Sustainability in Indonesia, or SPOSI program. This is the program, collaborative program between Indonesia Coordinating Ministry of Economic Affairs and the UK government that implemented by Indonesian Biodiversity Foundation. As requested by organizer, I'd like to share our experience in actually promoting the one resolution for smallholder palm oil in forest area. However, I'd like to start with what we discussed before. It is about the smallholder. Why smallholder is important for Indonesian palm oil? That I think it is become our knowledge that palm oil is one of the agriculture subsector that important for Indonesia, because it is a big share of Indonesian economic and Indonesian business now from the palm oil sector. And then the smallholder is very important in the palm oil sector, since government claim that around 40% of palm oil in Indonesia are produced by smallholder. From our side, Kehati and our partners, from the satellite imagery, we estimate that around 2 million hectares of 16.4 million hectares, the 16.4 million hectares is a total of palm oil, and we estimate that 2 million hectares of palm oil are grown up by independent smallholders, out of scheme smallholders. Unfortunately, from the number, from the 2 million hectares, more than 700,000 hectares of them are grown in forest area, which is illegal. This situation already happened for years, and currently there's no at least until 2017, until 4 years ago, there is no resolution, fixed sustainable resolution for this situation. So related to this situation, actually, what Kehati or the SPOSI mission to improving the situation, we have three special mission related to the smallholder palm oil. The first is minimizing further expansion of the smallholder, which the risk of them lead to deforestation and further land conversion that already happened. And the second is improving the capacity of smallholder, and the third is improving ecosystem function of forest area which is illegally converted to palm oil. I will not discuss three of them, but I will this evening or this afternoon I will focus to share with you about the third mission of our program, improving ecosystem function of forest areas which illegally converted to monoculture palm oil. So at least until 2017, there are several option or mainstream option for the smallholder palm oil in forest area, and it is, we call it, two extreme option. The first option is exclude the illegal, quote unquote, illegal smallholder palm oil from forest area, exclude them from supply chain, and cut down all illegal palm oil in forest area. Usually the environmentalists, and also the forestry, Ministry of Forestry sees that law enforcement is needed to do this. And the different side, there is an aspiration or there's an idea to legalize the illegal conversion through acknowledge the palm oil as forest commodity or change the land status from the forest into non-forest. For years, those two different approaches cannot meet the compromise. So starting on late 2017, early 2018, we collaborating with the University of Gajah Mada, the Faculty of Forestry of Gajah Mada University in Yogyakarta. We try to explore what actually happened on the ground, to explore the possibility to implement, to propose a new resolution for the smaller palm oil in forest area. And then we come up with one concept that we call strategi jangka benah, or I don't know what's the term in English. It can be the recovery period, or because it is quite difficult, we just say it is a strategy jangka benah. It will also, the alternative is the agrarian reform also is possible, but for areas, forest area that it is not possible to be granted to community, to farmers through agrarian reform scheme, we propose social forestry with jangka benah. What is jangka benah? Jangka benah actually is the social, technical, and policy effort to improve the structure and function of damaged ecosystem, of distracted ecosystem, which is implemented periodically, gradually through institutional strengthening, scheduled silviculture, action, and policy support. Jangka benah is a gradual process. There are two phases of jangka benah. The first phase of jangka benah is converting the monoculture palm oil into the mixed crop, or we can call it with oil palm agroforestry or OPAF. And the second phase is maintaining the OPAF to optimize the ecosystem function. With that, we aim that ecosystem function will close to the natural forest. So what does jangka benah try to do for smallholder farmers? The first is legality. We try to promote support the smallholder which manage the forest land with the legality, proposing to the government to acknowledge, to accommodate the smallholder palm oil in forest area through the social forestry. First is legality. The second is productivity. Even though currently the palm oil price is very high, there will be a time that only managing palm oil in terms of productivity, they should have a diversification of plant, diversification of product. And the third is the sustainability. We believe that the ecosystem, the forest ecosystem that now has illegally converted into monoculture palm oil should be recovered, the ecosystem function, through the agroforestry scheme. In terms of legality, currently government of Indonesia has provided set of regulations to accommodate the jangka benah or social forestry or oil palm agroforestry in forest area, refer to the job creation law number 11 to 2020. And then we have also government regulation that accommodate jangka benah as part of the resolution for the palm oil in forest area. And also we have several ministry regulation, the Ministry of Environment Forestry Regulation, that mentioned Jangka Benar as one of the resolution for palm oil in and forest area, especially for the smallholder. Since 2018 also, we work with the Gajah Mada University, the Faculty of Forestry, to develop pilots of Jangka Benar. Before the regulation set up, we have developed what is it, the demonstration pilot. Actually, if I can share this picture, it will be more communicative, yeah, but because of the time, we have 5 or 6 different pattern of the agroforestry on the ground that can improve the quality of the ecosystem, changing monoculture palm oil into the mixed crop or oil palm agroforestry. The farmers there, they choose rubber, sengon, or jelutung. Jelutung is kind of rubber also, petai, jengkol, and different type of multi-purpose tree species to be planted together with palm oil in one area. And we hope that, we start with the 10 hectares of dam plots, and what we think that it will be, we seen that there will be a replication for that, and we seen that until now, from the 10 years, from the 10 hectares that we developed, until now there are almost 200 hectares of them that it is developed by the farmers around our demonstration pilots. And last week we discussed also with different stakeholders in Jambi province, that it seems that different stakeholders now start to think to implement, to replicate what we developed in Jambi and Central Kalimantan, East and West Kota Waringin in Central Kalimantan, to expand in Jambi also, in different district in Jambi, to implement this Jangka Benar. I think I think I will stop there. And tomorrow morning in Indonesia time, we will have a specific session also in Indonesian Pavilion in Manggalawana Bakti to discuss for this Jangka Benar. Maybe you in Glasgow can watch us also in YouTube after that. But if you interested with Jangka Benar, please see the specific session on Jangka Benar tomorrow. Thank you, Ibu Dia.
Thank you, Mas Irfan. Thank you. This is it's really, I think, if we if the participant want to have in deep about the Jangka Benar tomorrow in Indonesian Pavilion, also in Jakarta in Manggalawana Bakti, there is one session talking about full in about the Jangka Benar. Okay, according to the time, we have no time for discussion. We have no time to give a question and answer, and then, but I will thank you for all speaker here, and then also speaker in London and Jakarta, and then I think it is very important discussion. We have the many different perspective about the smallholder, and then how we can improve their livelihood, improve their welfare, and then also how to make the same pushing forward for sustainable practices. I think once again, thank you for Pak Dan, Ibu Deputy, Pak Trinugroho, Pak Nils Scotland, Pak Pur, and Pak Irfan. And then I give back to you, Mbak Lia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ibu Dia, and all the speakers. Before we wrap up this session, I would like to invite all the speakers and the moderator to come forward to the stage to take a group photo. And if it's possible for the online speakers to join in as well, to showcase the hybrid format of it. The photo needs to be hybrid too. Thank you very much. So, yeah, dearest participants, that was the session on support to smallholder towards sustainable forest and agricultural commodity trade. We have heard the speaker's point of view on that, and hopefully all the actions forward really benefit the smallholders in the future. So we're going to take a break for 20 minutes before our next session. Please feel free to get a cup of coffee and snacks outside as our appreciation for your patience and then your interest in having this discussion. So see you again in 4:40 p.m. We will be talking about Indonesia experience on government business partnership on conservation and sustainable management of peatland ecosystem. See you soon. Bye. So we have a lot of events today, 6 in total. So hopefully you're still in great spirit, because this is a very interesting topics and discussion about the government-business partnership on conservation and sustainable management of peatland ecosystem. We will have speakers that are mostly coming here in Glasgow offline, but we also have one joining online or video recording message that will share her view as well on this matter. So I would like to invite all the speakers to come forward to the stage due to the limited seats availability here. So later we can accommodate more people to come and join us for the discussion. So I would like to invite Ibu Budi Susanti, the Director of Peatland Ecosystem Degradation Control, to come forward. Let me count the chair first. 1, 3, 3. Oh yeah. Yeah, and then yeah, Ibu Mirna Asafitri from the Peatland and Mangrove Agency, Ibu, the Deputy of Education and Socialization, Participation and Partnership of the Peatland and Mangrove Agency, to come forward to the stage. Bapak Nyoman Iswara Yoga, Head External Affairs of RAPP, and then also Bapak Didik Bahagia, Bapak Monggo, Wakil Presiden, the Vice President of Process and Facility of Pertamina Refinery in Seipakning. I hope I pronounce it correctly. And then we have Bapak S. Oscar Unggul, the Deputy Chairperson of the Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry. And of course, later we have Ibu Sosilawati from Universitas Palangkaraya in Kalimantan, Indonesia, which will be joining us online or through video message. And finally, we have our moderator that will be moderating our session, hopefully. Oh yeah, yes, one chair left for Ibu Professor Dr. Haruni Krisnawanti from the Ministry of Environment and Forestry. Ladies and gentlemen, please give warm welcome to all of the speakers and our moderator for today. Ibu.
Thank you, Ms. Leah. Good afternoon, distinguished speakers, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome and thank you for joining this session. Indonesian experience on government business partnership on conservation and sustainable management of peatland ecosystem at the Indonesian Pavilion, COP26. I think this is the last session of today. The session is hosted by the Ministry of Environment and Forestry under Directorate General for Pollution and Environmental Degradation Control, especially from the Directorate for Peatland Degradation Control, which is directed by Ibu Ati. And of course, in cooperation with all the partners who is joining us today. I'm Haruni Krisnawati, the Principal Researcher from the Ministry of Environment and Forestry. And this sessions actually, these sessions actually will be sharing the experience on the importance of the stakeholders' engagement for the successful implementation of peatland ecosystem protection and sustainable management in Indonesia. And of course, there will be opportunity for promoting innovation and real action from the government of Indonesia and their partners on peatland ecosystem protections and management to contribute to the mitigation and adaptation on climate change. And of course, this session will be the good opportunity for us to collaborate with other countries on peatland ecosystem, enhancing peatland ecosystem conservation and restoration with the benefit for local communities development. I think we only have 80 minutes in total for this session. Joining us now, 6 prominent speakers, 5 joining us already here, and ones already will be joining with us online. And each speakers should be able to deliver their experience or their presentation, maybe around 8 minutes for each, hopefully, so we can have a very good time at the end for the discussion and interaction with all the audience. And okay, without further ado, please, I would like to invite the first speaker, Ibu Ati, or the long name is Ibu SPM or Sri Purwati Budi Susanti. She is the Director for Peatland Degradation Control, the Ministry of Environment and Forestry. I think Ibu Ati, please share with us your experience or Indonesian government's achievement in peatland protections and sustainable management. Time is yours, Ibu.
Let me open my mouth. First, too easy for me to speak clearly. First of all, I would like to express my our highly appreciation, especially from my Director General for the pollution and environmental degradation, that he is not able personally attend this meeting. And also for the speakers, thank you very much for attending personally in this meeting. And of course, also to the participants. And over there, the participants, this session is also joining by participants across the world, not only in Indonesia, but also from Korea, Malaysia, Asian countries, and also several others that having peatland, Congo, DRC, and so forth. Good afternoon and good evening, late evening, because some of you there in the middle of the night right now. It is my pleasure to be here to share about what we have done so far in Indonesia regarding on the peatland protection and management and the multi-platform engagement in Indonesia to achieve more beneficiary. And then it is a pleasure for us to share this experience. So we also kind of offer, if there is any necessary support from us, together to collaborate in peatland protection and management in the world, so we can achieve more beneficiary for climate change, for biodiversity, and for the environmental stability. So this is Indonesia is a home of the the largest tropical peatland in the world, about 24.667 million hectares, and this is the fourth largest peatland in the world after Russia, and also Canada and United States. And this is the milestone of our regulation. The newest regulation is the government regulation number 71 2014, Junto government regulation number 57 2016. This regulation gives us more power to get the high achievement for the peatland protection and management. And also we already provide several operational guidelines for the implementation in the field. And the newest guideline is regarding on the government regulation, the ministerial decree number 246 2020 regarding on the national peatland protection and management plan 2020-2049. This is the scope of our government regulation, starting from the planning, utilization, controlling, maintenance, and supervision, and also the administration sanction. This government regulation also gave us mandate to conduct the inventory and the determination of peatland function with scale 1 to 50,000, and also conducted and development of the peat ecosystem protection management plan at national level and also provincial and district level. And the other mandatory that we already provided in the government regulation is about the standard and criteria of the degraded peatland ecosystem, and also the restriction for the utilization of peat ecosystem. As we can see from this slide, that the inventory is the base of the operational activities in the peatland protection management in Indonesia, which based on the PHU, Peat Hydrological Unit, starting from the conducted the peatland protection and management plan, development of the peatland protection management plan at all levels government, and also water level measure, control, and also monitoring, and peatland degradation and restoration. So this is the operational technical guideline that already established under the government regulation number 71 2014, junto government regulation number 57 2016. And the concept of the peatland protection and management, especially for the restoration, is a 3 point. The first one is the bring back the water, bring back the plant, rehabilitation and revegetation, and also improve community livelihood. Why it is necessary for us to encourage the community? Because we have 70% of our area, peatland ecosystem area, is in the community area. So the community role is very important for us. This is the authority for the government at all level, from the provincial, national, provincial, and also district, regarding on the in the forest area and non-forest area of the peatland, and also divided into non-concession and non-concession holders. Concession holders conducted the peatland protection management under command and control, and the non-concession holders supported by government at national, provincial, and district level. This is the safeguard system for the concession holders, started from the principal permit that for the foreign investment is issued by the central permit board, and then for the national investment is issued by a local permit board, and then for forestry is issued by the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, and then after that followed by site permit, environmental impact assessment, and then environmental permit, and then continue by general working plan for the forestry, industrial forestry, and also the permit implementation of the forest, I mean from the palm oil plantation. And this is for the university role and support in accelerating the achievement of target of the peatland protection and management, not only for business but also kind of facilitator between the government and also the local government and the business, is the rule of the university. And this is the achievement of the restoration and the peatland concession holders. We already achieved about 3.6 million hectare from the 297 business activities, 70 from the forest industry, and also 224 from the palm oil industry. And which in this area, we already, the business sector already developed the compliant point for monitoring of their water level in the peatland area at about 10,857 units, and the data is already managed by Simatak. What we call Simatak system is database to manage the all compliant point for water level monitoring. In this regard, we can easily to identify in which level the water level in the concession holder, is it comply to the permit for the 0.4 meter under surface of the peatland, or not comply with that regulation. If there is in compliance, we will send the letter for kind of administration sanction or reminder. And this is the achievement of the Desa Mandiri Peduli Gambut that conducted by the government of Ministry of Environment and Forestry. And later on, Ibu Mirna will also share some information that already conducted the Desa Mandiri Peduli Gambut under the BRGM. About 236 villages that we already conduct the Desa Mandiri Peduli Gambut, and then with these villages, we already conduct restoration in the community area at about 46,000 hectares, spread from Aceh into Kalimantan, East Kalimantan, West Kalimantan, and also Central Kalimantan. And this is the documentation of the rewetting, rehabilitation, and revegetation on the Desa Mandiri Peduli Gambut, what we call self-sufficient community for peatland protection and management. And this is the product for the community livelihood. There are several products that, of course, peatland ecosystem friendly. And this is the total achievement of the CO2 emission reduction based on what we restore in the concession holders and also in the community area until 2020. And currently, we also developed the information system for protection and management of peatland in Indonesia. We provide several information. The first one is about the peatland quality index, what we call ECAC, and then peatland water level monitoring, early warning system for fire danger early warning system, and water balance, and also the calculation of greenhouse gas emission, which is calculated from the water level monitoring. And we also provide several other such as proper and then compliance and enforcement, and also the development of peatland protection and management plan, and the mainstreaming gender and SDGs goal. As a conclusion, we already achieved about 3.6 million in concession holders, and also 46,000 for non-concession holders. It is not easy. By multi-stakeholder engagement, it is important for us to get more achievement in the future later on. And also the recommendation for accelerating the multi-stakeholder engagement, there are several. The first one, we have to provide information in accurate and also accessible for the community with, of course, the simple language, because we already know some of the peatland scientific base is very difficult to understand by the community. So we have to translate in the more easier language that easy to understand. Then we also have, of course, promote private sector. Later on, Pak Didi will present what the Pertamina already support us in the development of Desa Mandiri Peduli Gambut in their area, and also the Pak Nyoman will present from the RAPP what the business sector already achieved some activities to support the greater and greater achievement of the peatland protection and management. This is what we can time for us for sharing, and we invite more feedback, of course, and comment, and of course, if there is any other asking for support from us, for example, for sharing knowledge, it would be easier to contact Ibu Haruni from the ITPC to work together to get more beneficiary from the peatland to the sustainable environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ibu Ati, for sharing with us regarding the government of Indonesia commitments, also progress action so far on peatland ecosystem protection and management. And you also highlight about the multi-stakeholder engagement, which is very important in managing, protecting, and of course also restoring tropical peatlands. Joining us here, we have Ibu Mirna Sapitri. She is the Deputy for Education, Socialization, Participation, and Partnership from Peatland and Mangrove Restoration Agency. Ibu Mirna, time is yours, and you could share with us about the role of the RGM, Peatland and Mangrove Restoration Agency, on restoring peatlands in Indonesia. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu Harun. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, honorable speakers, all speakers, and also participants of this panel. I'm glad to be here and also appreciate to the Directorate General of PPKL, particularly on the Directorate of Peatland, what is the in English? Peatland Degradation Prevention. I'm happy also to continue the story that Ibu Ati already told us about the effort of the Indonesian government to protect the peatland. The whole picture of the policy of the peatland protection already presented. And we know from that presentation that we have 24 million hectares of peatland, very huge area of the tropical peatland. But we also have a degraded peatland with a number around 2 million hectares. And then the president said that we need to really very serious in recovering the degradation of our peatland. So that's why special body, special agency called the Agency of the Peatland Restoration, established in 2016 with this special task to accelerate the process of the peatland restoration. So peatland restoration is only one part of the effort to recover the degraded peatland in Indonesia. And basically our task ended in 2020, but you know that restoring peatland is not an easy task, okay? Because we also destruct the peatland in longer time. So that's why in the end 2020, the president decided to continue the task of this agency by adding some additional tasks to also support in the rehabilitation of mangrove. So that's why now our agency named Badan Restorasi Gambut and Mangrove in Bahasa Indonesia, or we can call it as the Peatland and Mangrove Restoration Agency. Our task is basically same. For the peatland, we need to accelerate again the process of restoring the peatland, and then for the mangrove, we also work to rehabilitate the degraded mangrove. Maybe next. Sorry. Yeah. Here you can, oops. Yes. Okay. Here you can see that, why? It's very sensitive. Yeah? Okay. This picture tell us about first the complete task of our agency. We have responsible to coordinate the restoration in 1.2 million hectares located in 7 provinces, in Sumatra Island, in Kalimantan, and also in Papua. And in the previous time, particularly between 2017 to 2020, we had built 1,000 rewetting infrastructure building, such as the canal blocking, canal backfilling, deep wells, etc. We also work closely with the community to develop the nursery, doing the revegetation for the burning land. And then we see that we cannot just focus on the physical restoration without considering the livelihood of the community. So that's why we also work with the community to see about the possibility of the alternative in their livelihood. Thousands of people work together with us with the community groups or POCMAS. And now with our new task, the issue of the livelihood clearly stated in our mandate. Okay. So that's why in terms of the peatland restoration, we have 2 mandates. The first one is to restore the peatland itself, and then the second one is to improve the livelihood of the community. Yes, what is our approach actually in doing the task? We have the approach that we call the 3R, or the first R is the rewetting of the peatland by building the canal blocking, etc. The second R is the revegetation, and then the last one is the revitalization of the local livelihood. And I also want to add that in doing this approach, we develop a program that we call as the self-sustaining peat care village, or Desa Mandiri Peduli Gambut. That's basically the same what Ibu Ati mentioned earlier. And then the Desa Mandiri Peduli Gambut is basically the development of the previous program that called Desa Peduli Gambut, and now it becomes one of the priority in our midterm development plan. With the Desa Mandiri Peduli Gambut, basically there are several issues that I want to share with you. The first one is we want to integrate the peatland restoration into rural development. So this is not basically a project. This should be integrated into rural development plan. And then the second one, we also want to put all our activities, all our approaches in one location that is called village. So village is not just a location basically, so it is also just a subject where the village government and community being our main partner in doing peatland restoration in the field. So the idea of the Desa Mandiri Peduli Gambut, basically there are 3. The first one is to be a social preparedness of the community. So in order to make them ready to get involved in the peatland restoration, so we do the free and prior informed consent, and also we do education and socialization with the communities. Number two is to strengthen the local and also village institutional processes, because we want to see that basically this is not just a project, this should be integrated into village development, and in order to see that how it can be sustained, so the local and village institutions should be in line with the objective of the peatland restoration. And then the last one, we aware that we can doing this intervention until 2024. So how about the sustainability of the project? So that's why we want to use the Desa Mandiri Gambut as also an exit strategy, where the sustainability of the program can be continued by the village government and also the village community. And the other issue that I would like to share with you is about the importance of the collaboration. This picture tell us about several groups in the community that involved in the peatland restoration. We work with the Pokmas, with the Masyarakat Peduli Api, with the community groups that help in building and preserving the canal blocking, etc. We also work with the women groups to develop alternative livelihood. We work even with the religious groups. We work with the religious groups, either Muslim or Christian, to make this issue also being the issue of the faith. And then the last one, we work with the youth. So that's why from this picture we can see that inclusiveness is one of important principle in doing the peatland restoration. Then this is an example how the collaboration take place in the field. This is the map of the 19 villages in the sub-district of Bengkalis in Riau. Riau is one of important target of peatland restoration because so many degraded peatland there. And then we know that the intervention of the restoration cannot be single intervention. It should be put in a landscape that we call as the peatland hydrological unit. But when we talk about the peatland hydrological unit, so basically we refer just as a physical attributes. How about the socio-cultural attribute? So that's why we combine the peatland hydrological unit with another concept in Indonesian a development that called as kawasan perdesaan or the rural zone. So the rural zone here is the zone of the village economic group that in line with the effort of the peatland protection and located within the peatland hydrological unit. The example here show us that the 19 villages here develop cooperation, so inter-village cooperation, where they discuss together about their strategy to boost the economic growth of the village, and also their cooperation in protecting the peatland in their areas. But the village cannot work alone. They need also to work with other stakeholders. So that's why these are several organizations, several ministries that also work to support the peatland restoration and community livelihood in the Bengkalis Island. Starting from the KLHK, also Ministry of Village Affairs, even Ministry of Education, the Agency of the Disaster Management, and we also work with the provincial and district government. We work even with the religious groups, the Majelis Ulama Indonesia. We work with the university, at least 3 universities work together, from 1 in Bogor and then 2 in Riau, and also we work with the NGOs. And also we work with the private sector, because in the 2 villages here, their location is in the border of the concession areas. So there is an agreement between the concession and the villages to develop the water sharing. So this example at least can teach us that first, inclusivity again is very important. So we work for the peatland restoration is not just for the environment. We work for the poor, we work for the women, we work for the youths, etc. And then the second one, collaboration is very important. And the effective collaboration is the collaboration in the field that we cannot see about who doing what in one great landscape. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ibu Mirna, for sharing with us regarding the role of PRGM on restoring degraded peatlands in Indonesia. Ibu Mirna also mentioned about the most important thing for restoring peatlands is connected with the livelihood, and the policy on peatland restoration also need to be integrated with the rural developments. Distinguished participants, speakers, and ladies and gentlemen, we already have two speakers from the governments who has been sharing with us about the implementing the government policy on peatland protection, management, and also restoration. Now we would like to hear our next speaker who joining with us online up there from Indonesia, from Sentra Kalimantan. We have Ibu Dr. Susilawati. She is the Dean of Faculty of Agriculture, Palangkaraya University. Ibu Susilawati, are you ready? Ibu Susilawati? Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay, yeah. This is a presentation from our next speaker, Dr. Susilawati. She is the Dean from Faculty Agriculture. They will be sharing with us about the role of the university in peatland protection and management.
Pemilihan dosen pendamping oleh Fakultas Pertanian, dan setiap desa didampingi oleh 3 orang pendamping dari Fakultas Pertanian. Yang kedua, melakukan penyuluhan atau sosialisasi desa mandiri peduli gambut oleh pendamping ke setiap desa. Yang ketiga, pemilihan fasilitator masyarakat. Yang keempat, fasilitator bertugas untuk membentuk dan mendamping tim kerja masyarakat atau yang dikenal dengan TKPPEG, Tim Kerja Perlindungan dan Pengelolaan Ekosistem Gambut. Yang kelima, keseluruhan kegiatan seluruhnya dilaksanakan oleh TKPPEG, meliputi perencanaan kegiatan, pembuatan program kerja atau identifikasi masalah, pelaksanaan di lapangan, hingga pelaporan kegiatan. Jumlah desa yang dipilih oleh Kementerian Lingkungan Hidup dan Kehutanan terletak di 3 kabupaten di Provinsi Kalimantan Tengah. Ada 18 desa. Yang pertama di Kabupaten Kapuas, meliputi Desa Lahemang Kutub, Desa Tumbang Muroy, Kelurahan Panamas, Mantangai Hilir, Mantangai Tengah, Mantangai Hulu, Desa Kalumpang, Desa Seahas, Desa Ketimpun, Desa Katunjung, dan Desa Pulau Kaladan. Kemudian di Kabupaten Barito Selatan ada Desa Tabatan, Desa Tampulang, Desa Babai, Desa Mahajandau, dan Desa Sungai Jaya. Kemudian di Kabupaten Pulang Pisau meliputi Desa Pendabarania dan Desa Tanjung Sangalang. Pola pendekatan yang dilakukan, yang pertama, melakukan kerjasama antar desa yang ada dalam satu bentang lahan kesatuan hidrologis gambut. Yang kedua, pembentukan kawasan desa mandiri peduli gambut menjadi pintu masuk dan perencanaan dan pengelolaan ekosistem gambut di wilayah tersebut. Yang ketiga, adanya sosialisasi dan fasilitasi dalam pembentukan dan penguatan kawasan desa yang dibina dan pemberdayaan serta penguatan sumber daya manusia, masyarakat, desa. Yang keempat, memperkuat ketahanan pangan dan kepedulian dengan lingkungan sekitarnya. Yang kelima, survei untuk mendapatkan gambaran lengkap profil wilayah desa. Yang keenam, melatih masyarakat desa untuk meningkatkan ekonomi. Output kegiatan Bina Desa Mandiri Peduli Gambut adalah sebagai berikut. Yang pertama, pemulihan ekonomi. Sebagai contoh, peternakan itik, petelur. Sehari bisa menghasilkan 200 butir telur. Kemudian keramba apung. Di sana dibudidayakan ikan toman, patin, dan nila. Yang ketiga, kolam ikan. Di sana ada kolam ikan nila, patin, dan lele. Juga ada peternakan ayam. Selanjutnya pembuatan kolam ikan tradisional berupa bejek. Kemudian ada keterampilan membuat barang kerajinan dari bahan rotan. Kemudian output yang kedua, pemulihan ekosistem gambut. Di sana di beberapa desa berbagi beberapa revegetasi. Ada revegetasi dari tanaman karet, kemudian revegetasi dari tanaman balangeran, revegetasi dengan tanaman petai, revegetasi dengan tanaman sagu atau rumbia, dan ada pembuatan sekat kanal di beberapa desa. Selama pendampingan, kami berpendapat bahwa masing-masing desa memiliki keunikan dan keunggulan sendiri. Jadi, tidak bisa disamakan antara satu desa dengan desa yang lainnya. Dan akhir kata, kami mengucapkan terima kasih kepada Kementerian Lingkungan Hidup dan Kehutanan atas kepercayaannya kepada Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Palangkaraya untuk mendampingi masyarakat desa. Semoga kegiatan ini berkelanjutan dan bisa meningkatkan ekonomi masyarakat desa dan menjaga ekosistem gambut. Sekian, terima kasih.
That's the sharing from Ibu Susilawati from the university, how the role and commitment from the university to support peatland ecosystem protections and management in Indonesia. I think we already have 3 women beautiful speakers who already share with us. Now, let's invite the next speaker, Bapak Oscar Unggul. He is the Vice Chairman of Indonesian Chambers of Commerce and Industry. We would like to hear from Bapak Oscar regarding the commitment and contribution from the private sector, from the business sector on conservation and sustainable management of peatland ecosystem Indonesia. Pak Oscar, time is yours.
Thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my name is Onte. I'm the Vice Chairman of Indonesian Chambers of Commerce and Industry. This is the first time Kadin have a chairman for environment and forestry, and also this is the first time people like me come from activist, social entrepreneur, become a vice chairman of Kadin. This is so that Kadin really want to be inclusive, really want to be collaborative. So we already have 7 focus on Kadin to decarbonization. This is the 7 focus of Kadin. And the second one is build forest-based economy through curtailing deforestation, restoring the ecosystem, and promoting the social forestry. Kadin, as a big home of the company, as a members of Kadin, maybe Pak Wayan later will be explained detailedly about how our members do, but as a organization, Kadin want to take action together. What Kadin we can do is we want to bring businesses to the nice initiative, like Ibu Mirna said. Kadin didn't want to wait until everything okay and then we only get the benefit, but we want to now take action in the beginning. Kadin have a privilege because in Kadin we have so many sectors. We can combine, for example, if in the gambut there are many medicine plantation, Kadin can talking with the pharmacy sectors to take action together. So that is Kadin want to do. That's our commitment. We are really focused on the carbonization. We want to support our government to net zero in 2060 or lebih cepat. So this is the commitment of Kadin, and I think I want to say that in this distinguished forum, Kadin really want to talking together, try from the beginning. For example, in social forestry or something like that, there are permit there, but how business will running, Kadin will come. And we will soon doing like piloting project in several places together with members of Kadin, and we will create the alternative income, the sustainable alternative income, not only for the community. The community may be the sustainable livelihood, but for the industry itself will be our sustainable supply. This is like mutual benefit for each other. But that's why we want to willing to take action. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak Askar, for your commitment from Kadin to strengthen and support the implementation of carbon policy on peatland ecosystem protections and management in Indonesia. Next, we would like to invite our next speaker, Bapak Nyoman Iswarayoga. He is the head of external affairs from PT Riau Andalan Pulp and Paper. We would like to hear more on the private or business perspective on the role and commitment to support the peatland protections and management in Indonesia. Pak Nyoman, time is yours.
Thank you, Bu Haruni. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, very good afternoon to you. And it's quite late, but I hope I can keep you awake a little bit this afternoon. Firstly, let me thank once again, Ministry of Environment of Forestry that invite us as the private sector to stand here and share our story, our experience. It may be quite a different story from what you expected. Earlier this morning, my colleague here, Ibu Dian, has shared experience on how our contributions in terms of protections of peatland ecosystems. This afternoon, I would like to take this opportunity to share with you more about how private sector as a non-state actors can work together and enhance the efforts for the government in a broader sense for the mitigations and adaptations of climate change in general. So, since around 8 months ago, we are working with the Ministry of Environment and Forestry by sharing our experience and knowledge on how we manage a large-scale modern nursery in our operation in Riau. And those are based on our experience in managing peatland ecosystems as the industrial plantations. But we are aware one of the measures that governments are working now is to start a rehabilitations and restorations program. And then it will need to be supported also with a modern nursery to be able to provide the seedlings that is needed for a massive restoration and program that will be rolling out very soon. We are honored, we are very happy to be part of the initiative to design and develop the nursery that based on the model nursery that we are operating in the province of Riau. This nursery will produce seedlings that will be planted in the disaster-prone area, which, of course, one have an aspect of climate change mitigations, but on the other hand, will also help the aspect of the adaptations of climate change. So, why we present this, we would like to reiterate. I remember very well, Ibu Menteri Siti Nurbaya mentioned that the most important and unique things about Indonesia in the climate change discourse is how to bring participations of all actors to contribute for the mitigation and adaptation of climate change. And this is how we trying to work together, hand in hand. We know the homework is huge for all of us in facing the climate change, but only through participations of both the state and the non-state actors, including us in the basic sector, will make our fight good at the end. We share and transfer, again, the experience and knowledge from what we are doing. I will show you later on how identical. On the left-hand side, this is the bird-eye view of the two nurseries. On the left-hand side is the nurseries as we are operating in the province of Riau. They are producing the seedlings for our industrial plantations. And on the right is the bird-eye views of the nursery in Rumpin in West Java province. So we are taking really the model of our nurseries, working with the ministries and creating the same pattern of operations in the nursery in the West Java. It is designed to expect to deliver at least 12 million of seedlings per year. That means equal to 1 million of seedlings per month that going to be produced in the nursery. There are currently six selected species that will be provided from this nursery for the forest restorations, mainly around the Java Island. The facility also adopted the state-of-art of the operations, including the irrigations, ultrafiltration systems, and fertigations to minimize and optimize the water usage and ensure that the water quality will produce a very important quality for the seedling growth itself. Also, as we're talking about climate change, the nursery is supported with 2016 solar panels located on the roof of the production house of the nursery that will generate just below 0.4 megawatt hour to provide all the electricity need in the nursery operations. As well as, of course, this will provide the employment opportunities for the nearby communities. You can see how the steps in the nursery. We do have a couple of different areas to produce the seedlings with the modern systems, and it will take around 5 months from the germination house when we take still the very little trees there until we can use and plant the seedlings that produce from the open growing area at the end of the processes. We have been working for 8 months. We are very near to the conclusions of the development. And again, we hope very soon the seedlings from this nursery can support the restoration and rehabilitation programs of the government and start producing the target numbers, 1 million trees per month. That is equal to 12 million trees per year. again, this is emphasizing how important it is for a business sector for us to work together with the government as the non-profit sectors. I don't think there is no other way unless each of us play our own roles and contributing to whatever experience, skills, and technology that we have been operating as a business sectors. So I do really hope whatever we are supporting and contributing to the government will drive Indonesia to achieve its NDC as it is submitted the updated version a few months ago. Thank you again for the opportunity. Thank you very much. Very good afternoon to you.
Okay, thank you Pak Nyoman for sharing with us regarding the PT RAPP commitments to support the government of Indonesia in construction of modern nursery to support the restoration program in Indonesia. I think we still have one more speaker, last but not least, Bapak Joko Priyono. He is, Bapak, apologies, Bapak Didi Bahagia. He is the Vice President for Process and Facility PT Pertamina Persero Refinery Unit Kilang 3C Pakning. Pak Didi, time is yours.
Thank you, Bu Haruni, for our opportunity to stand here to present the best experience for Pertamina, real implementing to and management to peatland protection and management, and also delivering village community to increasing income from the peatland protection, and also delivering to educate from the beginning age elementary school how to peatland protection and management. Okay, good evening, all representative. Good afternoon, all representative, ladies and gentlemen, and also good evening and midnight, all representative from the around the world. When we talk about the collaboration, historically it is been done. It is before by people around the world to find the best solution toward problems. In 2015, leaders around the world also made the statement that was also called as a collaboration action. It stated that the life of billion people are going to get better with the one left behind over the next years. That purpose we also escalated through action plan called Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, with nations around the world taking part in it. And so do we. Kilang Pertamina International, as a representative of private sector, also takes part into action to reach those promises. This is what we have done, collaboration for nation. Okay. This slide, the Pertamina sustainability commitment, this collaboration is one of Pertamina commitment toward sustainability. Pertamina has accomplished an adherence sustainability practice based on various international standards and improve its rating. Pertamina has more ambition is to be a good leading and reputable global energy company, and to be recognized as the environmentally friendly company, and the second social responsibility company, and the last good governance company. Sorry. Okay, our next slide, Kampung Gambut Berdikari, is our community development program, which encourages people that live at Pittsland to be independent and resilient of future disaster. Our cause of the problem is climate crisis from the ozone and carbon depreciation, Pittsland use change, human resource exclusion, and also the low economy of the community. What the main problem? The main problem is the forest and peatland fire. The problem focusing and clustering, the environmental damage and water scarcity, health problem, mostly respiratory health problem, a loss of income source, and on top of all, the collapse of social system. So how do we contribute in the mitigating and resolving this problem? One, forest and land fire mitigation based on community. The supporting masyarakat peduli api or firefighter volunteers by finding MPA communication forum and the core competencies, fire management, it SSE function, and also pitch nozzle innovation. And what the activity? To provide guidance and assistance to the community in two ways. First, occupation certification, such as safety man, fireman, and also welder and security. And the second, entrepreneurship training, such as pineapple agriculture, catfish cultivation, mushroom cultivation, wild bee cultivation, and the last, peat arboretum ecotourism. Yeah, the second, integrated pineapple agriculture. The main activity to utilization of abundant land to prevent forest fire, the utilization to increase of the area in pineapple planting from the 14 hectare till to achieve 30 hectare in 2021. What the benefit? The benefit come from the sale of pineapple fruit and processed product made from the pineapple, like dodol, chip, syrup, and sweet. This is Indonesian traditional food. And the third, next development and peatland agriculture program, the activity to develop using polygowo farming system through plantation of citronema, and then the benefit get from to use in COVID-19 response product as the citronema hand sanitizer. And the fourth, conservation of the Arboretum Gambut. Arboretum Gambut is a nature forest that can be used as a collection forest for the typical peat plant. The main activity, the conservation of peatland crop such as meranti, matangor, gaharu, geranggang, and also various of nepenthes. Two of them, nepenthes are protected, like Nepenthes sumatrana and also Nepenthes spectabilis. And the five, the development of peatlands wild bee cultivation. Our activity, peat forest located in Tanjung Leban district, is managed through the environmentally friendly concept by utilizing non-timber forest product. In this case, honey that bring benefit for the community without harming the forest. The sixth, peat water conservation. Our goal to provide access to clean water for the communities around the Dayang River. And then our target, the first, the treating pit water to meet the quality standard for household needs. And the second, producing pit water that can be used for public consumption. And the seventh, School of Cinta Gambut, focusing environmental friendly education from the early ages to elementary school students by incorporating element of pit environment in the learning curriculum. The other methods apply field practice to raise student awareness to protecting of the environmental through outbound and fire fighting training for students. And our achievement, this program has been replicated in 30 schools in 3 sub-districts of Bengkalis Regency. So how about pit water conservation is sharing core competency of water treatment plant in the Pertamina related to clean water treatment for the Lubuk Muda village community group. Our achievement through this program consists of the availability of the clean water throughout this year, and then the clean water production capacity to achieve around 5.8 thousand ton per year, and beneficiary of 95 householder include 380 people, conservation of Sia water shield, and the last pit water treatment based practice. And then the sustainability of Masyarakat Peduli Api program can be seen through one, the increasing of the number of MPA members and MPA occupational certification every year, and the support of the pit nozzle innovation with the ability to extinguish fire above and from below pitchland. And this innovation has been used by the MPA group in Bukit Batu district, and also has been used by Manggala Agni in Rio province. In extinguishing fire activities, especially for 8,000 hectares of pitchland in the Sungai Pakning district. The development of the pineapple program can be seen through the increasing in pineapple land, which has reached 30 hectares in 2021. Our achievement, in addition, the income growth through the sale of fresh pineapple and processed pineapple product has also reached around 292 million rupiah per year. This program was then replicated by 500 farmers in the 3 villages for the development of pineapple agriculture. So what next step? How to export pineapple product through the Maulana Mandili RIG company to increasing community income. And the pit arboretum is a conservation center for the office of SMAR and other typical pit plant, with the seed house and a center for making pineapple fertilizer used by pineapple farmer. Our program continuation, this conservation activity contribute to increasing the biodiversity of pit flora, namely the number of nepenthes, which currently has reached around 315 individuals. Our achievement to serve as a center for the pit conservation studies for elementary school students, it is also the object of the pit research in 2021 research grant activity, which is attended by students from the campus Rio province. Get the 20 scientific article and also 25 researches and more than 500 scientific seminar participants. What the program continuation School of Cinta Gambut activities will continue with the replication of activity to 30 schools in 3 sub-districts in 2021. This curriculum is also developed in the form of the curriculum preparation, guidebook, and textbook for the Lovegrass Land School. This book is also available in the form of the e-book and can be accessed through the www.schoolcintagambut.com page. Next slide. Yeah, there is our sustainability compass from the environmental, social, economy, and to get welfare aspect. For the nation, many peatland protected increasing from increased to 8,000%, and also area of polygawa system replication increasing also, and the conservation land of Arboretum Gambut increasing also, and the biodiversity index Arboretum Gambut and increasing also, and the Nepenthes population of Nepenthes sumatrana and also Nepenthes spectabilis increasing also, and the final the total carbon absorption increasing also till achieve around 2.6 million ton CO2 per year. And so how about social? Social, the member of the Masyarakat Peduli API increasing also, and also member farmer union to Nas Makmur increasing also, and the implementing environmentally friendly pea cultivation skill also increasing also, and then the School of Cinta Gambut increasing also. So how about the economy? All of the program can contributing to increasing community income. And last, how about well-being? Increasing social cohesive MPA in 10 villages, and also Sungai Paning can achieve and maintain zero fire and haze since 2019 till now, and the Arboretum virtual tour digitalization of Arboretum during COVID-19 pandemic, and the peatland management innovation can rise innovation nozzle gambut, pH parator and vilagam, and also the index community satisfaction growth till achieve 3.37. To all representative, there is an African proverb: if you want to go far, go together. And then this is our collaboration along with government and community to protect it peatland. Hopefully, other sector will take their part as well to support. Together, let's make a collaboration for our nation. Thank you very much. Thank you again. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Pak Didi, for sharing with us regarding the Pertamina commitments on supporting tropical peatland ecosystem protections and management in Indonesia. I think we have 5 minutes for questions. If anyone from the audience here would like to raise 1 or 2 questions to address to the speakers here. Okay, okay, Pak Faisal. Okay, please, the question will be addressed to which speaker?
Thank you. Just comment on the presentation on tightening Pertamina. I think very good example and model to be followed, and I think very useful to promote also in the region and to other places. You mentioned about expanding some activity at the site, but are you also thinking of expanding to other locations? I know Pertamina also active many other locations, so are you thinking to activity similar to this but other villages in Indonesia? Thank you.
Okay, thanks Pak Faisal for your question. Pak Didi, would you like to address?
Okay, thank you, Pak Faisal, for your question. Yeah, regarding our presentation this afternoon, this is to share our best experience, how to educate, how to upskill knowledge our community, village surrounding our refinery about the pitchland protection and managing our environmental, and then also we educate from the beginning ages, from the elementary school, yeah, to bring knowledge and take care to the pitchland protection and management. And our referring our best experience can bring local hero Pak Sadikin can achieve Kalpataru, yeah, from the government in 2020, and then our program can replicating, yeah, to other refinery in Indonesia, how to yeah, approach our community to bring together, to action together, yeah, to manage and pitchland protection with the collaboration, a good collaboration with the governments, PT Pertamina also, and the community surrounding our refinery. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Didi, for your response. I think we already have all speakers giving or delivering the presentation here in the sessions, and we have, I think we agree that we have gained a lot of information, updates from the government perspective, from the private sector, how we can work together to contribute implementing the government policy on peatland ecosystem protections, restoration, and also sustainable management. And I would like to again thanks to all speakers for the great presentation, for sharing with us today, and of course for the all participants, the audience who has been keep staying with us until the end of this session. And this is actually the last session of today. And I think we are now reached the end of the sessions. And again, please give applause to all of us. And I would like to give back to Ms. Lia as the MCU. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ibu Haruni, and for all the speakers. And I would like to invite all of the speakers and moderator to come forward to the center of the stage. The committee, I believe, have some token of appreciations for the speakers. So please kindly move forward to the center of the stage to take pictures and give out the token of appreciations. Ya. Di sini. Okay, so ya, Ibu Budi Santi to give it to the speakers. Okay.
Open it all.
Yeah. Beautiful.
Peatland protection and management.
Okay. So maybe photo one more time with all the the beautiful token of appreciations, so that you can show it to the world. Because there's some philosophical meanings behind it, ya Bu ya. Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much. A great time management, Ibu Haruni, on your side. And then thank you for all the speakers and the participants offline here in Glasgow, also online. See you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. As usual. So I'm Lia Zakia. Hope you have a great evening. Bye.